ICI Dubai. How is the energy today? High? Very good. Good morning and a warm welcome to all the dignitaries. Our chief guest who's going to join us a little later today, CA Suresh Prabhuji. Our speakers of the day, CA Rinal Rafji, Mr. Biju Nair, CA Anand Prakash Jangid, CA Rajiv Gupta, Mr. Alexander D. Surot, Mr. Vimal Ramachandran. Our panelists, CA Nitin Sachdeva, Mr. Manish Kakkar, Rajiv Gupta ji, and Yusuf Paresh, and our panel moderator, Jay Kumar Ramanji, and all our seniors and fellow members. And we are very blessed to have our Central Council members with us. So Dayanivas ji, Umesh ji, Anuj ji, thank you for joining with us. It's a great pleasure to have such powerful people among us. Give them a big round of applause. They have been serving our community, bringing new and bringing that passion back into ICI all the time, always inspire us. Thank you so much for that. And welcome to our session covering a very intriguing topic, navigating the new era of AI innovation. Now imagine you are in the 1800s and you are in a small town where someone is unveiling the very first steam engine. What you see? A crowd gathered in surprise, some skeptical, others intrigued, and most simply cannot make sense of what this technology is going to do and how it's going to transform the world. Fast forward few decades, and this steam engine leads to the rise of industry, cities, economies, revolutionizing the way people work. Now fast forward to the present, just as the steam engine was the dawn of the industrial revolution, artificial intelligence is the dawn of our era, the AI revolution. But here's a small catch. Unlike steam engines, AI is learning, growing, and evolving at an exponential rate. And just like that the crowd in the 1800s, we find ourselves at the cusp of a technology that we cannot fully predict, but we know will change the world the way we can hardly imagine. Today, we are here to explore this exciting transformative journey, how AI is reshaping industries, jobs, and even our personal lives. But instead of just watching, we have the chance to shape and navigate this new era. I can't stop sharing this very interesting quote from Mr. Sundar Pichai, CEO of Google. He said, AI is one of the most important things humanity is working on. It is more profound than, I don't know, electricity or fire. So that's the pace and speed it is growing and teaching us all the time. So let's dive in and get together. We'll decode the future that's already knocking our doors. Just like before starting any great occasion which binds us together, let's take a moment to honor the nations that share our identity, that shape our identity, drive our purpose, and nurture our future. With hearts full of pride and gratitude, let's rise together as we pay tribute to the national anthems of India, UAE, and also the ICI motto. Can I request technical team to please play the videos?
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता.
Thank you very much. You may please take your seats. And now is the time to welcome our chairman onto the stage, our Rajesh Somani ji, to give his address. Please, can I request everyone to put your hand together as we see our very enthusiastic, a visionary leader, our chairman, CA Rajesh Somani ji, as he walks onto the stage.
Very good morning. AI said that if you repeat it second time, you get more powerful response. So I repeat, very good morning. Yes. Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, our ever-supporting sponsors, expert speakers of the days, chief guest of the day, our own CA Suresh Prabhu. He will join little later. We are also blessed with the presence of Central Council member CA Dayanivas Sharma, CA Anuj Goyal, CA Umesh Sharma. Sir, warm welcome to the Dubai chapter event. My colleagues on ExCom, Vice Chairman, CA Jayaprakash, Secretaries, CA Rishi Chawla, Treasurer Sri Dheeraj Ranseria, and other committee members. Once again, a very good morning and welcome, warm welcome to this today's very powerful, packed day full of learning. It is a very important and unique day for a ICI Dubai chapter, which is first chapter out of the 50 overseas chapter to organize such an elaborated event on AI in collaboration with ICI AI Committee. Thanks to the chairman of the committee, CA Dayanivas Sharma, Vice Chairman Sri Umesh Sharma, and Secretary of the committee, Vishnu Garg, who not only supported our idea to organize event on AI right from conceiving it, but also formatting it and connecting with the galaxy of renowned speakers on the subject. Our sincere thanks to all three and their team. Please big round of applause to all the three. A very special thanks to our secretary, CA Rishi Chawla, who has worked tirelessly to make this event happen at this grand level, even addressing last-minute changes, accommodating to rescheduling of the speakers, and burning his midnight oil. Please give big round of applause to him. As usual, CA Balram put his all efforts to provide all logistics support to guests and taking care of guests, including chief guest CA Suresh Prabhu. CA Asna, ever-smiling colleague of our team on ExCom, taken care of mementos and working with ICI AI team to develop Chat GPT for corporate tax in UAE. CA Sanjay Gagrani for making arrangement of delicious lunch and bites for the day. CA Amit Khetan for taking our chapter events visible in media and organizing study tours meticulously, including coming cruise tours in the first week of December 24. CA Dixit Jain not only contributing in organizing focus group classes with CA Asna, CA Balram, CA Sanjay Gagrani, but also getting support of valuable sponsors. They all deserve your thundering appreciation. Please give them a standing ovation because they are working day and night for taking your chapter great together. I'd say they deserve your standing appreciation. Please give them time. Thank you. Dear colleagues, fourth industrial revolution based on technology has created boundaries-less new assets class called big data. And first time, human intellectual has been challenged by the technology as well as made sharper than expected. It is evolving subject, but already impacted deeply various parts of life and profession. AI can be ignored only at the cost of getting outdated and out of business and profession sooner or later. Traditional AI, based on historical data with predictable power, has been already added by generative AI with creative power, and cognitive AI is again ready to empower in understanding the human thinking power and future planning. We never imagine a metro without driver, car taxi without driver, delivery of ammunition and package without man by drone, business decision of buying and selling at exchange by machine without intervention of human biasness and errors. Our own profession also going to become immense beneficial in sharpening auditing, financial decision, and accounting by AI. AI is not only a buzzword, but real game changer in our life. Let us onboard this flight and conduct our business and profession smoothly and speedily with precision and make our knowledge sharpen in AI. Dear colleagues, we have planned a very powerful event on our theme, Charterpreneur, on 5th October, which will be addressed by gold medalist CA, KK Maheshwari, ex-MD of Grasim, ex-MD of Ultratech, and Vice Chairman of Aditya Birla Group Business Review Council, and as well as by renowned world commentator, Mr. Harsha Bhogle, on leadership lesson from the field of cricket. Please mark your diary and try to attend this powerful event. Please don't miss it. We have also planned Diwali and Dandiya celebration on 19th October with very energetic band from Mumbai. I'm also happy to share that our new initiative of tax update monthly newsletter is getting good response, and CA Balram, CA Asna are working hard to make it better month after month with Secretary CA Rishi Chawla's help, and thanks to CA Rajiv Hira, Nasser Mohammad, Tripi, Nitu Jose for assisting them in and making it fine part of the newsletter. Once again, thank you for your support and making this event successful in a big way. Have a great learning day. Jai Hind. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Chairman Saab. He needs a big round of applause. He's been working really tirelessly. Well, I mean, he talked a lot about us, but let me tell you that he at the back end is really driving the ship forward properly. And as Chairman Saab, we might not always say it, but we love you and we always respect you for all the efforts you are putting for us. Now it's time to raise the curtain and dive into the technical sessions of the day. And we begin with powerful and forward-thinking session on the topic AI-enabled enterprises, how the enterprise of today is leveraging AI. Visualize in your mind, we are now able to predict trends before they happen, where business foresee customer needs before they even surface, and where data continues to fuel new ways of doing business. This reminds of an interesting quote from Nick Bostrom, the renowned philosopher on AI. He said, machine intelligence is the last invention that humanity will ever need to make. AI with capacity to learn and improve itself is transforming industries faster than ever imagined. Our first session will explore how forward-thinking enterprises are already leveraging AI to reshape their industries. And who could be a better speaker than CA Rinal Roff, who is the CFO of Bayant AI PLC. A chartered accountant into AI is not less than a superpower in itself. And before I formally welcome him onto the stage, I'd like to invite our very dynamic treasurer, CA Dheeraj Ranasaria, onto the stage for the introduction. Give him a big round of applause.
Good morning. Good morning, members. Today, we stand at forefront of a technology revolution that is transforming the way we interact with the world around us. That is AI. But what is AI? Very difficult subject. But I think what is AI, it looks like very difficult for me, maybe some of us also. It's like a difficult subject in our final exam, what to do. But to get the degree, we have to be study. So same thing for AI. To get the success in the future, we have to be we have to be learn, because that's the future. To get more knowledge, I did some research on the AI and get the one very simple definitions I want to present. Artificial intelligence is the simulation of human intelligence in machine program to think and learn like humans. It encompasses a variety of technologies that enable computer to perform tasks and typical required human intelligence. That's the simple definition. I only did a small research. More detail will become from our expert speaker. One of that one we have with us our CA Rinal Roff. CA Rinal Roff is currently the Chief Financial Officer at Bayant AI PLC. Bayant is a geospatial arm of UAE-based G42. With over 20 years of global experience, he plays a crucial role in leading the company's financial strategy. Currently, he is involved in the setup of founding AI, which will spearhead AI and LLM, large language model, implementation across various large scale of enterprises. Before joining Bayant, he held positions such as Vice President Finance at Group 42 Holding Limited. So welcome our first expert speaker, CA Roof. Very round of applause.
I didn't intend to shock him like that. Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. It's a pleasure to be on the stage, and I must say that my heart is warm with the great introduction that the chairman made. He picked out everybody that is involved in the process. I've never seen that before. So a big round of applause to him. The teamwork that has gone into creating this event is very evident. Be it the Secretary, Rishi Chawla, or the other members who have been present. I also want to thank the dignitaries of the dais who are C. Anuj, Central Council member, C. Umesh, and last but not the least, C. A. Daya. Now I say Daya the last because he's not just Central Council member for 2 terms and also chairman of the AI and ICI committee. There's no pun intended in that. but he's also a dear friend. Daya and I go back to the days of Chennai when we used to sweat it out literally in classes, going across the streets of Chennai through the 40, 45-degree heat, and literally going through a lot of things, including studies, right? But what has happened during the last 2 years, as I witnessed as a member also of the AI and ICI committee, is the advent of ICAI into the world of AI, the ChatGPT that has been installed on the tax, the events that have been held, and the progress that has been made. I must tell you, I'm a member of other CPA and CA institutes. I've never seen anything like it globally. So big round of applause to Daya, his team, Umesh, the secretary, Vishnu, for making this a reality. I'm a normal chartered accountant who is lucky to be in Abu Dhabi, in this country, in UAE. I was lucky to be at G42 right at the time of its inception, being able to be part of a journey that this country went through into implementing AI to its lowest level. The augmentation of AI happened during COVID. I mean, any disruption came with an opportunity, and we really clinged on to it. I know it came up with disruptions, but it was so easy for us to implement AI in a world that needed a lot more predictability, security, and safety. And if you remember at that time, Abu Dhabi and UAE was the safest place to be in. That's when people started coming in more. Without taking too much of your time, let me talk to you about what I think AI in enterprise is about. I'll quickly skip through the slides, and then we can have a one-on-one conversation or a group conversation. I want to ask some questions. You can ask me questions, and then we can take this forward from there, if that format is okay with everyone. So, what does AI mean? Well, AI has got a very boring definition, right? It's machine learning, NLP, computer vision, it's growing, it's concepts, it's implementation. But, you know, how many of you have used AI? Can I have a show of hands? Okay, is that it? So half of the population is correct, half of the population is wrong, because all of you have used AI. The moment you open a mobile phone these days, right, you're using AI, because the computer vision in the mobile is actually identifying your face, it's identifying your fingerprint, or it's identifying a pattern that you've put in there. The moment you walk into office and there's a security system that's scanning you and raising a thermal alarm on you if you've got a fever, that's AI in use, right? The moment your child logs into the school system on a website, AI is in use. So it's nothing new, right? We've been having this for years in our process, in our systems, right? But what happened, right? So we had all these rule-based systems, right, that were archaic in nature. We had to tell it that there's a pivot table, you need to put this comment in there, you need to put this command in there. That's how AI effectively started. We then moved to machine learning and deep learning. Machine learning is nothing complicated, right? What it essentially means is that if the machine is given an ability based on the compute that we have built, I mean, that can be NVIDIA, that can be Cerebras systems, and then the machine can actually understand the command that you've given it and also infer what else you would need. It's predictive capabilities that are built into it, right? Enterprise AI is now advanced to an extent where it is in everyday life. So when you walk into a firm like McKinsey, they've actually developed their own ChatGPT. It's called Lily, right? We have developed our own ChatGPT. It's called Jais, which is the first Arabic LLM. We have developed Nanda, which is a Hindi LLM. Every enterprise will have its own AI going forward. Data security, data safety is going to be so important. Now, just to give you an idea, AI is a almost 70-year-old concept. It started with the Dartmouth conference. IBM led it very well. When it became publicized or became available to normal human beings like you and me is when ChatGPT came about and everybody started talking about it, right? But you will also see that the change in the US political power happened with ChatGPT when US became a lot more aggressive with its policies. That shows the strength of AI. Anybody who controls technology will control national security and world political matters. This is the importance of AI. It's not just about deepfakes. It's not about creating your next Snapchat video, right? It's about how we can govern better, how we can live better, how we can make the place safer. Now, all of these are examples of how we have used AI in our system. So you can have a chatbot in your CRM, you can have a chatbot in your ERP, you can use it in supply chain and logistics. UPS uses AI, FedEx uses AI, everybody's using AI now. But what does it mean? What does this use mean? It helps people make data-driven decisions, right? We can automate tasks. We can have neuro-linguistic programming chatbots that can actually understand what you want as a further step from this process, right? And cybersecurity is the most important one, where threats for nations, for businesses can be averted with predictive capabilities that are today built into cybersecurity aspects. Now, what are the greatest minds in the world doing? We got Google, we got Microsoft, we got Elon Musk in Tesla, we got G42 in this country that is also driving this process, where we are trying to make this better for everybody. Now, the first thought that comes to everybody's mind is probably the Terminator movie and the app called Skynet, right, that it delivered. But effectively, what is going to happen is AI is going to become a part of everybody's life. It is going to become a part of every enterprise, and every enterprise will have its own data sets, data models, and ChatGPT. It is not going to be one system that will rule the world. Today, we are in the process of developing Energy GPT. What does Energy GPT do? Energy GPT essentially looks at downstream to upstream. Every place from drilling crude oil up to naphtha and the retail, right? How can you optimize it? What can you predict? How can you avoid losses? How can you deploy the effort at the right time? We can analyze soil samples today and understand how deep a rig should be drilled, right? Now, these capabilities did not exist. Imagine billions of dollars being saved for the better. Imagine tons, millions of tons of CO2 emissions reduced, because we are not burning naphtha anymore, right? It's the non-essential crude derivatives are not being burnt anymore because AI is optimizing all these things. Now, AI is about automation, it's about personalization, it's about sustainability. Like the example that I gave you on energy, Google's AI is reducing energy usage in data centers. It can today track every degree change in temperature in data centers. And data centers are very energy heavy business, right? You can't really have a data center without having hundreds of kilowatts of electricity. And AI is today reducing the footprint of carbon in the world, right? It does bring about data privacy and security challenges, talent shortages, biases. I mean, we were having a chat, Daya and I, we were having dinner last night and we were discussing about how many people will become redundant, right? The answer to that is, yes, there will be redundancy, but there will also be openings for new technology and new opportunities. It's like the computers that came in. People sitting in this room, and maybe some of you are very young, have not experienced this, but we are the first generation that went from slate to actually slate on a fingertip, right? So we wrote on slate with a chalk, and then we went to slates on fingers, right? We have had that opportunity. Some of you are born with only seeing the digital slate. What is going to happen is the next generation is going to talk about a world where their ancestors had to actually use a device to get to an answer, right? Tomorrow, the world is going to be different, where there's going to be no need for a device, or you don't need to be, I call it singularity, right? You become one with the system. You start thinking about processes, and the process is already in place. You don't need to devise what is best, because the best will always come to you. You need to provide inputs, and the output will be there. This is going to start AI democratization, right? Everybody is going to have AI. AI is no longer going to be the deep state. AI is not going to be nation powers. It will be sponsored by big powers, but everybody will have access to information, technology, knowledge, and smartness. So if I don't know something today, it takes me 5 minutes to get to a good enough understanding. The latest version of ChatGPT that is being evaluated today, it's going to come out very soon. It's called Strawberry. It's got an IQ of 140. Now, a typical human being has got an IQ of 80, right? Now, does that mean that the end of the world is coming? I don't think so. What it means is that every meeting we'll have, if we have a co-pilot or a chatbot sitting with us, okay, you guys are all auditors, let's assume, or you guys are all CFOs, right? You're sitting in a budget review meeting or an audit meeting, and then there are discussions going on about what is happening with the budget, where can we reduce it? If you have a co-pilot next to you, the co-pilot actually has already evaluated the SAP or the ERP in the background. It's evaluated the presentation that is being presented, and then is giving you options of how you can optimize or make the business better. This is where it's going. We are no longer dependent on human intelligence. It's collective intelligence, like your Google Maps that we are using today. It's collective intelligence. That same collective intelligence is going to help us drive changes and opportunities for the future. So that helps in decision-making and customer experience. So it's transforming the energy enterprise landscape. Adoption extends beyond tech giants to mainstream businesses, where everybody will have their own ChatGPT, MSMEs, SMEs, small-scale corporates, big-scale corporates, everybody will have their own version. They can customize their own data. They don't need to share the data. And it can drive growth, innovation, and efficiency, right? Now, this is sort of the last slide. And let me tell you something, right? Everything on this slide, every bit on this slide, I didn't write a piece of it. This is all generated by ChatGPT, including this picture, right? I didn't do a bit. It took me 15 minutes. I asked ChatGPT, I told the ChatGPT that I'm going to be speaking at a conference. This is my profile, right? The audience is a bunch of chartered accountants, right? And this is what's going to happen. I have to speak to them about AI in enterprise. And I told ChatGPT, give me a prompt that I can give you to give me the output.
Any question?
Try it. Try it. And the ChatGPT will give you a prompt that will give you this output. I mean, depending on the words that you use. And then we can change. And then I said, look, the presentation looks very blunt, very boring. Can you give me a picture, this one, of how AI has evolved over the years? And it said, is this good enough? And I said, it's not good enough, but I'll use it because it's got, if you see, this picture has got a lot of spelling mistakes and stuff because it's taken data and put it there. So it took me 15 minutes to put this together, right? And I think I was one of the first to upload it because I did it like sitting on an iPad, just putting this thing together, and ChatGPT generated it for me. So I just wanted to tell you that this is how it made my life easy. Yesterday, after all the work, we had dinner, we had other stuff, we had decision-making to do, we had work that had to be done, but 5 or 6 hours of work, and then having an executive assistant, somebody else doing this work, was all removed. It's all ChatGPT. Okay. So now let me ask you a question, right? How many of you are actively using AI in your workplace? Okay. So I see about 10, 15, 20 hands, right? What is stopping each one of you from using AI? It's available. It's free. So in every area of your work, be it a chartered accountant, be it a teacher, be it a CFO, be it an auditor, be it a marketing professional, the level of information, the collective knowledge that is available today is so significant that it's going to change the way we work. When people think that we're going to become redundant, it's because we are not ready to adapt to the change. The only thing in our control is how we react to change. Adaptability is the only thing in our control. What is happening today is that the junior-most analyst at my firm today has got access to the same level of intelligence and the same level of knowledge, not just a junior-most analyst. My 5-year-old son, or 10-year-old son, and 6-year-old daughter, they were standing for student leadership, right? My son prepared the entire presentation on ChatGPT. Right? It talked about what he's going to do, what he's going to achieve. Everything was done online. AI is helping them. I'm gearing up for a world where everybody's got the same level of information. My children are gearing up for it. The world is gearing up for it. I request you that after you end this session today, you open ChatGPT on a website and tell ChatGPT that this is the work that I do, right? You do. This is where I'm involved in. This is where I think my biggest impact is. And ask it to provide a prompt that can give you the answer to the question that you have. You'll be amazed at what it can do. All you need to do at that point, does everyone have a phone here? Let's do it right now. Can you open your phone? Let's do a live session right now. Please open your phone. If you have ChatGPT installed, please open ChatGPT. If you don't have ChatGPT, forget about it. Open the web browser. You open the web browser, search for ChatGPT. ChatGPT. This is not an advertisement for ChatGPT. It's a non-profit that is becoming a for-profit very soon. So I just want you to think about it, right? Type in there, right? I am so-and-so, right? My major line of work is so-and-so. Right? Now, you type in, I intend to improve my line of work in the next 1, 2, 3 months, 1, 2, 3 years, whatever you like, right? Please, can you help me identify areas that I can improve and make an impact? Okay? Did it give you an answer? Did it give you an answer? Okay, so take that. All I request, you got the answer. What is it there? So let's take Daya as an example. Do you have a mic?
Yeah, one second.
You can't, but can you read from Daya's phone?
It says emerging technologies, artificial intelligence and data analysis, and it gives what all to do under that. So that is what is the suggestion given for, sir.
Right? Okay. So you each have an assumption of what needs to be done, and this is not limited to what you can do at the enterprise level or your personal level. This is for your business. This is for your home. Rajesh, you have a question? Please, I welcome more. So this session is becoming more of a, let's make this an AI session.
I mentioned that I'm a CA Rajesh Somani, international commodity trader. I want to improve my activities in coming few months. I'm really surprised and appreciate that kind of answer which received is very relevant. First is that market research and analysis, which is very relevant for any commodity trader to enhance. Trend forecasting, diversification, geopolitical monitoring, all are relevant. Improving supply chain efficiency. This again a second good part of any trading, commodity trading. We say logistic optimization, supplier relationship management. Third is a digital transformation. Adopt trade tech solution, automate process. Next, which is most important in any commodity trading, is the risk management, hedging strategy, regulatory compliance. Then it's a networking and partnership. I can go on enhancing financial management, cash flow management, tax planning. All relevant activities or issues has been covered in a no second time. So really, I think it is a very good initiative for taking advantage of the AI. And thank you, Renal, for educating us.
Thank you. A big round of applause for the chairman again.
Renil, we have a question here.
Yeah.
Hey, hi. My question is...
I can't see you, so if you have
sure.
a question.
Hi,
yeah.
everyone. So my question is, how far we can rely on AI for fact-based, like accuracy of fact-based question. And the reason I asked this question is that yesterday I was using AI. One of the questions which came up in my work domain is like, is percentage of completion method allowed as per ASC 606 for non-construction companies? And then I said, let me try and use ChatGPT. The ChatGPT said, no, input method is more allowed in general, but percentage of completion is explicitly not allowed. And when I used Copilot to analyze the same information, I got, yes, it is allowed. So I did get contradictory answers from the AI mechanism. So I was wondering how far can we rely on the accuracy?
A very good question. Thank you for that question. So what you are seeing in ChatGPT are generic LLMs, generic large language models. They're not trained on specific sets, right? So for example, why is there a tax GPT for UAE that has been introduced? It's because you can then go into the details of why every element of tax cases can be uploaded in there, and then you can ask it specific questions. The issue with a generic LLM is that it's not focused. It's a master of all trades. King. What do you say? Sorry. Yeah, thank you. None of you are asleep. Thank you so much. Jack of all trades, master of none. Right. So it doesn't really do what an expert is supposed to do. That's why you need to take the LLM, take specific data sets that we can train the LLM on. Right. So right now, we have achieved 70 billion data sets, right, in our own ChatGPT or in our own LLM, right? The more you train this on specific instances, the more output it will give. So there are many, many versions of what can happen. So perplexity is a concept, again, where you can focus on certain things and the LLM will provide you inputs on certain things, right? Now, a lot of people are developing a lot of things, Liquid, Wand, Chrome. There are GPTs that are supposed to do certain aspects. So for example, that's why the biggest oil manufacturers or the biggest investment makers or the biggest decision makers will never use ChatGPT in their boardrooms. What we are developing is something called Board Navigator. What the Board Navigator does is you feed the information about the company, you give it access to SAP, you then give access to the board documents that are being presented, and then it sits as an advisor on your board and then gives advice on how to run the business. This has already been done, by the way. In Abu Dhabi, there's a company called IHC, International Holding Company. We have actually implemented this Aiden at IHC. It's a board observer that has been installed already. It's in works today. This is the future. So to answer your question, unless the LLM is trained on specific data sets, it's impossible. So what you can do next time is that copy the entire tax code or the revenue recognition, IFRS 15, with relevant your financials or whatever, but don't put too many sensitive information because all becomes open. Put it into ChatGPT, train it, and then ask the question. Memory will be updated, you'll get the right answer.
Hi, Renil.
Hey.
My name is Devesh. I've been using ChatGPT for various scenario analysis. It's even helped me with negotiating a difficult termination of an employee as well once. So it was quite interesting to see the way it's able to think and its experience, through the evolution that's happening right now with the latest iteration of 4.0. My question is, I think you somewhere touched upon it in not sharing too much sensitive information, but where do we draw the line? I mean, we are using a software which is handled by a company like OpenAI. Now, so they're getting a lot of information from all of us. So how is the data privacy being handled here? And what is the regulation around it? Because it's not very clear with me right now.
This is exactly why every company, every enterprise, even corporates that are of medium size, will have their own versions of GPT. And whether it's ChatGPT or Gemini or Copilot or Perplexity or whatever, it's going to come into play where tomorrow you will not use a generic LLM going forward. One of the important things that everybody need to be appreciative is that never share your personal information, never share your source code if you've got a software, never share your agreements with customers on an open source, because that's the way it learns. So the questions that you've now put in and the responses that you give to the GPT, it's actually learning from it, evaluating it further, and then gonna use it for next stage, right? So whatever you put in there, so if I know you well enough, right, and I know that you use ChatGPT, I can actually go in and say, did this guy at this day, not your name, unless you've got a login and access and all that, if you're using it incognito, doesn't matter. I can go in and say, did this guy do this? What did he type in? What is his views on me, right? And then if you query it well enough, the GPT will actually give you the answer as to what you did there.
Our next question.
Yeah, hi. This is Bhavna Jadhav. Sorry.
No, you can sit down. If you're comfortable, please sit down.
I'm an investor, so my question is a little broader, at the same time, little specific. First of all, you said there is a problem of plenty. It's too much information and there's engines being worked on like ChatGPT, Copilot, etc. So my first question is, and I'll tell you why I'm asking you that question. The first question is, like there was an example where one answer was different from the other, like Copilot was saying something else and you also answered it well. Now my question is, do we use all these different ones or going ahead, only Copilot will be better than something else? Why I'm asking you this question is that as an investor, if I'm looking at Google or a Microsoft or something else, then which company is going to be better than the other, number one? And
I wish I knew. I would have invested in it, right?
okay.
Good.
And the second question is, in terms of business migration, what are the challenges that the person who is delivering AI is facing right now in the business environment, as to what are the challenges of a business migration, that because 50% of the people here aren't using it at all. So how do you see that as a future? And the third question is, in terms of the hardware, where you think are the bottlenecks of actually implementing AI going ahead in terms of the semiconductor chips or the energy requirements, blah, blah.
Sure. So let me try to break that down. The first question is, which is going to be better, right? It's a race. And it's very difficult to catch up on that race, right? So if somebody's made a lot of progress, which in this case, OpenAI has made significant progress, I would think that it's difficult to catch up over a period of time. But what's going to happen is generic LLMs are going to be there. It's like going to be Google search, right? But specific search, like if you have your own ERP system, HANA, for example, and then you go in and search for something in your ERP system that comes up, or Coupa, if you use Coupa for procurement. You search for something, where did I issue my last PO and what did I do? So for example, those things can be tweaked better if you have your own system, right? Or if you have paid significant amounts of money to have your own processes, then it can also provide predictive capabilities and inputs, right? What was the second question? No, that was not the
That's
second.
the drawback when you are asking 3 questions at a time.
Yeah. So the challenges is going to be capital. It's going to be capital. It's going to be conviction, because not only do you need money, you need conviction for the leadership to actually say that this is the future, this is where we should go, and understand that this is the capabilities that we need, right? And the third is, if you are able to adapt it and use it in your system, and there is adaptability, right? People are able to embrace it, right? The last question is very important because that's something that we are currently working on. Everybody thinks that AI will rule the world. That's true, but only AI that is supported with compute and power will rule the world. So geothermal energy, availability of chips, availability of compute, cooling facilities, those are all going to be important because these things are really important for AI to make progress. So if you really see, this is where people think that everybody's going to lose their job when AI comes in. Who's going to run the turbines? Who's going to oil the machines? Who's going to have the solar farms set up, right? Unless robotics get to a stage where AI can do it themselves, that robots can go and deploy it, it's a bit away. So that's a very good question. Hardware and electricity availability is going to be significantly important for AI to progress further, right? The only restriction that we have today as to how much we can train a system is availability of compute. And thankfully, the leadership of this country has invested significant amounts in compute and continues to do so, right? Deputy Ruler of Abu Dhabi, National Security Advisor, our chairman, His Highness Sheikh Tahnoon, is in the US. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed, the president, is in the US. He's met with the leaders in technology last week. Our chairman is meeting. He's met Elon Musk yesterday. There are so many discussions going on as to how we can make this country the most powerful chamber here. And the Microsoft investment in G42 is also a testament of how much this country is seen as the next phase of development, right? In access to resource, access to energy, and access to capabilities. And the willingness to do it, right? That's more important. I see 2 hands raised, so can we... I don't know how much time we've got. I think we got enough time.
More questions? Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Rahul. So I use ChatGPT and I framed this question. So I asked ChatGPT what are the real challenges of AI and the large language models, etc. And that was my only question. It came up with a list of challenges. So a few of them are high energy consumption, like you said, carbon footprint, water requirement, scalability challenges, etc. So what are your thoughts about a real sustainable growth around AI usage, and especially thinking that if this is to be scaled to 8 billion people globally, what are the real challenges? And on a lighter note, I didn't ask this to ChatGPT, but in its final response, it did mention, here are the mitigating aspects that ChatGPT is doing. Thanks.
So it would have been easier for me if you gave the mitigating reasons as well. But what is effectively going to happen in this part of the world is, not just in this part of the world, but across the world, is that scientists and engineers are effectively deploying systems and semiconductors that consume less energy, need less space. I mean, I don't know if you remember this, but in the old times, I mean, I call myself old now, the floppy disks, do people remember how big the floppy disks were? They were this big. Many of you may not have seen it. Then the floppy disk became this big, right? And today, I've got more compute and power, computational capability on my phone than was on the moon mission that went, the Apollo mission, right? So that's how much technology is changing. What's going to happen tomorrow is that technology is going to come to a stage where the dependability on significant selective individual circuits is going to come down. It's going to become singularity, like I mentioned earlier, right? Where technology is going to be able to derive its energy capabilities from multiple sets of algorithms and models that will reduce the carbon footprint and usage of systems and resources. That's currently being significantly worked on. The other thing that's going to happen is robotics is going to become a significant aspect where automation is going to come to the hardware. Today, we are in a process of actually implementing AI in space, right? Now, it was not foreseen in the past that you could actually infuse AI into hardware. Today, we are at a stage where Starlink, or the recently going to be created Space 42, these companies are going to infuse AI into infrastructure and come up with models that can develop and deliver significant developments in algorithms without the use of significant energy. It's coming, right? But it's going to take time. But by that time, our computational requirements are going to increase so heavily. See, the way we hold this conference today, right? I'm telling you, in a few years' time, we can do it on a group messaging system where I can actually train my face and my voice for that group messaging system, be it WhatsApp or something else, and that can actually deliver the message. So I just feed everything that I did for the first 20 minutes, that does it, and I only do the Q&A, right? So I can do something else at the same time. That is where we are going. So imagine if 742, if I'm right, number of people are not in this room. They didn't need to travel, they didn't need to come here, right? Imagine the savings that we're making on systems. Imagine the electricity that we're saving. Imagine the energy that we're saving. Small changes like these add up, and this is coming. It's on its way.
Hi, I'm Shweta. I have a lighter question, actually. What happens when, ChatGPT, for example, throws up a response that you don't agree with? Can you question back saying, oh, hey, ChatGPT, this doesn't seem right? And if you do that, does it then throw up with a different answer?
Yeah, it says, I'm sorry.
But
does.
no.
It says, I'm sorry, so does this work instead? It does. Try that.
Thank you. We have one more question.
Hi, I'm Indrani. I work in academics with higher colleges of technology. One of the research papers, when I was writing, I want to take the benefit of ChatGPT. The paper was on integrating technology on cost classification. When I typed that in ChatGPT, I got around 10 references. All the papers, the summary was same. So I thought human intervention is strongly required because AI at the end of the day is created by human.
Exactly.
Secondly, to my surprise, few of the research papers actually did not exist. And one more thing, as I come from academics, I think all of you are aware of, we see a lot of student projects which are taken from ChatGPT. So there is a website called Zero ChatGPT, where we type, we just copy paste. It can take, I think, 15,000 words at a time. and it shows the percentage of AI which was generated. So when students paraphrase it, eventually it goes down. So still, I would say it is in its developing stage, especially in academics. I don't know how far it will be successful.
Sure.
Anyway, that is my thing.
Yeah.
So
What is
this
the question?
what I would say, human intervention is still required.
Okay.
It cannot be 100%, I think, reliability on AI, based on my experience, I would say.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. My name is Arif. I work in the area of risk management, so I design models using part of what we call as AI. I'm often confused in one area. I would like to have your opinion on that. When you say that your phone recognizes your face and that's a part of the AI, I get a little confused because I feel that all it is doing is comparing two files with a defined set of tolerance, which can be done by any coder.
Exactly.
But when your original picture was without a beard and a mush, and then you grow a beard and a mush and take your picture, and the system removes them and finds out what would be the underlying image, I would call that AI. I'm having a feeling that a lot of advanced data processing capability is being bundled in the name of AI, and to the detriment of our community, who's then thinking that this is something beyond us, which we could have achieved so easily, very easily through a simple, not simple, but an advanced data processing. So, I mean, there's a kind of a smoke screen that I feel it is there. Your opinion on that, please?
Okay, so let me just go back to a few years ago. Did your camera recognize you? So any camera, right? Whether your phone or your home camera or any system, did it have face recognition features? So AI is nothing other than rule-based systems that you've felt into the system, and the system can then generate answers based on the rules that you've set, right? Now, there are two elements of AI. There is narrow AI, and there's generative AI, right? It's called artificial general intelligence and artificial narrow intelligence. If you go into one step lower, what you just said is ANI, which is artificial narrow intelligence, right? But we cannot say that's not AI. It's artificial narrow intelligence. The N was missing. Where we are getting to in the next step is generative AI, which is AGI, artificial general intelligence. What happens with AGI is that it not only recognizes your face, but then can identify that you have two other people who look like you without you having to tell it. It can look at your face and say, oh, Renal, you got sunken eyes, dark circles under your eyes, you got pimples, there's something wrong with your face. I suggest you do X, Y, and Z if you're sitting in front of a doctor, right? It's like a doctor AI, right? That capability is coming. Today, there are research papers that suggest that if you feed the right level of information into any system that is AI-based, ANI-based, it can predict what is wrong with you with much more accuracy than a doctor can do it, than many doctors can do it, right? ANI has cleared all the exams except for CPA. So it's become a doctor, it's become a lawyer, it's become an architect, it's become an engineer. CA, I think it's because, or chartered accountant is a CPA, because it's not very logic-based, like I like to believe. It's not cracked the exam yet, right? So we are getting to a stage where it's becoming it's not as smart as us as of now. Like I said, the next version, even of ChatGPT, is a 140 IQ, right? You can ask it questions and then it will respond. We're getting there. But it's a very good question. There are two different aspects of AI. What we're seeing now is artificial narrow intelligence. You're welcome.
Happy morning. Thanks for this wonderful session. But few things I want to ask, how the crime is building up because of AI. And it is becoming, I think everybody is dependent. Every information is there on your system. It gets robbed or you are getting copied. At the same time, we are becoming too much dependent and we're not stopped using our own brain. which God has blessed us with. How do we control this? And gradually, I think human being is going to become definitely redundant, and machines are going to take over. And if they fail, what happens to human life?
Sir, good morning to you, first of all, and thank you for the question. When I was much younger, when I was in my teens, computers were introduced, right? I was lucky enough to have a computer at home at that time, which was a big thing, and people used to come and do all this stuff. And my friends used to always say that this is going to make me not get a job in the future, right? What computers did for us is it assimilated data, it helped us analyze things better, and let me, I'm a guy from Calicut, right, from the south of India, it let me have a worldwide view of how things globally work, sitting at Calicut, right? Now, when I look back, when we talk about how AI is going to make us redundant, crime and cybercrime is always going to be there, right? And this is why AI will become a national security issue. Every country or nation state will try to control AI from its perspective because this will ensure safety of its citizens and the country itself. So you're absolutely right. But what happens is who gets there first? If nations decide that they want the best in computing for themselves, the best in AI for themselves, best in systems for themselves, it's going to get better for everybody. I was talking to Daya Anand last night about GST. You know what they said? They said, no more corruption in GST in India. The exchequer is making so much money. The question is different whether states are benefiting or not benefiting. That's a completely different story. There's two sides to every story. But because of GST today, the exchequer is benefiting, corruption is ended or is low, right? Why do you think that happened? It is the common knowledge and the AI that has been implemented within the GST system, right? Similarly, if somebody is even thinking of an attack in the future, even before the deep state has started thinking about it, AI can predict that something like this is going to happen. We sponsored Commander Abhilash Tommy, right? He went across the globe. He won the Golden Globe race, right, in 2022. We painted his ship with a special paint so we could detect where he was. He couldn't have any other technology except for that paint. So we captured his images from the space and through satellites. And we could predict with 95% accuracy of the path that he would take based on the weather, based on his previous sailing record, and what his competitors were doing, right? You mix all of this, and you create a profile of how security should be built. I have a feeling that the states will have more resources than individual enterprises that try to overcome it, to make it safer for all of us. Because of face recognition today, how many threats are averted, right? There are criminals who are getting caught because of face detection, retina detection, fingerprint detection, right? Our Emirates ID is stopping so many people from coming back into the country. It's all AI at the end of the day, right? It's going to become better. But obviously what happens with us is we like drama as human beings. So we don't look at the normalcy of things, right? We like to extrapolate the exception. So when we hear of one situation where there's a cybersecurity threat because of AI, that becomes big news, not the 100,000 that's been averted, right? That's my humble thinking on it.
Hi, Renal. I just like to share my experience, which I just wanted to ask and get some guidance. What you asked me to do, like go to ChatGPT, pose a question, give your name, and say what your profession is. So my question further was, what books do I read to enhance my capabilities or research on IFRS? What I expected it will not give my own book. The answer was and it gave the book that is my own. So doesn't AI have that capability to find out that if the person is asking the question, he would obviously, if he wants to do further research, he has to read other things. Why would that happen?
So maybe your book is the best.
Thank you for that.
But also, let's not forget, it doesn't know you personally. So it doesn't know, the memory of ChatGPT or any LLM is not updated to say, you're Abbas Ali Mirza, you're so-and-so. You mentioned, but it doesn't know, there are hundreds of similar name people, right? And if you had mentioned that you've already written a book, or this is your profile, or given a link to say, this is my website, this is who I am, right? Then it would have automatically excluded it. It so happens that in this region, probably that's the best book out there. It's coming. It's coming. So right now, so when we started ChatGPT, or when OpenAI started ChatGPT, it had the ability of a 5-year-old. Okay? So you could ask it redundant, rudimentary questions, and it would answer in a certain way, right? The latest version of ChatGPT is a high schooler. So high schooler, you say that this is Abbas Ali Mirza. So what it would have done in the background is it would have done a Google search on Abbas Ali Mirza, and then linked both IFRS and Abbas Ali Mirza. The next version of ChatGPT is smarter than all of us in this room. So I implore you when Strawberry's out to test it out. And then we should be in touch. You should tell me what it tells you.
No, I think what my conclusion was, because I checked with a couple of people, including the guy sitting next to me, he's an expert. What he said is the question that you asked, the prompt.
Yeah.
If you had said that I'm an author and I would like to do further research, and this is my name, then it would have excluded my own book.
Exactly.
Maybe that's the way.
Yeah. So, like I said in the beginning, right? You can actually, rather than asking the question, I didn't want to do it because it was complicated. Rather than asking a question, you can actually ask it for a prompt. And you can paste the prompt, and then it'll give better answers. That's how the system is structured. Well, no problem at all. Your mic is not on, so everybody can't hear you. Sorry.
So I still believe ChatGPT is in baby phases. And one day I saw one dream, and someone putting chip in my mind, and like it was human interface with a computer brain, computer in human brain. And just I was looking that every one mind has one separate chap, and government is saying that don't use this one, and there is a human autonomy is disturbing for everyone, and like so many things are. So again, like a person like Elon Musk, in that dream I was the Elon Musk, and I am saying everyone don't do this one. This will hamper our whole life, like whole human beings. So what's your observation on these things? Is this will happen?
Yeah. So did you read about Neuralink before you saw the dream? Okay. So Neuralink is Elon. So you never bet against Elon, right? That's the saying that I have. I believe in him significantly. So one of the companies out of the 10, 15 companies that he runs to change the universe is called Neuralink, right? What does Neuralink do? Neuralink implants chips into your brain. So you saw Elon Musk and the chip, so probably you're thinking of Neuralink, right? What Neuralink has done is the first implant has actually helped a disabled person make physical movements in the real world, right? That means that he could control a computer, he could control other electrical appliances while being seated, right? He could control his wheelchair, which can mobilize him, right? So like I said, the problem with all of us human beings is that we like drama. There's a Gangs of Wasseypur. हमारे इसमें प्रॉब्लम ये है कि हम बहुत सिनेमा देखते हैं और जब तक सिनेमा है तब तक नहीं होगा. So the jokes apart, what is going to happen in the future is that singularity, which is exactly what you said, is going to be a device that is going to be attached. It need not be a brain implant. If you saw the latest Meta glasses that have come out now, which is controlled through a wristband, it is coming to a stage where you don't need significant amounts of equipment to make yourself equipped for this world. You could be sitting in this audience, and then you could call me out and say, I said something wrong, without even having to look at your phone, right? Because it could be recording it, and you can give it instructions saying, this guy is saying bullshit, can you please correct him, right? And you could have the most smartest answer to ask me that I don't know of. We're going to get to singularity, right? And singularity will come with its own problems. But I think 80% of the world, or 95% of the world, I would say, wants normal life and just wants to continue with things, right? It will benefit people, enterprises, the climate, the economy. Believe me, in 10 years' time after AGI is introduced, we'll solve cancer. AI will solve cancer. Because today the problem is, nobody is able to understand the diagnostic that needs to go into understanding the cause of cancer, right? Everybody knows what cancer is. It's multiplication of cells. Does anyone know why cells multiply? They don't. Tomorrow there'll be enough data and AI that will help us understand why the cells multiply. And that'll be the end of a disease like that. Yeah? I hope I answered the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Renal. I think the big round of applause, we should give it to him. Because the beauty of the session was he didn't keep it very theoretical. He just, came and started talking to us, shared all the experience. This is really very useful. Thank you so much. And when you were talking about gangs of Wasepur, मुझे लगा कोई गाना भी सुनाने वाले हैं. But anyway, that's different. But thank you so much. Can I request Chairman, Vice Chairman, please join on the stage. And also Abasa, please also join on the stage to present a memento on behalf of all of us as members to Renal. All right, everyone. I hope you all are energized from our previous session because it's about to get even more exciting. Data, it's everywhere, but how do we make the most of it? We all have to see. The saying says, data is the next oil. But here's the big question. How are we leveraging it to drive innovation, predict trends, and shape the future? Data is like a gold mine, but it's only valuable when we know how to extract the insights from it. In today's fast-moving world, businesses that can unlock the potential of the data are the ones which are leading the pack. So to dive deep into this fascinating world of AI, we have our next incredible session on why data needs to be leveraged. And to talk about the session, we are thrilled to have with us a very highly knowledgeable and dynamic speaker, Mr. Biju Nair, the Chief Audit Executive of United Arab Bank. And before we formally have him on the stage, I'd like to request our enthusiastic ExCom member, CA Ashna, to join me on the stage to do the formal introduction for Biju Nair. Give a big round of applause to Ashna as she walks onto the stage.
Good morning. Yes, artificial intelligence does create a threat to people, what will happen to us. But don't forget one thing. Finally, the results will depend on intelligent people that curate the question. So we all are in business, don't worry. One such inspiring story about data, what data can do to your company. Everybody has Netflix at their homes here? Everybody? Yes. What was Netflix in the early 2000s? It was only primarily a DVD rental service company. Can you believe that? It was competing with blockbusters. But today, after studying data and the customer preferences on movies, they became what they are today. They developed algorithms, and in 2007, Netflix shifted its focus to streaming, and with their data-driven insights, they started investing in original content that matched viewer interests. The success of shows like House of Cards, Orange is the New Black, propelled Netflix to new heights. By embracing data and changing business models, Netflix has become what it is. So let's embrace technology and not fear it. Let's improve our intelligence and become more intelligent to use it. Today we have amongst us Mr. Biju Nair. He's the Chief Audit Executive of United Arab Bank, and his topic for today is why data needs to be leveraged. He's experienced at head of internal audit, Chief Audit Executive in the BFSI sector in UAE. He holds unique distinction of being a Chief Audit Executive for an Islamic bank, a digital bank, and since 22, a conventional bank. Over 28 years of diverse experience in banking and insurance sectors in UAE and India on business. He served as a chairman of the Banking and Finance Subgroup of UAE Internal Audit Association since March 23. Without taking much of your time, let us put our hands together and welcome Mr. Biju Nair.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think next time I should ask ChatGPT to have a smaller introduction, right? It was so long. And Renil, thank you very much. Actually, you answered all the questions from the audience. So my job is very simple. So any questions remaining, you just ask ChatGPT. Okay, not to me. Okay, with that, actually, I think the session was very, very interactive and very detailed on AI. So I don't need to touch too much about AI. So I want to focus more on the data aspect because data is to AI like oxygen is to us. So let's focus on the data part of AI. And to start with, I have written down some of these discussions which you guys had in the previous session. So probably I'll start from there itself. The data privacy, right? One of the questions was related to data privacy. Do you really think now we have privacy on our data? Do you really think like that? If you are really thinking like that, I think we are sitting in some fool's paradise now. You must have experienced this after getting a call over phone on a specific topic, let us say something related to fertilizers. Next Instagram post you are seeing is the best fertilizers available in your market. So I think that's the kind of technology which is actually infringing into our data on a day-to-day basis. So since we are on data privacy, that topic which came up for discussion, yesterday I was reading an article from Harvard Business Review. It's something new for me, so I thought I'll share in today's session, actually. There is something called data cooperatives being formed. Any idea what is data cooperative? I know it's a new thing for me also, actually. See, we all have heard about farmers' cooperative societies in India and all, right? Where farmers come together for selling their milks or for producers of paddy or wheat and all. Similarly, now globally, data cooperatives have started coming up. So what do? Actually, the article says that actually, it's at 2021 onwards, there are few data cooperatives working. They consolidate data from us as individuals. We can be part of that cooperative. And that data is used by that cooperative to sell to other people who needs data. Means everybody, when you are in the AI world, everybody needs data. So the data becomes the valuable for sale. And you guys get money out of that. We all get money out of that. So just like if we have gold, we go and pledge and get money. Tomorrow's world, we will be selling our data or pledging our data to make money out of that. That is through this corporate. So that's how things are changing in this world of data. So we'll dwell a little bit more about the data, and probably I'll try to address some of these discussions from my perspective, which I heard in the morning also. So before we go, let me just try this out. Yeah, this is my agenda. Again, I have put a very loose structured agenda on that. I want to fine-tune it based on your interests and your perspectives, and also for that I need to know who you are. Right? I know all of you are chartered accountants, probably except me in this hall. All of you will be chartered accountants. I'm basically an engineer coming from a banking background into auditing and all. So my background is a little different from many of you. So, but I want to know who you are. So I just want you to pick up your phones and scan this QR code. I know that you all have the QR code scanner in your phones. Please pick up your phones and scan this QR codes. And tell me who you are. Hope you all got the... Okay, so we are seeing some data already coming in here. Of course, finance dominating at 68% now. There are several people from other business roles and all. So when I hear finance, I'm expecting CFOs or financial controllers or people working in the finance department. IT domain is still very low. I think G42 is only represented here, probably, Renil. Hopefully most of you got this, right? Actually, QR code scanning, and I think the data is coming up very fast. So, internal auditor, which is my profession, only 5% of the crowd is here now. Okay, I think pretty much it is stabilizing at more than 50 on finance professionals, consulting advisory at around 14%, and we have external auditors at 10%, other business roles at 10%, internal auditors at around 6%, and IT domain less than that. So, so I'll try to address my session in line with that. Probably we'll stress more on the finance aspects and consulting advisory aspects as well. However, actually my slides have a lot of data with respect to banking. Of course, my domain is banking, 28 years a banker. So even in sleep, I speak banking only. So that will automatically come. And definitely we'll touch upon internal and external aspects as well. So that will be the way we are going to conduct these sessions. So, chairman in his opening speech was talking about Industry 4.0, right? So, any technology evolution, we can't ignore the industrial evolutions which has been happening. So, right now we are in Industry 4.0, which has started roughly from 2010 onwards. So, again, like Renil said, this picture here is not created by me. It is not copied from anything in the internet. It was created from Gen AI, not ChatGPT. For me, I use Designer, Microsoft Designer, to create this picture. So these days, that's the biggest advantages of any presenters. We are not worried about copyright. Again, the legality of copyright and all actually is a different discussion altogether. But we can create our own images and use it in our own presentations and all without even looking at the copyright violations and all. Okay, so coming to the industrial evolution, that's all the industrial evolution, whether it's first industrial revolution, second industrial revolution, third or fourth, all had its own challenges, right? In all the time, actually, people had apprehensions. What is it going to happen to me? What will be my horses which I am having in my stables going to happen when cars were invented and all? So that concerns on humans are always there, whether it is first, second, third or fourth industrial revolution, it was always there. You may see, actually, when the fourth industrial revolution is where we are in now. I'll start from fourth, actually, probably. We'll see, actually. I'll just get these slides going. The first industrial revolution, steam power came in, right? Steam engine was the first one which changed the way humans do a lot of stuff. So actually, people started moving out from homes and into distant places to work and all. Second industrial revolution, electricity. Basically, electrification was the one which brought the second industrial revolution. Third industrial revolution, where some of us, I think the senior people sitting in the front and all, probably we have seen some part of the third industrial revolution when computers came, computing came. So when computers came, actually, I joined the banking industry in mid-90s, early to mid-90s. So when computing came, and actually I was working for a bank in India, you may remember at that point of time there were a lot of strikes against computerization. Unions were calling big strikes that no computers will be allowed in my industry at all. So you know what happened to that, right? Finally, actually, computers became everywhere, and computers didn't take our jobs, but actually computers enhanced our capability to deliver our jobs. Similarly, you may have read 4 or 5 months back, the Writers Guild of America did a strike against automated writing of scripts. Basically, ChatGPT writing scripts for them. So there was a strike. Almost 2 months the strike lasted. So they were striking that actually there shouldn't be regulations around automated script writing by tools like ChatGPT. But again, we know how it is going to be headed to, right? Actually, we are going to use it more and more, and we are going to be enhanced by the use of these automated tools rather than being sidelined around. That's my view of it. Okay, there are other views also, contrary views. I'll ask your views also later. So when it came to fourth industrial revolution, basically four things are paramount in that. One is cyber-physical systems. So the distinction between cyber or internet-based and physical systems are actually becoming thinner and thinner. So everything is getting connected. Everything in this world is connected, right? AI is another aspect of the fourth industrial revolution which has taken us by storm. spoke a lot about AI, so I'm not getting into too much at that point of time, but we'll discuss a little bit about data related to AI in this. IoTs, you have been hearing about whether you are your refrigerators or your air conditioners, you can connect and control from everywhere. It is connected to internet. Even the cars, remote control cars and all, you can easily do now. Biotechnology, like we are talking about the chip in the brain. So those kind of evolutions are happening with respect to biology and technology, and actually it's getting into very, very thin differentiation between these two. So this is an important thing. This actually, Mr. Schwab, he was the founder of, he was executive chairman of World Economic Forum. He made this statement in 2016, almost 8 years back, or 9 years back. I think you should read this. Actually, I just want to read this. The fourth industrial revolution, finally, will change not only what we do, but also who we are. It will affect our identity and all the issues associated with it. Our sense of privacy, our notions of ownership, our consumption patterns, the time we devote to work and leisure, and how we develop our careers, cultivate our skills, meet people, and nurture relationships. It's already changing our health and leading to a quantified self. And sooner than we think, it may lead to human augmentation, the chip in the brain, somebody told in the morning. The list is endless because it is bound only by our imagination. This he said in 2016. By now we know, actually, this, when he said in 2016, ChatGPT was not there. There was nothing. Elon Musk was still in the early stages of experimentation with humanoids, I like to call. So, but now we know where we are. So this is the reality. Whether we like it or not, this is the way world is headed to, and we will have to adopt with this changing world and start living in this new world, as we call it. So what is making this possible? Again, Renil was talking about computing, right? Actually, so basically the computing power of the world has grown leaps and bounds. That's the only thing which is making it possible. Like he said, now the power which we have in the mobile phone is more than the power which was used by man to send the first mission to moon. So that's the kind of computing power we are carrying. So this was all because of the technology revolutions which we saw in the computing power. So Moore's law, this is something which I came across in early 2000s when I first came across the Moore's law thing. Computing power, or the number of transistors on microchips, is actually doubling every year, every 2 years. Every 2 years, the computing power is doubling. So look at that. That has held good in the last 3 decades or so. So that's how it is changing. So what you are seeing in 2024 will be doubled by 2026. That's the way computing power is moving. So this is definitely a big reason why we are able to get so much of data analyzed and so much of predictive things are happening. Gen AI has come in and all. So not only this, right? The cost has reduced. So it's not only computing power is increasing. The cost of computing has reduced a lot, not just on computing power, but also on the storage of data, right? Now we are storing millions and millions of gigabytes of data in small chips and all. So that also has increased tremendously, the capacity to store. So this is a very interesting slide. If you look at it, for a less than $50, you will get a disk storage now with a terabyte of data, right? Actually, it's cheap. Terabyte of data is not something. So if you equate the same terabyte of data in today's dollar terms or 2020 dollar terms to 1956, it would have cost $100 trillion. So look at the kind of that data which we have in $50 now, which would have cost at that point of time just 50, 60 years back, right? And look, think about that. We are not static. This is actually continuously developing. Another 10 years down the line, another 20 years down the line, what will be the kind of progression which we are going to have? So that is where actually we are already started talking about things like quantum computing and all coming into play, right? So it's a matter of time before those things becomes a reality. So with this background and what you saw in the morning, I request you to answer this one more question. This is the last question I'll ask you. After that, I'll let you ask questions to me. So give me your views on what do you think will be the future of AI? Please pick up the phones, scan the QR code. Please answer. Please be open, actually, because it's a very transparent. Actually, nobody is asking your individual opinion. So I wish to hear the overall view of the crowd to see where we are standing with respect to the thought process. And I heard some severe criticism of AI, Gen AI giving wrong data and all, or not accurate data and all. So definitely there are people who are still having doubts on that and all. So let's hear from the population. Okay, I think we are more or less stabilizing at this. Around 80% believe that AI-enabled humans will become a more advanced species. Okay, and 13% believe that. Actually, honestly, this 13% is less in this crowd. Actually, I've seen much more people talking about humans becoming irrelevant. And there is a strong thought process of that, actually, for a pros and cons of AI. So humans will become one of the thought processes is that actually you may have read Hariri, right? Actually, that Hariri who wrote about sapiens and all. So one of his thought process he's saying the adverse effect of AI is probably making humans just like horses at some point of time becoming irrelevant. But again, that's the worst case scenario many people are talking. AI is just a hype and will die down soon. 6%. Very relevant thought process, right? Very, very relevant thought process. I want you to focus on that for a moment. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay. So this is where the 6% thing. Actually, this is a very important, significant slide which I have been using for almost last decade, more than that. Gartner's hype cycle of technology. Every technology which has come in, right from early 2020s onwards, had gone through this cycle. There is a hype cycle. For example, cloud. When I was in my early days, actually, I have been here in UAE for the last 20 years. So in the early years when I was here, all the conferences I go to will talk about cloud. Cloud was the only thing which was being talked about in any technology conferences and all. So that was actually, there was an innovation trigger on cloud which has brought in, and then the peak of the inflated expectations happened around early 2010 and all that expectation was peaking. And then there was a time when cloud went down and people were not happy with the way cloud was coming in. But cloud, for example, the technology of cloud is now here. It has actually slope of enlightenment happened and plateau of productivity has reached. So people know what cloud can do, what cloud can't do, what will be useful for the organization with a cloud, what will not be useful for organization for a cloud. That is how it is. Right now, I believe AI is here, somewhere here, or maybe taken that curve. Actually, some of you may have read, right? In US, some of the companies have lost valuation. I saw some investors sitting here also. So valuation, AI companies losing valuations and all, because some people have started, especially investors have started thinking about whether it is a hype or not. So I think this is where AI at this point of time is. Not just AI, there were all other technologies. Like I said, cloud. You must have, a few years back, you must have heard about metaverse, right? So metaverse was in thing. 4 years back, everybody was talking about metaverse. Metaverse was supposed to take over the world, and actually everything was going to be digital. Metaverse came crashing down, and probably that is now somewhere here. So I'm sure that actually this metaverse also will get the right kind of use cases, and it will also plateau to a productivity level. So AI will have a crash. That's what my view of it. When the reality hits that this is not going to be the one solution which is going to solve the problems of the world completely, and then there will be a realization time when AI will have a dip. But 100% actually, that is something my thought process is that there will be a time which will be shorter, I believe shorter time, when Gen AI and AI tools will become much more productive, much more active in the society, and there will be this plateau of productivity will be probably much higher when it comes to Gen AI tools. I'm expecting somewhere right here. So this is a very interesting Gartner this thing with time. How the hype happens and then it takes a dip and then plateaus it out. So now coming to my area of banking. Again, I'm a banker, like the introduction was given. 28 years I was in banking. First 10 years was in Federal Bank in India, and first 9 years, and last 21 years is here. So I have seen the banks coming from the manual ledger time onwards to computerization, to automation, to continuous automation, and to metaverses. So just wanted to share you some of these things. I think many of you chartered accountants, senior people, as you would have seen, started auditing in these kind of ledgers. This is the ledger. First time when I joined a bank branch, my first branch was in Nagaland. I joined Federal Bank, but first branch was in Nagaland, Dimapur. So there I faced this big ledger for the first time. I didn't know what it was. After my engineering, I was joining the banking. So then that's where I started my banking career from. So that time we used to send, I don't know whether anyone of you remember, money transfers through something called mail orders and telegraphic transfers, TTs and all. You will do the TT coding, you will write the mail transfers and send it by post or telegrams to the next branch so that they can get it credited and all. So that is, I'm talking about 90s, right? It's not that far away. So then we have the 1967. This was the first ATM machine which came in UK. Barclays introduced the first ATM machine in 1967. Again, this was also not a connected machine. This was actually a standalone machine which was giving money based on some vouchers, invoices which they put in. So from there, we know how much ATMs have come, how much internet banking has come, how much of mobile banking and other technology revolutions have happened in the banking industry. To such an extent that a couple of years back, by the way, this is me, okay? He doesn't look like me, but in the virtual world, you can have any avatar as yours, right? So this is my avatar. So this is my avatar visiting the first metaverse branch. First metaverse bank was created by JP Morgan in one of the metaverse called Decentraland. So I visited their branch as an avatar, not as human being. You can't go, right? So this is me. So JP Morgan actually, or all the banks expected that metaverse is going to have a big boom. So people started buying space in metaverses and creating their own branches and all. So what happened is that in the last 2-3 years, there was no use cases which were that effective to have in a metaverse kind of an environment. Actually, the data required to run a bank in a metaverse, attract people, customers to metaverse and do banking transaction didn't exist. Even now, it doesn't exist. So it went through the hype cycle and it kind of dived down. But I'm sure that at some point of time, there will be activities happening in metaverses. Probably. Again, metaverse or another technology similar technology will come in. By the way, have anybody gone to any metaverse and using an avatar here? Anybody has done a metaverse visit? Not? Okay. Okay. So there are a few hands there. So if you have not done it, try it out. Actually, that is an area where you especially the young guys definitely would have done it, actually, at least on the avatars and digital, they are much, much more savvy than us, right? So this is a metaverse of a branch of JP Morgan. So that is how the banking has evolved over these many years and all. So here, I just want to give you some data with respect to UAE. I know that most of you are from UAE, but again, I'm focusing on UAE-related data and all. So as and when the banking revolution has happened, digitalization is happening more and more. This has actually become more and more branch automations. Branches have started coming down. This is actually published by Central Bank of UAE. From 2021 to 23, the branches came down to 500, from 113, 489, not much. But if you look at the last 10 years, 2012, 2013 onwards, it was nearly 900 plus branches were there. That has drastically halved by now. So if you look at the banking industry in UAE, branches are getting, I'll say, out of fashion or more costlier to maintain and also banks are getting out of branch banking. India, it is the other way around. There are few economies like India, still the potential of branch banking is still high. So I don't think RBI data will reflect something similar like this. So this is just for a MIS, I'm just thought sharing. And ATMs are increasing. More than ATMs and all, now there is a new segment of banks which has come up into the industry here called digital banks, right? The last slide, which the bottom 5 banks, they are the digital banks. I was lucky to be part of the this startup bank, I was part of SAN for nearly 3 years. We set up that from scratch as a new digital bank. In fact, I was lucky to be part of 2 startup banks, actually. Noor Islamic Bank, or Noor Bank, I was part of the startup team. Almost 13 years I spent there. So that was a conventional or traditional Islamic bank. And SAN was a complete digital bank, set up in a completely digital way. There is no physical branch, there is no paper transactions. It was expected to be, and that is how the other banks like VO, Al Maria Community Bank, etc. are being set up. So this is a new crop of banks which Central Bank of UAE is giving license, fully set up based on digital only. I think in India, still actually RBI has not given any pure play digital banking license, but even though they have given some payment banking licenses and all. So here, why I'm saying all this is because all these banks leverage on data and AI and technologies to do their day-to-day transactions more than the conventional banks and all. Why it is so, we'll come to that. Okay, so I'm not going to spend time on AI and Gen AI because already Renil has covered it very, very detailed. But one question came, I think it was from the friend, on the risk management side, actually. Is it not AI more of an automation than anything else? Honestly speaking, artificial intelligence is very loosely used now. Hyper-automation. These days, hyper-automation is a term. Hyper-automation is more or less called like an AI itself. But when it comes to Gen AI, it generates something new. Gen AI is where the focus has to be from our side. For example, I think actually the gentleman here was talking about the risk management models and all. Yes, risk management models are analytical models. They are using data to come up with certain outcomes or predictions and all. That is more of AI, or that is more of data analytics, enhanced data analytics coming in. But think of a scenario when we create a model and the system says that, no, there is a better model than this, and this is the model which you have to use. That becomes the generative AI. So that is when you see the differentiation between AI and the Gen AI, when actually the system, or through the log and analytics, it will be able to give a new predictive model. That is when the AI becomes Gen AI. So this is what it is. Actually, if you look at the, again, this is something which I picked from the internet. Basically, a human intelligence exhibited by machines. That's a very loose term talked for artificial intelligence. Very, very, very loose one. When it comes to machine learning, which is one layer down, a method to achieve AI through algorithms that can learn from the experience to find patterns in a set of data. And then comes the neural networks, and then comes the deep learning. And all these are actually coming into the generative AI model. So if I give a use case of a banking scenario, so for example, you must be knowing about anti-money laundering monitoring and all. A lot of algorithms, a lot of logics are built into AML tools, which can actually predict whether the transaction is a potentially money laundering transaction. So what happens is that still false positives are so high because system is based on certain specific logics, name or country of origin or the type of transaction which is coming in, etc. It is throwing out alerts and all. So there is still the false positives which somebody human has to look into that and see whether it is actually real transactions or not is very high. Same thing with KYC. All the banks are using some sort of artificial intelligence for KYC monitoring. Same issue is there. A lot of false positives are coming in. But when it comes to Gen AI, or the next level of AI, with the machine learnings and deep learnings coming in, the false positive can be reduced to a very minimum. It can almost rule out the use of, it can almost say that I don't need a human intervention. I can take my own decisions that whether this is a potential AML transactions or not, whether the KYC belongs to the right customer or not. So that kind of a decision-making comes when you are getting into the Gen AI thing. So that's the transformation from an AI to a Gen AI, I think which we should be at least clear after attending this conference. If people ask about AI and Gen AI, I'm sure that Ranil has spent a lot of time on that. But that distinction, we should be aware of that. Okay, some use cases, again, coming to banking. Like I said, I'll be using data from use cases from the banking industry because I come from bank. So this is a State Bank of India use case. Actually, State Bank of India has got an SBI Intelligent Assistant, SIA. It's an AI-powered smart chat assistant addressing all customer queries instantly and helps them with everyday banking tasks like a human does. The thing is that it can handle nearly 10,000 inquiries per second and 864 million queries in a day. So So it actually helps in cost management for State Bank of India, because if 10,000 inquiries per second can be answered by a machine, see how many manpower they can save through that. Similarly, ICICI Bank, they have a robotic process. 2,000 business processes have been automated by ICICI through robotic process automation. RPA, that is another interesting area on banking, robotic process automation. As external auditors, you must have come through that. Actually, as finance professionals also, you must have seen a lot of RPAs happening in your industry. So when I came to audit RPA for the first time, honestly, I didn't have any clue what this is. I thought a physical robot will be sitting somewhere there and doing some transactions like a human. Honestly, that's how I thought. I'm talking about eight years back, first time when I saw RPA. When I went there to audit that area, I saw a computer system picking data from some data, scanned copies, data from some system, and feeding into another system. So I asked, where is the robot? No, this is RPA. This is what is called an RPA. So from there onwards, now I know, we all know what is RPA. We all know how the RPA is integrated with data analytics and coming up with the advanced solutions for banking and other streams and all. Similarly, Axis Bank has got an AI-powered bot in their IVR system, again for multilingual answering and all. So this is again, similarly, coming to UAE. UAE, probably some of the banks are slightly advanced compared to probably some of the Indian banks actually when it comes to AI adoption, especially Emirates NBD. Emirates NBD is spending a lot of money on digitization and automation and all. So they, like Ranil said, they are implementing their own ChatGPT. Okay, it's not ChatGPT. They are implementing their own Copilot. They are implementing Copilot in their own domain so that people won't query to a cloud. So it will be a local Copilot which is implemented within the bank. So they are doing that. So social media sentiment analysis, that is something which Emirates NBD has been using very regularly on that. Social media sentiments through continuous monitoring and actually using AI to answer to that. Similarly, RAC. Actually, I attended a conference few weeks back. All these things I picked up from there where there of digital heads were talking and on personal conversations and all. See, these days when you go to most of the conferences, they are talking all about AI. But honestly speaking, I was surprised that our CA conference is also talking all about AI. So I'm happy to be part of that also. So this is how all these banks are using the use cases for. See, AML transaction, like I said, this is something which we are using in our bank, the AML transaction monitoring. An AI tool is sitting on top of the automated engine to identify whether it's a false positive or not. Hyper-personalization of customer experience through various digital channels. This hyper-personalization is another thing coming up. Your data, when you are walking into a mall or when you're coming to this hotel, probably they'll be able to give you customized advertisements in your mobile very soon. It's a matter of time. So all technology is already available. Because of the privacy rules, people are still reluctant to implement that. So when you're walking into a mall and walking by a shop, that shop will be able to give you customized discounts, seeing the profile of the customer. That's the kind of hyper-automation hyper-personalization we are talking about. That same thing banks are also adopting. Banks are moving into an era where an interest rate will be very much customized to the personal profile of the customer. Most of the banks are already started doing that. Now, from my perspective, or as a bank's perspective, what are the key dependencies or success factors for AI implementation? One of the foremost thing is the regulation. I don't know how strong RBI regulation on AI is. Here actually in Central Bank of UAE have started discussions on AI implementation. They have asked our opinion of the banks on how much you are into Gen AI kind of tools, implementations and all. It's a formulation of the frameworks are in the process. Second most important thing, country infrastructure. So country infrastructure is the most important thing when you have to identify a person, right? Aadhaar cards in India probably is a very good tool. Actually, I think most of the banks have probably been linking already. Here we have the Emirates ID. Emirates ID carries lots of information. So banks are able to validate the customer profile end to end by directly connecting to the government database with Emirates ID Authority and getting those citizen data. But not only that, citizen data is available within the country for many other purposes also, not just through Emirates ID. A lot of other aspects also are there. Then, organizational data. This is a challenge which many of the traditional organizations are facing. if you are actually giving a wrong data to Gen AI, it will give a wrong answer for sure. Because Gen AI tools are all trained through data, right? Renil was talking about 70 billion parameters are used for training his Gen AI, the new tool which they are developing. You know what ChatGPT 4 has used the parameters? It's more than a trillion. More than a trillion parameters have been used for training the ChatGPT. If it comes to ChatGPT 4, ChatGPT 3, it is 175 billion. So when you train a Gen AI tool with that kind of a parameters, it gives that much more accuracy on this thing. So ChatGPT 1, which was the first one, it was around 100 million parameters were used for the training of that. So that is where the data, right kind of data is very important. So in our case, many of the organizations have the conventional data models, and the data which is available in the systems are kind of, I'll not say wrong data, but the integrity of the data is always in question. What happens is that because of the logical growth of these organizations, there are multiple systems carrying customer data, multiple systems carrying similar kind of information. So to get the right kind of data, to do the right kind of analysis, to come up with the right predictive models and all is becoming a bigger challenge for traditional organizations. So that is where, like I said, a digital bank, which was created from scratch based on all these technologies, etc., has got the right kind of data and data marts and data warehouses and all, wherein the analytics become much more easier. So availability of the right technology to extract, cleanse, and analyze data. Technology to continuously learn from available data. The most important aspects, which we all believe will result in the success of implementation of AI and other new tools, is the ecosystem, creation of an ecosystem. I think in India, many banks have already moved into that ecosystem-based development for these solutions and all, wherein the customers comes in, customers' journeys comes in, products comes in, third parties comes in, and actually there will be fintechs also supporting those developments. So that kind of an ecosystem is being created for leveraging on all these kind of solutions and tools. So importance of data in artificial intelligence, actually we'll have one or two discussions on that. Again, because actually why I want to stress on this, there was a question that when Copilot was asked, same question was asked to Copilot and ChatGPT, two different answers came in. So that's a natural thing, actually. As of now, definitely you may not get the right kind of answers for everything from both these solutions. These are being developed in two different streams. So data for Gen AI, like I said earlier, it's like oxygen for humans. Actually, if you don't have data, AI dies. That's how it is. So the quality and quantity of data AI ingests are paramount to its effectiveness. Like Renil said, 70 billion parameters are being used for his Gen AI, for his tool. And actually 1 trillion plus are used for ChatGPT 4. So you know actually how that difference is being. You want me to take a break? Okay, so that definitely the quality and quantity of data AI ingests are paramount to its effectiveness. So here, just like what we talked about Copilot and ChatGPT giving different answers, there is a case study. It will be interesting if you look at this. Waymo and Tesla. Waymo is the Google's car, Google's autonomous car, which they branded as Waymo, and they siphoned it off into a separate entity. So Waymo and Tesla both are autonomous cars. So the behavior of Waymo and Tesla was compared. Okay, so in a signal, when you are in a signal, Waymo takes more time to start after the green signal is coming, and Tesla is much faster. So the reason they were analyzing that and all, it's all the learning which it was given to Tesla compared to Waymo. Waymo was using more structured lines and structured data on that, and Tesla was using more customer data, more random data. So Tesla is said to be more intuitive compared to Waymo car when it comes to coming out of signals and those kind of things. So this is again a simple, just like Copilot and ChatGPT giving two different answers. The behavior of data-trained autonomous vehicles and all will be different, definitely. So that is, I just wanted to highlight that. And again, with respect to data, the importance of data quality I think data quality is the most important thing, definitely. That is, I think this, you can't read it, so I'll just read it out. Data quality, volume of data, data privacy, data privacy and security. Then we have the interpretability and explainability of the data bias and fairness, and the technical expertise. So in a summary, for AI to be successful, or actually the Gen AI tools to give the right kind of outputs, these data challenges have to be addressed. So whether it is availability, the quality, or the data bias to be avoided and all. So that is where the data science is becoming much, much more a pronounced thing to support the AI-related developments and all. So look up Waymo and Tesla at some point of time whenever you get time on this. Now, coming to the three lines defense model, since many of you are not from internal audit background, mostly are external audit and finance background, I'm not going to spend too much time on the three lines of defense model. But from an internal control perspective, first line, second line, third line is actually paramount for any organization for that. First line comes to business lines. Second line is risk and compliance and finance and all comes in the second line control functions. And then comes us, me, as internal audit on the third line. So leveraging data on three lines actually is a very significant discussion which we are having in the banking circles and all. So we sit in the third line, which is the internal audit, providing assurance on risk management, internal control, and governance. And these are the three different lines of functions. I'll tell you one example of data, how data is interpreted by three lines of defenses in three different ways. It's a live example which I have come across in my internal audit career. So there was one instance. Let's take a case of the bank actually having ATMs. A lot of ATMs are there. So how the business decides how many ATMs have to be deployed in frontline functions, where we have to deploy ATMs is by data analytics. They analyze the data, they analyze the footfall of the people coming to the ATMs, and see how many people are using this area ATM compared to another area ATM, and maybe I need to add another ATM to the front line. They also look at the profitability of ATMs through data analytics. How many customers are using the data, how much cash I need to feed to each ATM also is done through data analytics. That is frontline business. So the same data, when we look at it, or third line of defense looks at it, we look at it, same data, but we look at it in a slightly different way. We look at it not only on the which ATM is doing which number of transactions. We also look what type of transactions are going on, whether it is our own customer or other customers coming and doing it. We also look at whether there is any elements of potential misuse of ATMs and all. Similar thing which is used by second line also. Second line of fraud monitoring and risk management and all. They also do the same data, look at from different perspective. So I'll tell you one example which happened recently. We found that a couple of our ATMs are having large volume transactions. And we also have a data analytics team within our internal audit function. So we are analyzing, we do continuous auditing on a regular basis. So we analyzed those data, and we found that the pattern of the usage of ATM is a little weird. It was happening in the nights mostly and all. So then we started looking into what sort of transactions is happening in that ATM. Again, same data has been used by first line and second line also. I want to say that the way the eyes are different, that is all. So when we looked at it, it is coming from certain international transactions. It's actually not our customers, some other bank's customers using our ATMs to use data, to take money out. So then we dig into that data, and we found out that a specific country, customers from a specific country, not our Asia country, it's another country, is coming and using that our ATMs for withdrawing money on large quantities, not just on a day and all. It was continuously happening over several weeks and all. So basically, then we reported to central bank, and we had a discussion with central bank on this. This was siphoning of money out of a country. It was an organized gang doing it, but was it illegal? No, it was not an illegal thing, because money was coming into UAE through a proper ATM channel, through the bank's transactions and all. But definitely it was not something which is a normal behavior of the customer interaction. So we had to report that to central bank. So what I'm trying to say is that all three lines look at the same data, but with their eyes differently. So what we are all trying to do is to have the uniform view of data. Actually, the same data should be looked at with a similar kind of a risk and control and compliance kind of a perspective, and work on that as a uniform team. So now, let me actually come to internal audit a bit, because that's my, like I said, I'm a chief internal auditor for the last 14 years in the banking industry here. So I can't leave a conference without talking about my profession, internal audit. I'm sure that 6% of the audience are internal auditors, but most of the external auditors also will feel the same thing. Okay, coming to, so again, like I said, what is the role of internal audit in AI adoption? Like Renil was saying, every profession, actually you can put it in ChatGPT and see what should be the role of internal audit. This is something, I did it. I just put it into ChatGPT and asked what should be the role of internal audit in AI adoption. And this is what ChatGPT gave me, that answer. And again, it's, as a CAE, probably I would have said the same thing, similar things. But again, when you put it into ChatGPT and actually, or any other tools like that, it'll give a very structured thought process, right? It's talking about having a risk assessment identification, AI-specific risk. That is something which internal audit is expected to do as part of your internal audit, AI adoption. Governance and compliance. AI technologies are subject to regulations, including data protection like GDPR and all. So keep an eye on that always. Control effectiveness. This is a challenge for whether you are an external auditor or internal auditor to review or to audit AI is going to be the challenge. So we have to be one step ahead, right? We should not just be learning what is AI. We should also be understanding how you can audit AI. So auditing algorithms and models, which is generated by OpenAI or actually AI-related algorithms, is going to be the challenge. And that is something which we are expected to do. And one of the key things to look at is the data bias. Biases of data inputs, reviewing how AI models are trained and validated, and ensuring their output are accurate and reliable. So this is going to be the challenge where internal auditors as well as external auditors probably have to gear up their skills to get the algorithm and model audits more and more as part of their skill sets. Similarly, data integrity and quality, that is something which we already are looking at it, but probably enhanced look at cybersecurity. Again, in the morning it was asked how the security and privacy, etc. is looked at. That will be part of the AI adoption for internal audit. And ethical consideration. I didn't get into the legality part of that earlier when I discussed about getting ChatGPT to draw your own pictures and all. But that ethics and accountability is a very key area which is going to be discussed in more and more conferences like this, definitely for sure. If probably lawyers are going to conduct a conference similar to the charter accountants, actually probably we'll be doing a more talk on the legality and ethics aspects on that. And third-party AI vendor assessments. There will be third parties. You are going to use third parties more and more. Supply chain has to be a key focus of any auditor, whether you are internal or external auditor with respect to AI vendor assessments. Again, whether you are an internal auditor or external auditor, we are more or less looking like this. At least I am looking like this, more or less, with my age at least. So actually, with all the technology adoptions happening, with cloud, virtualization, ransomware, blockchain, a lot of RPAs, all these things, we are becoming more and more engrossed in studying, even at this stage and also. And similarly, we have the business challenges, which are higher stakeholder expectations, new business models coming up, larger regulatory scrutiny coming up, rapidly challenging business risks, and absence of the right resources to be future ready. So these are all challenges which we are facing. So Institute of Internal Auditors have come up with something as a future of internal auditors, just like ICAI, internal auditors of UAE mostly have memberships in IAA, the Institute of Internal Auditors. I am also chairing the IAS Banking and Finance group here. So we have actually, IAA has come up with some models for Vision 2035. There was a project run by IAA in association with the Internal Audit Foundation as Vision 2035. I was also part of one of the core groups doing it. So we, through discussions and deliberations and analysis of what we could be, actually we have come up with something called Vision 2035 for internal auditors. So from that guy sitting there among a lot of papers and all, we are expecting our auditors to be like something like this, a Superman in the days to come. So what are the key things actually required for that? The data analytics, definitely. Continuous auditing on automation and AI for internal audit. That means augmented by innovation. That is one key theme which we have come up with as part of the Vision 2035. Changing with the times, more of advisory focus. I think actually the days of policemen kind of internal auditors are gone. So we are moving more towards the advisory kind of services. Tools will be same, but bigger tool bill will be there. IT skills, cybersecurity skills, and having a global perspective. ESG will become a bigger part of the tomorrow's auditors, even whether you are doing AI along with the AI, and broader field of vision. So this is something for internal auditors of tomorrow. I'm just running through these slides because I believe actually the internal auditors are less in the crowd. Okay, so, pardon? Yeah, of course. Anyone actually, definitely. Internal audit is a profession which I love, honestly. Last 15, 16 years, 17 years, I'm in the internal audit profession, so I'm loving it. Welcome. So coming to internal audit of the future, this is a paper published by Protivity. So if you look at the enabling technology aspect, ML, machine learning, process mining, automation, and advanced analytics, that will become the core of any internal audit function in the future. So continuous monitoring, agile audit approaches, these are things which already, if you are coming from internal audit, actually, we are already using it. Actually, I'm a strong proponent of continuous auditing and agile auditing. Actually, agile audit is something which is part of my annual audit plans regularly. So we are doing that on a regular basis. So this is how the internal audit of future is expected to turn. Like you're saying, actually, becoming part of internal audit team is definitely one of the options of all accountants or chartered accountants here, definitely as part of your career planning and all. So again, like Ranil did, this is a picture which I generated using not ChatGPT, it was used for designer from Microsoft, Gen AI tool. So we have the flexibility to now to go and get the picture we want without fearing for copyright violations, right? So that is something which we can definitely do. So this is something which I believe is part of the internal audit teams of the future. And we'll have a greater percentage of technology auditors. So if you are not into technology, whether you are an external auditor or in finance profession or any other profession, get into as much into technology as possible. Tomorrow, without technology, no functions is going to exist. So the better and more depth of knowledge you have in technology, you are better equipped in that. Teams will have data analytics experts, definitely, who are equally good at number crunching as their business counterparts. In the internal audit department, which I set up, I have one specialist data analyst guy who has got Power BI and Tableau experience. He has got Alteryx experience also. So we did data, we do our own analytics, and we come up with our own exceptions and findings based on that. Again, all business auditors will be IT savvy to such an extent that they can conduct their audits in a fully automated environment utilizing the core systems effectively. Whether you are running in a fully automated environment, AI environment, RPA environment, this is something which is going to happen in the near future itself. So with this, actually, my slides again, I'm getting to the end of my slides. But we can do some questions. I think somebody already has typed a question. Okay, so if you can scan and type some questions, we can take it from there, or even with the mic, we can take questions. And those, yeah, I already see a hand raised there. So to make it easier so that people don't need to walk with the mics, that is why we have this kind of tools developed, okay? So if you want to ask questions through that, some people are reluctant to stand up in a crowd and ask questions, so this helps.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, hi Biju. This was very nice. I have been also an ex-banker in India, though I was in the treasury. But one pertinent question, which is not pertaining to any internal audit function, but which is from the point of view of everybody gathered here as people banking with banks, kind of. So tell me, what is your responsibility towards using of this data and, using it, leveraging it for like how, why, and what kind of data, how you're going to use it in terms of my data privacy? How are you regulated by that? Could you give us a glimpse of this going ahead? Because right now you showed us that particular barcode, and we all had to, just copy that. How secure is all of our data going ahead? I mean,
okay.
Are you taking responsibility for that kind of?
I'll answer that in two parts. Bank's part, I come to second. Are you using, if I may ask, are you using any of these social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, or any of those channels? No. So you don't use Gmail or any other mails also? Gmail you are having. So nothing, no social, you are a zero social media presence person, right? Very limited, okay. So, and you have never installed any free app or anything in your mobile phone. Pardon? Okay, so I think I could see some coming from a very 5% of the population who is actually really taking care of that privacy. So if you have done any of this social media, whether it's Instagram, Facebook, or any other social media platforms, or you have downloaded and implemented even a single app in your phone which is coming freeware, take it from me, your data privacy is now out of the world, out of the window. There is no privacy in that. Because actually, like I said earlier, you answering a phone call from a friend of yours asking for, can we go for a staycation? Next thing you see in Instagram is the staycation advertisements or vacation advertisements which is coming in. So how does that happen? So definitely all these social media platforms and all these internet-enabled services are using your data, because data, we are commodities for those entities. Data is what they are using for advertising and campaigns and all. So that is coming to social media. When it comes to bank, we are working in a much more regulated environment, right? So, for example, Europe has got the GDPR. Where privacy is very strictly looked at from that. UAE has our own data confidentiality, data privacy laws and all, where we have to disclose what we are using your customer data for. And to such an extent that the moment customers are closing the accounts, now based on the new laws which are coming up, we are expected to completely take out the data which is we store, other than for legal requirements. If there is any specific legal requirements, without any personally identifiable information, we can store in a very secure way. Otherwise, you have to take out all the related information from the customer. Coming to the open banking, there is another stream which is opening up, right? Actually, banks are expected to open up their databases so that actually third-party clients can connect and get the data and do the transactions and all. So there also data privacy is definitely an issue, unless and until it is addressed in a proper way, secure way with regulations and which is getting implemented in banking systems and all well and good. My advice to you as people who are banking with us is that banks are the least of your data privacy worries. That should be. You have 100 other things to worry with respect to your data privacy if you are really looking at data privacy. On tomorrow's world, when you are connected world, there is nothing called personal data for yourself. I think that's for sure. When you are going into a shop and they are asking for your mobile number, do you give your mobile number to a shopkeeper when they are asking to bill that? Your data is already there. That data, they are going to sell it to another person actually and going to analyze your patterns of your purchase and giving you customized advertisements through social media and other channels and all. So you are giving data out. Every moment of our life, we are giving data out to community. Like I said, that is what I said. Data cooperatives have started evolving, where people are coming together and consolidating the data and using the data to negotiate with people who needs data. AI engines, all Gen AI engines. Somebody was saying that when they queried, there was some research paper which was not there anymore, right? Actually, so it was there when that AI was taught or given the data, but that is called data decay. So data get decayed. So Gen AI has to continuously learn new data. So where will they get data from? From people like us, from humans. So one way or other, our data is getting fed into all these tools. One way. From bank perspective, let me tell you, because of the regulatory requirements from the central banks, regulatory requirements from the country, we are very transparent on what we use your data for. And I'm sure that at some point of time, when you're exiting a bank, the entire data of yours, we will be able to give it back to you, so that actually we are not storing that data anymore. So that's the kind of developments happening on the financial sector. Another question I could see.
Hi, Viju. Thanks for the presentation. I'm also in the banking sector, so a lot of your points resonate with me. You touched upon the open banking in your response right now. So just wanted to get a few thoughts from you in terms of, with the democratization through the open AI and information being shared across the banking sector, does it make it a more level playing field, and what's the impact that you would see from banks' perspectives as data becomes more and more widely available? and the fact that we already have Etihad Credit Bureau, which is generally available to banks.
Yeah, with respect to the country, central bank has come out with the open banking regulation now. All banks are expected to be compliant with that very soon. So we are all working on developing our own APIs, etc., which we can expose to third parties and other banks and all. So the banking sector is already a level playing field. That's what I believe, actually. See, if, the recent the one VO Bank. I don't know whether you have seen VO Bank. VO is one of the digital banks which was launched in Abu Dhabi. And the way VO has captured the market by offering 5.3, 5.4% interest rate when other banks were just 4.5, 4.6, etc., is because of their lower operating costs and the way they are able to analyze the data and get the right kind of customers into their thing and all. Coming to whether the second part of your question was, I didn't get the first part actually, whether it will become a level playing field. Yes, I believe it will become a level playing field. For example, Bottom. Bottom is coming with banking here. So think about actually Bottom becoming a bank and doing for international payments and all. So banking becomes more decentralized. So that's how it is going to evolve with respect to the banking scenario in UAE. I'm sure that the same thing is going to be in India as well. Did I miss any part of your question? Anything else? Yeah, I think actually we are coming to the end of the session. Yeah, there is one more question actually. Okay.
Now, thank you very much, sir. But you said that today internal auditors are very less of the profession. But one thing I would like to tell you, the kind of compliance are being asked or required from the organizations, sooner or later, the internal auditor profession is going to be in a big demand. Because before taking any fine slip or fine, it is better to engage internal auditor and get the organization perfect in compliance.
Yeah. Absolutely, no doubt about it.
And second, some of the questions people were saying about the doubt about the ChatGPT output or something, biasness, etc. We should not forget the very basic rule of the software industry or computerization, which said that garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah.
So the quality of data, size of data, perfection of data will decide the output of ChatGPT also.
Absolutely.
So
Right.
it is up to us to how to organize our data and collect the data for taking the right decision, precise decision. If you don't invest in organizing your data in your business or organization, or collecting it for the taking decision, you can't blame the ChatGPT. They have given me the wrong answer. And top of that, some people say that the CA will be redundant or outside audit, but we should not forget, ultimately, to use AI or ChatGPT, we need the human being. Otherwise, they cannot play any role in the absence of the human being.
Yeah.
So the profession will always need, but with more perfection and different skills.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you, sir.
insight.
Thank you for inviting me to this address this audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bijunar, for such an engaging session. Especially the Superman which you used with the tie was very, like catchy. I was thinking, Superman is good, but the tie is still there. So that was very creative thinking. Thanks for that. And I'd like to request our chairman, vice chairman, and Hanumanji to please join on the stage along with Ashna to present a memento on behalf of all of us as members. Big round of applause to Biju. I think it was very, very interesting session. He picked up an audit profession connected with AI. That was very unique. All right, I think we have one more interesting thing to share, that our president, sir, is also joining with us on the screen to speak for a few minutes. Ranjit ji, our institute president. Basically, our AI team has developed this ChatGPT kind of an application for corporate tax and VAT, and that's going to get inaugurated. And he will speak for a few minutes, just telling a little bit more about that. So screen is getting ready for that, so please bear with us for a few more seconds.
As I told you in my initial address, that Asna and the AI team of the institute has made in last only few days the very detailed work and developed the Chat GPT for corporate tax in the UAE. And this we are going to inaugurate. And we are very fortunate that President of Institute, C.A. Ranjit Agarwal ji, has agreed to launch this Chat GPT on virtual basis. So we are just connecting him with his few words. We will do that. And thereafter, we are also lucky that in spite of the very busy schedule, C.A. Suresh Prabhuji has come and agreed to address us as a chief guest. So that will take place after that. So welcome, sir, and thank you very much for your valuable time. Just allow a few seconds for technical improvement.
And I think a big round of applause also goes to our Central Council team, the AI team, who have been very instrumental in bringing it up. So there, sir, Umesh, thank you so much for all your efforts for bringing it up, because it's your passion which is going into us, and we are definitely enjoying it. Thank you so much. We loved it. And you can see Umesh also sitting, is all coordinating right from the start of the day to ensure that we have a tremendous, and also coordinating with our president, sir. So we really appreciate this, this unity, this power is what ICI is all about. So that's great.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Rajeshji Sumani, the chairperson of this very vibrant Dubai chapter. Honorable our guest, our Suresh Prabhuji, our own member, and I think he is not only our member, but the kind of support he has given to the ICI since the day he was the member of the institute. Subsequently, he has held so many portfolio of the institute. And when he was I vividly remember, when he was the railway minister, he has given a project to ICI that why don't you convert entire railway accounting into single entry, double entry. And from that year, because of his intervention and support and guidance, the institute has made entire accounting of the railway from single entry to double entry, and it has become a very successful project of the Ministry of Railway. So thanks to Suresh Prabhuji. Please give a big round of applause for the initiative you have taken for the Institute of Chartered of India. Friends, today we are here for a very innovative summit. Across the globe, the AI is the buzzword, and people are saying across the world, AI is the new electricity of the world. For every household, AI is going to dominate, AI is going to prevail. So the Institute of Chartered of India, being a largest accounting body of the world now, has also taken a very new initiative this year by forming a committee called AI in ICI. And with this committee, we have developed a CA-GPT, wherein for the student point of view, all the study-made suggested answer, RTP, and the question bank has been downloaded into this chat GPT. And now the student, by click of the mouse, can know what is this chapter, what is accounting standard 1, what is AS2, why this is relevant, what is logic, and how many questions this question has come in last so many years. All these things, the student now using this GPT by click of the mouse and getting the answer. On the same line, we have also planned, already developed on 1st of July with the hands of our Honorable Minister Nitin Gadkari ji, wherein we have launched CA-GPT for the member also, wherein all the publication of the ICI through 18 model has been launched on that day. Now specific subject wise, the member can go through and go all the resource answer by click of the mouse. Today, we have decided also there are 7,000 listed company in our country. If the 7,000 listed company annual report can be downloaded, the qualification, the adverse comment, the related party transaction, any notes on account by any auditor, if they want to know by 7,000 auditors how they have reported, they can know by click of the mouse. And we are very soon going to launch that GPT also for the student member at large very soon. But today we are launching a new initiative. While this UAE VAT and UAE income tax are relevant, and for that entire UAE VAT and UAE income tax, we have downloaded in the CAGPT and for the benefit of the members in India and the members who are working in UAE. We are launching this UAE CAGPT for the student and the member of inside India or outside India, so that every small issue, query, provision, section, advice can be answered by this GPT by click of the mouse. And all this has been happened because of the hard work and assistance by the chairman and the vice chairman of the AI and ICI committee, which they are there. So thank you very much to chairman, vice chairman, and we are going to launch this CAGPT for the UAE VAT and UAE income tax today in this conference. I wish entire membership best of luck, and I wish and congratulate Rajesh Sumani and his team for this wonderful conference they have organized today in Dubai. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Awesome. I think the glamour of the show is already on the top with the president also joining. I think this is the power of ICI. And our council members, when they bring so much with them when they come here. So thank you very much, President Sir, for your time. We really appreciate that you taking time for us. And
Invite for the launching.
And we have to play a launch video with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your both the hands together for bringing this chat GPT of corporate tax live today by CA Asna, CA Dayanis, and AI team. In a very few days, they not only uploaded the all laws, circulars, and make it possible to prepare it. Once again, word of caution. Don't expect the chat GPT will answer your future question. And don't expect the certain question which are still in an evolving situation, like someone put all free zone incomes are tax-free or not. So don't expect the chat GPT will give you the answer, because this subject itself is in the consideration or evolving continuously. Certain qualified free zone, qualified incomes, all are under, you can say, scanning and the fine-tuning. So, but it will cover largely what stand today. And will be a continuous process to make it perfect based on the new inputs, new circulars, new library. But what is important that the first step to make our chapter technology savvy, that step has been taken boldly by your own team and our AI team of the Institute. So thank you very much, sir, Dayananji and Umeshji, for supporting this initiative and making this happen.
Yes, I must agree with that. And also, as our previous speaker said, the ChatGPT always learns, so it will learn, and there can be some initial things which might not be perfect, but that's the way it grows. But it will give you close to that. So that's a great initiative by the chapter, by the institute as well. So with that, we are absolutely honored to have presence of our chief guest, Shri Suresh Prabhuji, who is also a chartered accountant. He's been 10 times in the federal cabinet minister's portfolio, 6-time member of parliament. Before inviting him onto the stage, please allow me to welcome our very own energy powerhouse, our vice chairman, CA Jaiprakash Agarwal, onto the stage to do the formal introduction. Big round of applause for him.
One
thing which I loved from since morning is all the speakers who are coming is bringing a presentation which is AI created. So everyone is using AI for creating the presentation also. I'm sure our next speaker will not be creative, will not be bringing anything on the AI presentation, AI created speech. He is dynamic and he'll be bringing something new or original to the table. Before I move forward, let me acknowledge, it always feels good when brothers are there for your event, flying from other cities, other countries into your country. Today, yes, they are there for AI, but they are there. So let me acknowledge presence of Dayanivas Sharma. Sir, please stand up for him. He's like a brother Central Council member, but he traveled for us for this AI, helped us in creating ICI, having Dubai chapter own AI. Yes, it is evolving, but at least we have something. Thank you for coming and thank you for giving us. I will also acknowledge Umesh Sharma ji, where are you? I know you are a busy man traveling from here to there. I'm not seeing you again in the room, but he's again since morning, he's doing left, right, center to ensure that everything goes right. A round of applause for Umesh Sharma coming all the way from India and doing it. Let's not forget our own and sweet person, Anuj Goel, sir. Sir, being here, please, sir, you stand up there. I know you all cannot come on the stage, but at least he's here to support us. So, Anuj, thank you for coming in. I also had today a representation from Abu Dhabi. Thank you, Abu Dhabi chapter, for coming in. You traveled 1.5 hours for this. Thank you very much. Yes, we can clap for them. It's always like brother coming to visit their own brothers. And how I can forget my past chairmen? Let me acknowledge my past chairmen who are available today. Abbas Ali Mirza, always, sir. This year you have been phenomenal. You have been attending everything. Thank you, Abbas, sir. Thanks a lot. Hanuman, sir. Last year you were missing. Now you are there, sir. Please acknowledge. We want you because there are so many new members joining in. Thank you for coming in. And the one person who is coming very selective, but this time he's here. Raju, sir, please. Can you stand for our audience? Because there are many chartered accountants. He's again a past chairman from us. Thank you for coming. We always love when we are blessed with our elders, our past chairmen in the chapter. Moving on, before I go into the topic, let me tell you one of our members sitting in audience, when Rolf, you said, write a question on the chat GPT and see what exactly the answer comes. What is the question he wrote? He wrote, based on last 10 years paper on financial management of ICI, please predict the paper for the next year. That is the creativity which chartered accountant brings to the table. They are asking the question that tell me what will the next paper. That is what we can use as ChatGPT. Okay, let's dive into the topic that has been at the forefront of technology and the economy. Artificial intelligence innovation. It's often said that the future belongs to those who prepare for it today. And what better way to prepare than by embracing AI as a key driver of change. We are not just talking about robots taking over repetitive tasks. We are also not talking about chatbots which will better handle customer queries. AI is reshaping industries. It is redefining jobs, my dear friends, and unlocking human potential like never before. Bill Gates once said, the technology advancement should be such that it becomes part of everyday life without even we noticing it. And please trust me when I say somewhere AI has taken that step. It is becoming part of our life, which our two speakers have said, and we are not noticing it as well. That is where our technology advancement is going. Whether it is improving healthcare, enhancing education, or streamlining logistics, AI is the invisible hand guiding us into a smarter, more efficient future. So instead of worrying, let's learn it. Let's make the smart, efficient future together. Now it's my pleasure to introduce someone who has always been a forward thinker and a driving force behind India's innovation policies. Our own chartered accountant, Suresh Prabhuji, who has also been renowned Indian cabinet minister and a global advocate for sustainable development. With a splendid career spanning across education, international negotiations, climate change, finance, AI policy, and strategy governance, Mr. Prabhu has been at the helm of transformative initiatives that have redefined governance and economic strategy. Whether as a Minister of Commerce and Industry or his role as Indian Railways, he has known for his unique blend of practical solutions and visionary leadership. His visionary leadership has not been restricted to only railways or commerce and industry. He has contributed in 10 cabinet portfolios, as said by my fellow Secretary C. Rishi Chawla, which includes power, environment and forest, civil aviation, fertilizer and chemicals, and so on. He also served as Prime Minister SEPRA to the G7 and G20 summits, playing a crucial role in shaping the official agenda of our Government of India on critical issues. What I love about him, he has delivered more than 5,000 lectures in more than 100 countries. Sir, 5,000 lectures in more than 100 countries. He has traveled all the states of India and also covered more than 80% of the districts of India. How do you get time, sir? I don't know. 80% of districts, India being such a large country, and still he's not tired. His eyes glitters, his face shines whenever we talk about innovations or education. As Steve Jobs once said, innovation can help differentiate between a leader and a follower. Mr. Prabhu's continuous emphasis on leveraging technology for the public good is a testament to the fact that leadership is about foresight and the courage to embrace the change. Let me welcome CSCA Suresh Prabhuji on the stage with his insights on why artificial intelligence innovation is not a choice. It's not a choice. It's imperative. It's important for nations to adopt it, for us to adopt it, for chartered accountants to adopt it in 21st century, because we have learned from the history the best way to predict the future is to create it. And Suresh Prabhuji, I'm sure, sir, you can help us in adapting AI and technology to create that future for us and our future generations. Can I welcome you with a thundering applause? CSC Suresh Prabhuji, our own chartered accountant, always blesses us whenever we request him. That's a standing ovation for you, sir, before even you have started. That's the power you bring to the stage.
Good afternoon, friends. Luckily, I had recently a ear surgery and my battery has gone. So the driver is getting the battery. So luckily I couldn't hear what you were saying. So I want to first of all thank the chairman, my friend, Mr. Somani, Mr. Agarwal, the vice chairman, Rishi Chawla ji, Dheeraj, Ranskaria ji, and there are Central Council members, Mr. Sharma from Hyderabad, another Sharma from Aurangabad. Hyderabad and Aurangabad. And of course, Anuj Goyal, he's here. He's again my very old friend from Ghaziabad. So thank you very much. And really, we all should be extremely proud that we are members of such a fantastic institution. We are members of such a profession which always thinks ahead of time. We just heard our president, who gave a very good overview, ideas about what the institute is trying to do. I'd always seen that despite the fact that normally any professional body confines itself to the immediate needs, the welfare of the members, how to grow the profession, it has to be done. There's no doubt about that. But even after doing all this, it's like saying the core functions, if one can articulate it that way. If somebody goes beyond that, I don't think there is any other profession, at least I know of, which can really do this time and again and all the times to come. This is amazing. And therefore, I am not surprised that today we organize a program on AI. And I always participated many times in the program of this chapter, Dubai chapter. And always seen Dubai chapter is one of the most vibrant chapters. Always thinking, very dynamic people. And in a way, You are members of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, but more importantly, you are prominent members of the society of UAE. You are part of Dubai, mainstreamed yourself into the Dubai's affair, and you have taken so much of prominent positions that all of us must be really proud of it. In fact, I was just telling that day, for some reason, you all decide to go back. Then who will run Dubai? What will happen to the dynamic functioning of such a great state? Will probably come to standstill. And this is extremely important contribution you have made. And therefore, I am also very happy that when I learned only yesterday, through my friend Hanuman Kumar, that my dear friend, the chairman, Rajesh Somani, because he didn't know I was here, so it's not his fault. He said, can you come and talk? I said, definitely. It's like I came here for something else. Day before I was in Sharjah. I didn't know Sharjah has a fantastic parliament. And such an imposing structure, I never knew it. The chairman, who is a former minister of infrastructure of UAE, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah, he invited me and then I spoke to the parliament. Yesterday I was in Abu Dhabi and today I'm here. Again in the evening I have a function. Tomorrow I'm going back. So when he told me, I learned that this is a program of the Charter Accountant chapter of the ICI. I said, I'll definitely come. That's my duty. It's my responsibility. And therefore, I am here to discharge my function as a member of the Institute. And I'm extremely happy that I can do that. As I was saying, we always think ahead of time. A time has come when we must really sit back and think about the advent of technologies, the way it is happening. There are two ways to look at it. One, academic discussion aspect of that, what should be done, that's a very important aspect that we must not ignore because we are more enlightened than other members of the society, so we must think about it. Other part, it's a reality. AI is already around, it has come, so we must accept it and try to respond it in a way that how can we make best use of it. So there are two aspects, as I said. One, thinking about it, and the other aspect, what you are really doing in this program, is to look at the impact of AI on our profession. How will it affect, how will it impact internal audit? I'm sure we'll be discussing other aspects of that over a period of time. I just saw a very impressive presentation about how AI will impact internal audit and all other functions. So the challenge is, when we talk about the first part, the technology has always been there as a part of human development. Every time. We think technology is recent origin. We think technology is something which has happened in the last few centuries. It is true and not true. It is true because the kind of technologies that have happened, particularly in the last few decades, are mind-boggling. They are completely game changers. They are the kind of technology that has changed the way we think. And now, of course, the AI will make it even completely different. But technology has always been there. Even during the olden time, we discovered, human beings, fire. Was it not a discovery of a technology? Till the fire was discovered, we always had we didn't have an upper hand against the environment in which the human beings were living. The environment was always dominated by the animals. In fact, they were born before human beings were born. And I always believe, because I am an animal lover, I always believe that good that if human beings were born before animals, no animal would have survived on this planet. So good that they came little later. But till we had fire, animals were dominating. But then we discovered, and then we had an upper hand, and we could scare them. We always been hunters, so now we could roast their meat, and we do many things. And then came agriculture, 11,000 years ago. That again was a game changer. So technology always been there. And now that technology was always to some extent and to great extent was under the control of human beings. Human beings developed a technology in laboratories, they commercialized it, it was used on a massive scale, but still, somewhere down the line, human beings had a control of that. As we always say, Ustad, और उसका जो शागिर्द होता है, उसमें Ustad controls something which even the shagird, the best of his disciple, will not know. And therefore, he can always have an upper hand. But AI probably is the first time we are seeing that human beings are, in a way, responsible for making this technology come to fore. But after some time, I hope not, but it is quite likely that technology will take over the human beings in a significant way. I am sure, I am not an AI expert, but I am sure, as you are seeing, this is the first elementary development of AI. And as it always happens, when you go along, you start developing more, the second, third, fourth, fifth generation technology will come, you cannot even imagine what it will be, impact it will have. As it is, I was just seeing probably, I don't read the newspapers, but probably the new tool that now the next AI generation is coming is it claims it can think like human beings. So today thinking was a prerogative, and now that again is going to be taken over by the machine. So I don't know, and that's what I was saying, the first part. I said there are two parts to AI discussion. One is how to use applications, everything. The first part, not as professional chartered accountants, but as important players in this society, we must think about its impact on human life. And there, we have to look at it in many ways. One part is quite innocuous, that internal audit functions, it will have impact, of course, it may displace people. So it has a human cost. And it's always estimated, according to, because he was giving example on internal audit, he was talking about Tesla. The owner, the promoter of Tesla, Elon Musk, says most of the today's jobs will be gone. IMF says 75% jobs will be gone. So what are the estimates? But still it is certain that jobs will be lost. So that has a huge implications. Human cost. How will it affect the societies? That is one part, serious part, but still something that we can manage because we can hope, and the human mind is brilliant enough to create some more jobs. Whether the number of jobs will be lost, we'll be able to create equivalent number of jobs, yet to be seen. But still that is one part. But the other part is when machines take over the human functions. Is this technology will be conforming to certain ethical standards? It is fine because internal functions can be taken over. It is fine that normally the blockchain and AI put together will be able to do so many functions which otherwise are very difficult to perform. Fine. But just imagine, as we go along and the technology become more refined, more sophisticated, suppose some of the functions like reproductive birth, how AI will impact that? How will AI it creates, for example, you can create a possibly, like we said, test tube baby. As we go along and we look at genomics, and the genomics also advances to such an extent thanks to AI, and what would be the impact of that on human race? So that is something also we will have to think about. And according to me and my own conviction, is that we cannot prevent any technology from coming into being, but at the same time, we have the ability to regulate it. And that regulation should not be after the technology has been developed. The regulation must come before technology is developed. Because once the cat is out of the bag, it is going to roam around everywhere. So can we develop a protocol which is internationally accepted about the development of any tech, not AI alone, development of any new technologies? Can this protocol look at ethical part of that? And that is something we must all work towards. And that is not something, as I said, why globally? Because once a technology develops anywhere, it is going to be used all over as a matter of time, in a clandestine way or in a licensed manner. But it will be available to anybody. And that's why we must find out, can we develop some protocol? And that, I feel, our profession also can take a lead. Because chartered accountants have a better ability to understand the implications than many other professionals. And therefore, we should try to think about that. Other part, which he just mentioned very interestingly, is all of this. He said, data sustains AI, and AI does not really create data to that extent. A very, very, very profound statement, and the real statement. So just imagine, once the primary data is available, and then AI will generate so many derivatives out of it. So data is very important. The authenticity of data, the sanctity of data, ensuring even in a way integrity of data, all of this is going to be very important. Just imagine if you can manipulate the data in a very small little way. The whole result, and as we go along and we start using AI more and more, that will become an integral part of our day-to-day life. So the result AI will generate with the manipulated data, what would be the impact of that on all of us? So this is something which we'll have to really think about in a very, very careful way. While that is there, and there is no point discussing that today, we'll have probably one other session on do that. But while AI is already here, I was just wondering, which are the uses which we can make, which will make human life better and also can address so many of the challenges, social challenges that we are facing today. If we can use AI more effectively in agriculture, let's take the biggest problem we are going to face in the next few years' time, for sure, is the impact of climate change on all our lives. The biggest casualty of climate change will be agriculture. Because of the changing weather patterns, because of the heat in the atmosphere, the temperatures going up, unseasonality of the known monsoon patterns and all of that is going to result into crops getting very badly hit. When the agriculture will be affected, it is going to affect the food security. It is not only food security for the whole world, but in a developing country and a country like India, livelihoods of people. More than almost 2/3 of the people even today are dependent directly or indirectly on agriculture. Africa maybe 80%. And therefore, livelihood as well as your life itself, because of food security being affected, it is going to have a huge impact. Can we use AI for making models of kind of weather changing pattern and make into a challenge into an opportunity and make new cropping patterns? Can we find out that when the heat goes up, wheat cannot sustain if it goes beyond 2%, 2 degrees centigrade? Can we make therefore a cropping patterns which can actually take advantage of this and make sure, if not advantage, at least neutralize the disadvantage? And therefore we should try to work on that. Other important element that AI can actually, we can use it, is for water. We know already the groundwater, the surface water, both are under threat. Can we use AI and try to use this for the betterment of water usage and augmentation of water resources as well, into some extent? So all of this then can turn into great advantage. One, just thinking aloud, see, normally in India, but in many places, the cooked food is wasted significantly. Of course, in agriculture, we also use a lot of agriculture products. One estimate says 30% of agriculture products, particularly vegetables and fruits, are lost. So there we can use it, but that is something post-harvesting, pre-market loss. But there is a loss which happens when the food is cooked in a significant way and it is lost. Can we use AI, find out individuals' needs, what is going to be used, what is your choice, and can make into a win-win situation, wherein that much food only will be cooked as is necessary. Even if you have 10,000 people coming for a wedding, you can always make that happen if we can have a proper database and try to work on that. And therefore, we can actually use, and I can keep on giving examples, but what I'm saying is, it is always possible that while it's a challenge, we can make into an opportunity by finding out social issues which needs to be addressed. And today, because of human nature, we're not able to address it properly. How can we actually make AI work, taking advantage of these known ideas, using human interface into it, and try to make it better? One of the big challenges, which I just mentioned, that now we are thinking about making now, thinking like AI will also start thinking like human beings. Now, one of the issues in that is, see, we have about 700 people in this meeting room. There are 3 Central Council members. There are 542, actually 3 nominated, 545 members in Lok Sabha, almost half of that in Rajya Sabha. Many of them belong to the same party. Do they think alike? Can all chartered accountants or even these 700 people in the room, can we think alike? Can husband and wife think alike? Can child and father think alike? So when you say thinking, who's thinking? You are making AI a thinking tool like human beings, but who's thinking? So basically you will bring somebody's thinking, but that thinking necessarily may not represent the cumulative thinking of the society. So how do you make that is a challenge, and I'm sure the experts will address that, but this is something which we really need to think. But more important part is it a good idea that we want everybody to think alike? Today it is not possible because we are all human beings, every human being comes with a new identity. But with the machine taking over these functions to a great extent, is it possible? But is it a good idea that everybody should think the same way? Because AI will give an answer. This is something, and after some time we'll get used to it. I remember when I was in college, when I was doing my CA, there was a calculator was there, forget a mobile phone, not even a calculator. So we had to do everything. And when I was doing my articleship, the best article training, article class, we used to call him that time, was the one who could make this trial balance tally properly. And we had to do it manually. So we used to do all that manually. And therefore we could come out with, once we do that, then but now what has happened? We have lost that function. We have lost that ability. If you go to a shop and you are buying something, 95 dirhams, you 100 dirham note, that teller at the counter will not give 5 dirhams, he will calculate first. He will not able to understand 195 means 5. It is that function we have lost. So after some time it is possible that we lose this ability to, because machine is going to take over. So what would be the impact of that on human life post that has to be seen. Because creativity is a cause of human development. So we have always developed all the time in these millions of years, because all the time we are thinking, we are creative, we are competitive. He's doing so much, I want to do better than him. So that competitive spirit also led to creativity. That creativity led to innovation, and the innovation led to a better life, hopefully, not always. So now, when we lose that ability, and the regimentation will happen, what will be the impact of that also has to be seen. By the way, these are the larger issues. I'm sure we'll address them as we go along. But today, let me once again congratulate my dear friend, Mr. Somani, all his colleagues in the branch, and also thanks to 3 council members, because there is an election of the council going on. But still they are here. So either, what it means They are so confident of winning that they are not there. But also it means that their love for this particular aspect, their love for the profession brings them here. So I must, either way, I must thank them for being so confident as well as being so considerate. So I think we really look forward to working with all of you. And I'm sure as we go along, we'll be able to address some of the issues. In fact, I have always been maintaining this. अनुज जी, आपको भी याद होगा, बहुत बार मैंने बात कही है कि आपका जो रिसर्च फाउंडेशन है of the ICI must focus on such larger issues. These are the kind of issues we must always deliberate and think about. Both the Sharma-jis, you can also think. I'm sure all three of you will be in the next council. So you really look into that and try to make sure that while we address some of the technical issues, AI audit, AI data, all of that, but more importantly, the impact of such new challenges on humanity. I'm sure as human beings, we owe it to our fellow humans. Thank you very much.
I think what a speech. You agree with me? Really, I think people are already standing up. No need to say that. So standing ovation for the awesome speech. Great opportunities, great challenges he saw, but he saw how to solve it with AI. Wow, beautiful. Loved it. Can I request Chairman, Vice Chairman is already here with a memento to present to our chief guest. All right, so we'll break for lunch now. The mind, a lot of energy is there. Now stomach needs the energy, and we'll come back at 1:50 to start the second half of the session. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Still up after lunch? I know it's right after lunch, and I get it. We have been there many times in the past. Food was great, stomach is full, and now it's time for the chairs to become little comfortable. And you feel like a nap would be a perfect idea right about now, isn't it? Hello, are you there? I hope you are still up. I can see the eyes are open. In fact, let me tell you a small story, just to get back our senses on the topic. You remember back in the school, after lunch, when you see where do you see the most creativity? Of course, not in the class participation. The creative was inventive ways of staying awake but yet sleeping. Some of the guys with their eyes open, and the head is nodding, but you can see they're kind of shifting in the corner to fall down. So those kind of friends, I still remember, where they take the back bench after the lunch so that they don't get caught while they are ensuring that they're in the class. Now, and I don't know how many experts of that level are still here with us in the session today. But lucky for us, we've got something today which will keep us away from all that sleep and tiredness you might have been feeling for the session till now. Because our next session is about AI in audit, accounting, and risk management. And if there is one thing that can really snap us back to attention, it's talking about how AI is revolutionizing the way we work. Now, we get that connection back. Can I raise of hands, how many of us are feeling or thinking about how to really use AI tools in audit, accounting, or risk management? How many of us, we got so many tools, but we're still thinking which one to use. How many of us are thinking about it? This side of the table is still not active. I can see either they know all the things or they don't know anything. Thinking that like, if I raise the hand, he will ask a question. It will not happen that way because I also am the person who is raising the hand. Well, here is our chance now. We are about to learn from our expert who is widely popular in technology sessions in ICI India, CA Anand Prakash Jangid. From my experience so far, if you are doing any technology sessions in ICI India, you will definitely going to find him. And he is one of the star performers on all those technology sessions. Before we have him onto the stage, I'd like to welcome our dynamic ExCom member, CA Balram, onto the stage for his formal introduction. Can we put our hands together, give a warm welcome to Balram onto the stage for a formal introduction of our next speaker.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, in life, we have two things which we cannot avoid. One is tax, and another one is death. Now, we also need to add one more word to it, which is AI. Whether you like it or dislike it, but you cannot miss it or avoid it. That is why we all are here to learn more about it as to how to use AI for our benefit. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce our distinguished speaker today, Mr. Anand Prakash Jangid, a visionary and passionate advocate for tech-driven disruption in the fields of risk, audit, and finance. Mr. Anand is a chartered accountant and certified information system auditor with an impressive career that spans across continents and industries. He currently serves as the managing partner at AJA, an organization at the cutting edge of risk analytics, fraud analytics, machine learning, and blockchain for business applications, operating in North America and India. His wealth of experience includes pivotal roles such as being part of the risk management team at Goldman Sachs, where he covered audits across multiple jurisdictions and functions. From handling complex areas like forex audits, anti-money laundering law compliance, and Basel II regulations, to developing regulatory compliance framework at Infosys, Mr. Anand has been a key player in shaping the future of enterprise risk management. Beyond his professional career, Mr. Anand is also a visiting faculty member at renowned institutions such as IIM Bangalore and National Forensic Science University, where he shares his experience and expertise in risk analytics and ISA audits. So without waiting further, so ladies and gentlemen, I request you to put your hands together to welcome Mr. Anand Jengid onto the stage.
Okay, very good afternoon, everyone. And I have to tell you, I love post-lunch sessions, okay? No, I'm seriously telling you. I love post-lunch sessions because it's fundamental biology. There's no AI out here. Anyone out here can tell me why do you feel sleepy post-lunch? Yes, sir. No, it's nothing food. Biology. You were sleeping in your biology class, actually. I am 100%. I think if you are in a KV, just like me, on a Kendriya Vidyalaya product, biology session is always post-lunch. So, any guesses? So, okay, let me ask you 2 questions of biology before we go into AI. Which part of your body generates blood? Oh, come on. You were really sleeping in a biology class? Huh? Heart pumps, see, you were sleeping. Jai Bhai. Bone marrow, perfect. Some of you Googled it up, great. I know. So, it's actually bone marrow, and which part of your body consumes around 60 to 70% of the blood? No. It's your brain. Heart only pumps, it's a pump, that's all. Brain. And post-lunch, all your blood in your brain comes to your stomach to help you digest. So this part is empty. Whatever I say, you'll say great, because it's going to be like that, okay? So with that, let me just try to talk about what we are going to do. It's interesting because post-lunch sessions, I thought it is better we talk about some unknown use cases or how AI is actually transforming finance and assurance. And assurance basically means risk, audit, whatever you would like to say that. And don't you think, as chartered accountant, we are into the trust games. Heard of this term called trust games? No? It's a very interesting term. Google it out. Trust games is something like we are trying to do some of the stuff where either we give direct, indirect assurance to our stakeholders, it could be government, it could be the owner, the shareholders, stakeholders, you name it, depending on whatever the nomenclature you would like to use it. Now, when we do this, let's try to see what we call it as reimagine. For a time being, it's like, I don't want you to put a lot of stress on your brain right now because already there's no blood out there. But then also just try to reimagine. If you want to sleep, sleep and have some dreams. How do you think, if you given a chance, you would like to have finance and assurance function reimagined? When I say reimagine, you need to leave a lot of things behind. Like, let me tell you, fundamentally, we were taught one fundamental called debit what comes in, credit what goes out. Double entry system of bookkeeping. It's there since 1600. We have been using it. The fundamentals are still the same. They have not changed. Now, if someone says, hey, you know what? You can reimagine it. You can decide how the whole accounting has to be taken care of. Don't you think it's going to be very interesting out there? And, many times, I always feel this, being a chartered accountant myself, one thing we have taken very seriously from our training. You know what is that? What is like very close to our heart for chartered accountant, what we learned during our training of depending on 3 years to 15 years. You understood what I mean to say, right? So it takes I also cleared my, CA foundation first attempt. I said, CA is chiller, what is this? It's so easy. Then I flunked 6 times in my inter. Then I said, no. It's not as what I was thinking it. So if you have to reimagine, one thing which is very close to the heart of all chartered accountant which I have seen is one concept which we have learned and which I would request you to let go. And that concept is conservatism. You have heard this term called conservatism, right? We, by default, have you heard this term from many people, CAs are boring people? Yeah, see, you all are admitting, you should be feeling bad about that. We should be the people who are not boring, who are really rock stars and all the thing. And for that purpose, I will ask you a basic question, and that's something which you say. Can you think of what is the speed, highest speed you can cycle around? I know I have friends in UAE who go on weekend for a long cycling and all thing, and you have beautiful places out here to do it. I have also got into this bandwagon recently, and it's fun, actually. What's the fastest speed you can go on bicycle? 75 kilometers per hour? Who said that, please? My average speed has been, till now, I'm a newcomer, is 17 kilometers. You can see from my size and all the thing, so it's okay. But what is the highest? Imagine like your human potential. What's the max you can go? Huh? 70. So anyone more than 70? No? Any guesses? Don't you think we are humans, we are like more powerful, we can imagine something? No, we can do it better. Any guess? No? This picture, what you're seeing on the screen, is a lady called Denise. And her speed record, Google it up, don't go by my words, is 296 kilometers per hour. 296 kilometers per hour in the Nevada deserts. She has already done it. And 296 is something, if I have to just give you, if you've seen an ATR of planes, you know, that with the wings and all thing, the speed is 300 kilometers. So can you compare it up, what the potential of, as humans, we have and we don't even know that? 296 is really, when I actually saw this for the first time, I like shocked, like I didn't believe it. I saw the video again, once again, and went through the whole thing to figure it out, oh, really, something, what is they saying it up? Now, if I take the same example and pass on a message to you, which is, imagine if your next MIS report or audit report is prepared by a smart tech AI. You know, see, AI is right now the most abused word, okay? It's like everything is AI. If you have marketing folks coming to your office, everything is AI. I still remember long ago when SOX was big, Sarbanes-Oxley Act, okay? I was in that time in an IT company, and we got an invite from a printer company saying that we are launching a SOX certified printer. I said, oh my God, process can be SOX certified. How can a printer be SOX certified? But they were giving free booze and dinner, so we went there, okay? And me and my friend, after that, we figured it out. What they were telling was that that printer has a hard disk which is encrypted. Because of that, it is SOX certified. So it's actually, the point is that let's not go into the marketing, the noise which is there. Fundamentally, if I ask you anything, today, if there is a next audit report or MIS report which you are going to actionize on, or you're going to do it, would you trust it if it is created by an AI? Yes or no? Yes? You have to give your opinion thereon, right? If you're certifying that, based on that, the board is going to take some decisions, your stakeholders, government, everything. Would you do it or not? Yes, no, mix of that? What if I tell you that this is not something which is futuristic? It's being done already, automated audit reports. The point which I would like to bring out here is sometime what we see as future. You know, there's a very interesting saying by, I forgot the author, is saying the future is not what it used to be. It's actually changing. Here you can see there have been cases where people are already getting their audit report generated from them. So ladies and gentlemen, what I would like to cover for the next 45 to 50 minutes, and I like to keep it very interactive. So feel free to ask me questions, maybe in the end, or if you have some questions you would like me to stop and talk more than enough. Let me talk about these 6 things today. The first one, very interesting, the trust games, which I just talked about. We are in the trust games. And whether you agree or not, that's the value we bring it to the table. Now, try to imagine it from a perspective of why we are seeing all the things what we are seeing today. There is a genesis always. And if we understand the genesis, you know, history is something very important. I hope you listen to Renil, you listen to Viju sir was there. They have been talking about some very interesting thing. And if you connect the dots, everything falls in place. And when I say everything falls in place, what I am talking about is exactly the genesis which is there. The most important thing which you see today around you is, I would say it can be taken as a good thing or a bad thing, whatever you say, the data revolution. We have a huge amount of data getting generated. Like, I hope you have seen this thing. When Biju sir was talking about the data, the amount of data, like in the session today also, you would be taking multiple pictures of the screens and all things. One picture would be 2 MB of data. Now, it can be structured data, unstructured data, you can say whatever you would like to do that. But tell me, the speed at which we are generating data today, in the last 50, 30 years, did we ever had this kind of capability to generate so much of data? Never. Let it be your ERP systems, your core banking systems. We are into this data revolution. And something which already Biju sir covered, this is because of one of the interesting thing, which is the Industrial Revolution. And anyone remembers when did double entry system of bookkeeping came into picture? Any guess? 1600, 1700? It was late 1600, 1700. Can you see the connection between industrial revolutions and what we do in finance and banking? Don't you think there is a direct correlation between that? When businesses change, we change with that. And the most interesting thing is, which I would like to just take 2 minutes to talk about, is one thing which has really hit me hard, and that is the CPS, Cyber Physical System. What's this cyber physical system? Anyone has heard this term cyber physical system? No? This is the kind of thing which is powering the whole 4th industrial revolution. And when I talk about this CPS, let me ask you this question. So did you ever ask Siri, who's your father? Okay, I was doing this during the lockdown. With my wife's phone, I was just asking. Like, I asked this question, first 10 times, Siri will say Steve Jobs. After that, it changes mood. It depends on that. It will say, engineers at Apple build me up. I continued the same question, no change, another 15, 20 times. That was like 35th time. It says, I don't have a family tree. Okay, that's fine. But I was literally no other work to do, so I kept asking the question again. And after the 45th time, it says, like Siri literally became angry. She said, don't you have any other work to do? Now, listen, this is a machine. We have been always told a machine to do input, processing, output. Till the time it is changing it up, it's okay. Like, see the same thing. Is it Siri just that application? No. It learns the way you understand, you do stuff. It's actually your Siri is different than my Siri. Like, not my. Everyone's system or agent, digital agent is different. But it's learning. It's very interesting. And I don't know how many of you love to have the vernacular language support in this. Like, it's fun. You should try it home. I'll just give you one interesting thing. And I tried it again. It was not giving me the same answer. Like, my mom is around 80-year-old and she's old. At home, we have Alexa. So, we enable it for Hindi. And my mother can ask questions and say stuff. So she said, like in the morning, she'll wake up, say, Alexa, Vishnu Sahasranama bajao, kind of thing. And Alexa will play it up. What happened was, initially when we were setting it up, it was not understanding. And you know how Alexa is it's very, very tough to play with this machine when he says, I don't understand what you said multiple times. It's very irritating. So one day my mother said to her, Alexa, tu mar ja. Old people like to curse, right? So curse the thing, like you go and die. And the most interesting thing, Alexa respond back, Are shubh shubh bolo. Now, for people who understand Hindi, see, I came back home, my mother said this one, I tried it again, it was different answers. The point is, we are dealing with machine. This is cyber physical system. If you see a Tesla car, is it a car or a computer? You can't differentiate with that. Now, we call this as, you can use a very crude word for this also, crossbreed of technologies and physical system. But that's actually coming to our time. When Renil today talked about singularity, don't you think it's humans and machines together? Let me take a step on this part. which we call the term digital twin. And this is something very interesting. I don't know how many of you are aware of that, but the government of Abu Dhabi has a digital twin of Abu Dhabi already. You can Google it about that, ask about that. What is this digital twin? I would request you to read one book if you get a chance. It's by Richard Susskind. The book name is The Future of Profession. It talks about accountants, lawyers, and doctors. And don't go to the controversial part where it says, so I am not saying that, it is told by Richard Susskind. He's a futurist, he talks about that. This book came in 2017. I got a chance to read this book in 2018. And when the large language model was released by OpenAI, it was like deja vu moment. Like, oh my God, this guy has predicted these are the things which are going to be. It's like a digital twin. You are there, the way you think. If you have seen every search of yours or every prompt of yours on OpenAI, ChatGPT, if you're using the Plus version, or you're using Gemini, or you're using Llama, whichever model you're using it, you will notice one very interesting thing, that it is keeping and learning from whatever you're doing. We call it in a very crude way RAG, retrieval augmented generation. It's like it learns from the questions you are asking, and that's the reason, that's how it basically takes that forward. Digital twin as a concept is something which is so powerful because in finance, this is something which can do wonders. If I have to understand an organization's whole, what we call it as what-if analysis, if we, instead of importing it, we do it self-generation, what if instead of buying it from vendors, we do our self-generation, whatever you want to do it, don't you think you have enough data in your organization to basically take that decisions? This is how steering finance, taking decision-making are actually changing. Because whatever we do in our physical world, there is a digital twin for that. I hope you have checked yourself on Google Timelines. Wherever you have traveled across in any part of the world, Google Timelines keep a track of that. It's like a digital twin of your travel histories and everything which is keeping it out there. Now, don't you think if I can use those data, what was my past performance in this sector, this unit, this function? This is my last 5 years trial balance, and based on that, I would like to predict how my next trial balance should look like. You have a digital twin which can actually take decisions, let's say exactly like the way you would like to take it up. And this is a very, very interesting stuff, if you ask me. Because this kind of decision making was never available. And this is something which I'm just picking it up directly from the book, Richard Susskind book, which talks about the future of profession. Because imagine it is something like you are Batman and you have a Robin. Every superhero had a sidekick, right? So imagine that as a sidekick which is working for you. But most interesting thing which I love is the new terminology which is coming up. How many of you heard this term called, purple people? Some of you? No? None of you? Oh my God, that's a big happening. It's like a buzzword right now. Purple people. Okay, let me ask you a question. How many of you had a professional drawing knowledge? Like professional means you can draw something more than the 2 hills, 1 sun, more than that, huh? Okay, 1, 2 people, so 3, 4 people. So they are because everyone thinks I am professional if you can just draw that 2 hills. No, that is not professional. So yeah, a lot of people do that. So if you actually have gone for a professional training, ma'am, don't you think the first thing they talk to you about RGB, the base colors? What are the base colors? Red, green, blue. If you go into the terminology, the color red represents business knowledge, which we as chartered accountant is like part and parcel of our whole existence, I would say. But there is something very interesting which is there. If you see, the technical skill is always represented by the blue color. And what happens when you mix the color blue and red? What is the color you get, ma'am? Purple. Now the time has come that you may be great in your function, in the area you're working on, but unless and until you can actually utilize the tech part, it's not going to work it out fine. And that is something which is the rise of we call it the rise of the purple people, because these are the people who are going to decide how things are going to be. And I was at SAP TechEd some time back, and the global CIO of SAP said something very interesting, which is a new word which I've added it to my vocabulary right now. It's a word called citizen developer. It's a very interesting word. If you Google this word, it basically meant that gone are the days when you have to have a developer to develop something for you. There are so many low-code, no-code platforms which has come that everyone is a developer. If you can think of, I'm sure you have tried it on any of the large language model. Write me a Python code for sending mass mail. It will just write your code and give it to you. There are everyone is a developer today, a citizen developer. So you can't have that kind of thing. And purple people actually add on to the whole era of this rise of the purple people or citizen developer. All these things is leading to this one slide, which is very interesting. These are, just correct me if I'm wrong, but don't you think any function, any business, if you are a practicing chartered accountant, anywhere you are doing it, these are the kind of issues are we facing right now. Voluminous transactions. I prefer to, one of the very interesting conference I attended was the Google I/O conference. And I like one statement made by one of the speakers that the amount of data we generate every 2 years is more than the data which was generated from the dawn of the civilization till 2015. So you can imagine the amount of data we are generating now is huge. Every enterprise, every business, every entity has that challenge. Improper data, that's another issue. Like there is, one of the things we all love to talk about is single source of truth. And that is like one of the kind of thing which we cannot be thinking about that. System bottleneck, with all due respect, there is a lot of things which is changing in many industries. I don't know if you guys have seen this or not happening. IT is one of the team in most of the organization, which is the most, what I call it up, sensitive, touch me not team. They are really, really scared right now what's happening. They don't want to share it up. Have you seen these things? They would like to hoard the information, controls, and all the things to themselves. They don't want to do it. This is across the board, it's happening. Because they know the moment it happens, you will say, boss, you are not adding something great which is there. Anyone can do it. So they are sticking to the stuff. So there are bottlenecks and timeline limitations in any decision making which is there. But the most thing is, the funny thing which has come is the last word which has come out right now. Core clean approach. You go to any of the sites of large organizations like Microsoft Dynamics, ERPs and all things, they said, don't try to change our core. Keep it the way it is. Any of the transaction processing system, don't touch it. Take whatever you want to take it out and work it out there. Now this becomes a big challenge because I would like to take the benefit of technology in my decision making, and then there is someone saying, don't touch it the way it is. So that led to something which we call the Finance and Assurance 4.0, which is very much aligned to what we see in the Industrial Revolution 4.0. Now, what do you see something interesting here? There are typical part, right? Integrated ERP, holistic, okay, cross-functional collaboration. You are no more like, oh, silos. You're doing it across the thing. Data-driven decision-making. Okay, technology and business transformation. What stands apart from all of the things is a very interesting thing. Any one of you heard about Google Graveyard, a site? No? No one? No, you don't like graveyards? I know no one likes graveyards, but there's a site called Google Graveyard. Check it out. Do you think Alphabet is a very successful organization? Yes or no? Google is a successful company, right? Yeah? But you should go and check out the number of failures in products which they have faced. Huge. You go to the site, it will list down every product which has failed, complete timeline, what was the kind of thing, blah, 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 all of the thing. But that's the kind of thing which is a very interesting learning. Let me ask you the second question out here, because anyway you are sleepy, so you will not answer it. So let me check if you are awake now. Can you guess what is the average age of a company in the Fortune 500 list, global Fortune 500 list? Average age, if you remove the anomalies are in energy companies. Don't count the energy company. What would be the average age of a company which comes into the Fortune 500 list, remains there, and exit? Any idea? How many years? 10 to 15, 30? 30 to 40? If you remove the energy company, sir, energy company, eternally they are there. They are not going anywhere. Apart from energy company, if you try to see the numbers and basically crunch the numbers, there's a very interesting article in HBR. You get a chance. Professor Michael has actually given the whole analysis. The mean is 7.25 years. And he also gave the justification of organizations which has changed an organization which has stayed there for a long. What is the main difference? And he gave an example in this one, which I would like to share with you. How many of you know a company? Okay, let me ask you another question. I'm just asking a lot of questions instead of giving an answer. Did you brush your teeth today? Why? Huh? Because, no, there should be a reason, right? Don't you think you should ask the question why? Huh? Is habit? Okay. Hygiene. Okay, then there's a very interesting thing. Is actually, if you think hygiene was the reason, a mouthwash would have given you a better, medical mouthwash would have given you a better hygiene than a toothpaste. The reason why we are using a toothpaste, and that's very interesting, I'm not telling it, P&G, Procter & Gamble, they have actually published a full book called The Power of Habit. You should read it about. It's basically chloride. And when they initially gave people to have toothpaste as a hygiene, people say it's boring. I don't want to do it. I'll skip it. I know it sounds like very bad, but people never want to do it. So they did only one basic thing. They added one thing to that which has no use from a hygiene perspective. You know what was that? Peppermint. The peppermint which is added to your toothpaste is just made to make sure that you really brush your teeth. You will not feel fresh otherwise. And then you see this mind. This was one of the experiment of P&G, the team which was trying to see how we can adapt it of that. Exactly the point we bring, the culture of experimentation. Something which we have to unlearn is this concept of conservatism. CS, or especially in finance and assurance, we are just thinking, oh, this will happen like this only. There are 100 ways the thing can be done. Are we ready to have anything? And organizations which are trying, updating, they are the organizations who are knowing how to deal with that. And that exactly is what we want to do it. Coming to the topic, what do you think AI does for you? I have some use cases, and that's the reason I'm operating my machine also. But what do you think is AI? Everyone has their many definitions. You Google, ask any of the large language model, it will bring its own way of doing it up. Now, I thought instead of doing a blah, 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 anyway you're sleepy, let me have a lullaby for you. So I have a small, 5 minutes video, or not 4 or 5 minutes videos, like just talks about what AI is and what it is not. So it makes life easier for anyone, for us to understand, because I think someone asked this question in the chat when Biju sir was putting it up, that is only ChatGPT's AI or large language model is only the AI? I would say no. Because before I play the video, I want to show it to you that the concept of AI is very old. You see, this is some of the research paper I downloaded from ResearchGate. It's a site where all the theses and PhD theses are actually put. Can you see people are talking about pattern recognition, something around 57 years back. People are talking about inductive inference machine, which is what your LLM does today, 67 years back. We have linguistic, what we see, the models where we can talk to machines and get their response, is around 58-year-old. Overall, if you see, AI, if I have to break it down for you, it's not just one thing. You can't just say this is AI, this is not AI. Anywhere we can actually have, there are two terms which you should know. One, act like human, mimic a human. If I mimic a human, it is more of like what we call it as RPA tools and all that kind of thing. But do you have some kind of abilities which are more different than the whole concept of machine learning, deep learning, or anything as such? But there are multiple things, starting from robotics, autonomous vehicles. Every time I am at Dubai airport, Uber, when I'm trying to book it up, I will insist on, I want an Uber with Tesla. The other day I told the driver, don't, leave your hand behind. and don't do it. He said, I will be fired if I do that. Then what's the use of having that guy? You know, you want to have that autonomous vehicles and all thing, which very soon you would have your driverless taxis. It's going to come, whether you like it or not. You have been using many of the things without knowing, you know. How many of you here has used something called Dragon Naturally Speaking anytime in your life? No one. Oh my God. So I am the oldest person here. Okay. Oh, someone? No, no one. Okay, cool. There used to be a software called Dragon Naturally Speaking in 2000, 2001. Anyone has heard that? Text to speech and speech to text. Oh my God. So I got the pirated version. I trained that model for more than 3 hours, and it was bakwas. And today you have this kind of capabilities. You know, we have in part of an Office 365 only, where I can actually do it. It's like text to speech, speech to text. Now we have to think of why we are going to use it up and all the thing. If you are using Google Lens and all the thing, we are already using computer vision, you know, translating materials and all that kind of thing, or natural language processing. And the most interesting part of this, which I would like to talk about because other speakers have already talked about the large language model and all of these things, is the concept of machine learning. Fundamentally, it's very exciting, very interesting. It's all about your thought process. It's something like, if I have to use a word, have you done this exercise in class 1 or 2? There will be a picture of some animals, and there will be the name of the animals. And your work is what? Match the following. That's the thing. We have the business knowledge. We know that where we can use it. I'll give you one example here. One of the CFO I know, he wanted to basically figure it out where we should focus our energies on. Should we do it random sampling, or should we really understand which area to focus on? And this is a conglomerate. So we all learned one very basic concept, right? Have you heard this concept called, time series analysis? Anyone remember class 9, 10 stats, yeah? Time series analysis. It's a very basic stuff, right? Everyone knows, not a big deal. But I was very impressed when I saw that this gentleman is using time series analysis to take all the trial balance of 60 plus entities and putting it through last 5 years things, trying to predict what is going to be this year trial balance, then checking the actual trial balance and seeing the variances and trying to focus all the energy on where we are getting more variances. Now, it's a basic, what we call common sense. Everyone understands that. We all know time series analysis. Our idea is how we can use it in our use cases and take it up there. Everything what you're seeing today, we have a democratized world where technology is available to everyone. Let me just play a small video to explain my thoughts, which is there on this area.
Every day, a large portion of the population is at the mercy of a rising technology. Yet few actually understand what it is. Artificial intelligence. You know, HAL 9000 and Marvin the Paranoid Android. Thanks to books and movies, each generation has formed its own fantasy of a world ruled, or at least served, by robots. We've been conditioned to expect flying cars that steer clear of traffic and robotic maids whipping up our weekday dinner. But if the age of AI is here, why don't our lives look more like the Jetsons? Well, for starters, that's a cartoon. And really, if you've ever browsed Netflix movie suggestions or told Alexa to order a pizza, you're probably interacting with artificial intelligence more than you realize. And that's kind of the point. AI is designed so you don't realize there's a computer calling the shots. But that also makes understanding what AI is and what it's not a little complicated. In basic terms, AI is a broad area of computer science that makes machines seem like they have human intelligence. So it's not only programming a computer to drive a car by obeying traffic signals, but it's when that program also learns to exhibit signs of human-like road rage. As intimidating as it may seem, this technology isn't new. Actually, for the past half a century, it's been an idea ahead of its time. The term artificial intelligence was first coined back in 1956 by Dartmouth professor John McCarthy. He called together a group of computer scientists and mathematicians to see if machines could learn like a young child does, using trial and error to develop formal reasoning. The project proposal says they'll figure out how to make machines use language, form abstractions and concepts, solve kinds of problems now reserved for humans, and improve themselves. That was more than 60 years ago. Since then, AI has remained for the most part in university classrooms and super-secret labs, but that's changing. Like all exponential curves, it's hard to tell when a line that's slowly ticking upwards is going to skyrocket. But during the past few years, a couple of factors have led to AI becoming the next big thing. First, huge amounts of data are being created every minute. In fact, 90% of the world's data has been generated in the past 2 years. And now, thanks to advances in processing speeds, computers can actually make sense of all this information more quickly. Because of this, tech giants and venture capitalists have bought into AI and are infusing the market with cash and new applications. Very soon, AI will become a little less artificial and a lot more intelligent. Now the question is, should you brace yourself for yet another Terminator movie live on your city streets? Not exactly. In fact, stop thinking of robots. When it comes to AI, a robot is nothing more than the shell concealing what's actually used to power the technology. That means AI can manifest itself in many different ways. Let's break down the options. First, you have your bots. They're text-based and incredibly powerful, but they have limitations. Ask a weather bot for the forecast, and it will tell you it's partly cloudy with a high of 57. But ask that same bot what time it is in Tokyo, and it'll get a little confused. That's because the bot's creator only programmed it to give you the weather by pulling from a specific data source. Natural language processing makes these bots a bit more sophisticated. When you ask Siri or Cortana where the closest gas station is, it's really just translating your voice into text, feeding it to a search engine, and reading the answer back in human syntax. So in other words, you don't have to speak in code. At the far end of the spectrum is machine learning, and honestly, it's one of the most exciting areas of AI. Like a human, a machine retains information and becomes smarter over time. But unlike a human, it's not susceptible to things like short-term memory loss, information overload, sleep deprivation, and distractions. But how do these machines actually learn? Well, while it may be easy for a human to know the difference between a cat and a dog, for a computer, not so much. You see, when you're only considering physical appearance, the difference between cats and dogs can be a little gray. You can say cats have pointed ears and dogs have floppy ears, but those rules aren't universal. Between tail length, fur texture, and color, there are a lot of options. And that means a lot of tedious rules someone would have to program manually to help a computer spot the difference. But remember, machine learning is about making machines learn like humans. And like any toddler, that means they have to learn by experience. With machine learning, programs analyze thousands of examples to build an algorithm. It then tweaks the algorithm based on if it achieves its goal. Over time, the program actually gets smarter. That's how machines like IBM's Watson can diagnose cancer, compose classical symphonies, or crush Ken Jennings at Jeopardy! Some programs even mimic the way the human brain is structured, complete with neural networks that help humans, and now machines, solve problems. Generations have long imagined the ramifications of AI, visualizing a society where machines seek revenge and wreak havoc on human society. However, the more logical and pressing question is, how will AI affect your job? Will it make your work obsolete? Just like the Industrial Revolution, it's not human versus machine, it's human and machine versus problem.
So this is what I wanted to tell you as a message. All these things, what you're seeing in machine learning or any of the stuff, it's all coming down to one part and one part only. Humans and machine together against a problem. And that is exactly what machine learning do. If you try to see it from a perspective of experience and instruction, how it is changed from the old way. You have seen people writing programming codes and all the thing. It used to be like, how many of you have gone for some kind of programming course at any point of time? Any of? Okay. So we were all told, think logically. Step one, think logically, write the code, think logically. So you think logically, define the logic, write the code, connect the source data, you do it up. But think of this other ways. What if I can give the data to the machine and said, please take this data, figure it out yourself. Yeah? In fact, when we do this, I hope you have heard about our institute has launched this course on AI, certificate course. So we do a demo of machine learning with pictures. It's fun, Daya is here, he knows that. So it's like trying to see from picture how it learns. There are data sets which are given to the machine and trying to think of, it's a dog or cat. And those kind of things are where the models does. Now you may think, oh, this is not easy. So let me ask you a basic question. How many of you have used Excel macro? Wow, okay. So whenever you record a macro, who writes the code? Oh, system means which system? Which programming language? It's in VB, right? Visual Basic, and it's written by what? The concept is called CASE, Computer Assisted Software Engineering. I hope you know Excel macros is there since, if I'm not wrong, 2003, 2007, something around 2003. The code writing has been already there for a very long time. It's more advanced there. So write the code, it trains the model, and based on that, I can do many decisions. I'll show you some examples of this also. And the last one is very interesting, which we have seen already a demo, and you guys are using it, prompt-based solutioning, which is more of a advanced level of machine learning, because we call that as a deep learning, and there are foundation models which basically work on that. So all these things are great. How do we use it in finance? I thought it will be great if I can actually show you some examples for 5 different areas, how AI is transforming assurance and finance. And then maybe we can take questions, answers, or take that forward. These are the most important thing which I would like you to, as a key takeaway from this session. You can actually use AI as an automator. It's an analytics pipeline. It's like, all of you heard about this term called continuous control monitoring. So there is a new, very interesting article I read recently. Control monitoring is dead. Long live ACM. Now what is this ACM? Autonomous control monitoring. If I have to do this, tell me one thing, how many of you sitting in this room got excited that let's do reconciliation today? Anyone gets excited like in accounting, aaj reconciliation karega? No one, right? It's the most boring job. My first job, Aditya Birla Group, I joined Madura Garments as unit head of audit. I don't know what was the work. Unit head of audit, oh, I'm a big shot now. And the first thing they said is, we have unreconciled balance of 80 crores. Figure it out, what is the root cause for that? So it is the most boring stuff, right? Don't you think it's like something which you would like to make sure that it just goes away? Someone else does it for us. Automator, okay? There is something which is very interesting, Decider, where machine learning can help us leverage AI insights. Let me show you an example of that. I'll take a very crude example, okay? This is actually, let me show you a picture. Okay, it's not visible. Let me just give it up. Okay, what do you see here in this picture? How do you analyze this picture? Interesting picture. Red and blue dots, right? What do you think its picture holds? Brain, no. Okay. Oh, 10. Okay, cool. What does this picture hold? Uncertain. Actually, this is nothing but, it's actually a concept, you can Google it out at a later point of time, called GNN, Graphical Neural Network. It's, think of all the banking transaction which is happening in your bank. You would like to see a pattern of all the transfers happening, another thing. Do you see some patterns out here? Okay, let's try to zoom it up, okay? Can you see this? It's actually nothing but what we call it as a graphical neural network, where the machine is trying to see what is the connection between this one. The red account, what you're seeing is nothing but what we call it as the destination account. Blue is the origination account. So it's actually kind of a mix of trying to get a kind of complete thing of what are the suspicious transactions happening, STR, what will you do that, and take it up. Now, if you try to do it humanly, it's close to impossible. But there are a concept called GNN, which is learning from the patterns and trying to put it up there. Or let's take one more example here when we are talking about the third one, recommender. I'll tell a very interesting example, which is nowadays being used extensively, is It may look like a very simple thing, employee expenses, but that is one area where no one has time to look into that. What you see on the left-hand side are rule-based things people look into that. But what you see on the right-hand side is something very interesting. How many of you heard about that whenever you buy something on Amazon, it gives you a recommendation engine, right? It'll say, people who bought this also bought that. Anyone knows what is that concept called? The concept is called association rule mining, and there is an algorithm, open source, called a priori. Now, if I use the same one in machine learning on my expenses, I was telling you that machine learning can be a recommender. It can actually try to see that people who have traveled from X to Y location, what is their expenses, what are the kind of things they have been done, and tell me that which one looks like legit or possible fraud. It is like giving you a kind of a thing. Ultimately, decision-making has to be done by the person himself. But if you can see it here, it is saying possible fraud or possible legit. It's giving you a recommendation on which areas to look into based on the association rule mining. Fundamentally, nothing changes. We have come a long way from what we call the rule-based things, which you see on the left-hand side, to a machine learning-based model. So coming back, this is where it does as a recommender. The fourth one is very interesting, illuminator. Imagine a situation where you have hundreds of mail coming to you asking for what is the budget left and all that kind of thing. Now, this is a kind of common problem in any finance team and all thing. What if you can have something which will make sure that it is connecting with your transaction processing system and giving these things, responding that, okay, this was the budget allocated to your department, this is what is there. It can be done with the kind of foundation models which we have it now, LangChain, Llama, many of them have come into thing. It's feasible, we can do it. Ultimately, we have to think of how we can use it and take it up. And the last but not least, this is the most interesting thing which comes in the area of what we call as evaluator. I'll actually maybe try to show you a quick example of this. If it is there in my system, I think it should be there. There's one on this one where it is evaluating all your supply chain things and all the thing and trying to tell you for which material code, which vendor you should be going for. Like, let me show you this example. It takes some, here it is. So you can see this is vendor preferences where, humans can see things from maximum n, like 2 or 3 dimensions. Machines don't have this problem. So you can say, it is saying for this material code, you should be actually going first preference to this vendor. Now the question arises, on what basis is doing it? Now this is the point of concern. Most of this machine learning is actually a black box today. We call this as explainable AI. XAI is something which is coming up. Can we explain it up there? But it also creates a new opportunity. Auditing these algorithms, understanding them, how they are giving this result, and why this is important. All these 5 areas are the different use case relationship what we see from a perspective of user and take it up there. So finally, what happens is all these things, when we call it about from a perspective of AI, machine learning, all of that thing, everyone believes it is coming. There's a very interesting survey by MIT Sloan and Capgemini. They found 90% of people know, yeah, this is going to impact us and all thing. But when they ask them, how many of them are actually having a digital strategy on that? Now, this part is interesting, only 15%. So people know, but the lack of action is something which is there. And that needs something which we call as the transformational mindset. You need to think of how you can use it. There are hundreds of things, and it's very democratized today. And if we can actually do that, you have an option. Like, remember this class 7 or 6, we used to have this maths questions, find the value of x. Yeah, this x is something which is very interesting. You don't know the value. Sometimes you have to think of what is the kind of value which we can actually bring it up there. And that exactly is the point, friends, which we need to think about and take that forward. So that's from my side, friends. Thank you very much for not sleeping in the session. Any questions, feel free. Yeah? No time for questions? Okay. Sure.
We'll keep the questions for later part of the day, as we have a lot of agenda to cover. But let me say, this is the session was eye-opening. The kind of colors, the kind of modernized style, I think we are no more looking like a auditing financial accountant kind of a person. It's more like the high-tech design and the high-tech. Thank you, Anandji. Big round of applause for his superb session done just now with us. So, Chairman, Vice Chairman, please join on the stage to give the memento, as well as Balram. Anish Mehta ji, Anish ji, our former chairman, are you here in the room? I saw you, but I don't know if you are here or you are outside. I don't know. If you are here, please join on the stage. Hari Bhai, can you come just before you find the seat? Let's have you on the stage. Okay, so we'll go into the next session. But before we start into the next session, let me see how attentive everybody was at listening. What was the impact of lunch so far? So debit credit was invented which year? Which year, Anand said? Was it 1800? 1500? 1600? So people were listening. Anandji, congratulations. Everybody was listening to you. So again, a round of applause. I think he has done a brilliant job. He's a great, I think, orator, and the knowledge is too good. I've taken a lot of his sessions in the past. So I hope you are feeling energized because you are about to jump into something even more exciting. We have structured our session in such a way that more deep we go into the day, more interesting topics are coming your way. Picture this. You walk into a store, and instead of overwhelmed by the options given, the store knows exactly what you're looking for. AI-powered recommendations appear on your phone based on your preferences. It tells you what to buy, what suits you, what kind of weather is outside, which might be perfect for you. It's not something future, it's actually happening now. If you go to Amazon and you go to Alibaba, you don't really have to look for things. It automatically tends to tell you what you're going to buy. But that's not all. AI is also going to predict into customer behavior, forecasting trends before they happen, and even much more. It's not just retail. New age organizations like tech startups are using AI to redefine customer experiences, automate processes, and unlock new levels of growth. To dive into this transformative world of AI, we are thrilled to bring you our next session, AI in Retail and New Age Organization, Learning and Challenges. And for guiding us through this exciting journey, we have CA Rajiv Gupta with us, who is Vice President and Group Head Internal Audits with Flipkart International Internet, who is here to share with us what more is there in the store. But before we welcome him to the stage, I'd like to request our ExCom member, C. Amit Khaitan, onto the stage for a formal introduction. Please give him a big round of applause as Amit walks onto the stage.
Good afternoon, ICI family. I was expecting this because it's a weekend, it's an afternoon time, and that is too also post-lunch. So that was expected. But yes, our speaker is there. So I think we should generate some energy. Good afternoon, ICI family. That's great. And our next topic is AI in retail and the new age organization, learning, and challenges. And today we are diving into a world where the algorithms can pick your shopping item better than your spouse. And that's right. That is all about the AI. And nowadays, actually, we used to trust our guest instinct while shopping. Now we trust the recommendation engines. The moment, we buy a toothbrush, the moment we buy the toothbrush, every website, things like, you are obsessed with the dental hygiene. So this is how the AI works in the retail industry. But actually, AI is revolutionizing the retail landscape, predicting trends, enhancing customer experience, and automatic tasks we never imagined could be handled by a machine. The challenges are also many. Through AI can predict what we want, but AI can predict that how we will feel get when we are, flooded with a lot of unwanted ads when we are searching those items through the retail industry's website. Here we to talk us through the learning curves and the challenges of AI in this ever-evolving space in someone who knows this word inside out. Our next speaker, Rajiv Gupta ji, an expert in the field of the AI and its applications in retail and the new age organization. Rajiv Gupta is a data scientist, CFE, CA, and CISA. He is a leader and subject matter expert in emerging technology risk, advanced data analytics, internal control, governance, and driving organization culture change. He is currently working as a vice president and group head of the internal audits at Flipkart Internet, which was a previously Walmart group company. Prior to this, he has worked as senior VP global audits at Diageo, head of internal control for India, Southwest Asia at Coca-Cola, and assurance manager with the PwC in India and London. He is the author of the technical guide on internet audit of the beverages industry published by the ICAI India. He has been recognized as one of the top 20 thought leaders in India in the domain of audit and governance. He is a guest speaker on the regular basis with the various professional bodies. So without taking much of your time, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our next speaker, CA Rajiv Gupta.
All right, so this session, Rajiv Gupta ji, we are looking forward to hear from you. I just want to remind to the entire audience, all our members, that the next two sessions are very important. One is on Microsoft. One is on one of the speakers from Microsoft who is going to tell us how you're going to use AI with Microsoft, which will help in your day-to-day work, and also in ERP. So please don't miss out these sessions, because now the more deep we go, the more important sessions are going to happen. Thank you. Rajiv ji, over to you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. See, we have two options. Option number one, I tell you something by which this session gets completed in 5 minutes. Option two is I kill you with all the slides which I have prepared, which will take me 60 minutes. Option one sounds better, no? So let's try option one. If we like it, very good, we say 55 minutes. If we don't like it, then okay, we'll end up spending 55 more minutes together. Option number one is, since morning we all speakers, we are grilling you saying all the technical terms, deep learning, purple shirt, no, purple, people, and whatnot. But someone in November 2022 launched ChatGPT. When ChatGPT is there, I don't know why any one of you didn't ask that whatever Anand is sharing or whatever previous speakers are sharing, we can straight away find that out from ChatGPT itself. Even the coding can be done by ChatGPT. So why we are talking about so many technical stuff? Why don't we already had lunch. Why don't we wrap up all the sessions quickly and go home? No, not go home. What, Shah Rukh Khan? No, Shah Rukh Khan has come, no? IFI, yes. So, but do you agree with this question, validity of this question or not? If yes, then I will try to answer, otherwise we'll move on. Yes? Do you think this question is valid? Yes, okay. But the problem is, two problems. Problem number one, there are two doctors. One is Dr. suppose, Dayanivas, MBBS, MD. Another doctor is CA Rajiv Gupta, Chat GPT wala. Both are doctors because Dr. Dayanivas learned everything from his medical college, but Rajiv Gupta doesn't need to learn everything because Rajiv Gupta has Chat GPT. So if you are a patient, you have a hell lot of problems, not you, suppose the third person, and you have two options. Either go to Dr. Dayanivas, who is MBBS MD, or come to me. And I assure you, I will be equally effective because I will search. Whatever symptoms you tell me, I will search dedicatedly on ChatGPT. And whatever, ChatGPT will search the database, the same database from which Mr. Dayanivas, the MBBS MD, learned and became doctor. Now tell me, if you have a serious problem, you will go to a real doctor who is Dr. Dayanivas, or to CA Rajiv Gupta ChatGPT wala. Who will go to first doctor, Dr. Dayanivas? See, the confidence, only few, only 20, 30. So I'm presuming everybody else will come to me, correct? Hanji, please, quickly, 5 minutes finishing. Hanji, option 2, who will come to CA Rajiv Gupta ChatGPT wala? Only one. He has confidence on my CA skills and hence he thinks I may run ChatGPT better. But if I compare, many of you felt more comfortable with a professional doctor. That exactly is the difference. Ladies and gentlemen, ChatGPT can do coding for sure, no doubt about it. But who will interpret it? I am a data scientist. I don't write codes every day. I learned it so that I can interpret it. My team writes code, and I have no problem if my team has taken support of ChatGPT to write code. But then when they are coming to me, they are coming with their own validation they have performed. Ki, sir, we have seen this code is fine. It will solve this problem. And me as their manager, I look at that code. I may not be fast to write that code, but I can point out problem in that code. How I am able to do, just like a doctor, a trained doctor can do. Similarly, since I have learned it, I know how to use ChatGPT. What if you have gone to your CEO or maybe CFO, taking the output given by ChatGPT, and he asks you to explain, or if he asks you to change some parameters, or if he asks you to explain why this was accepted, why this was rejected. Unless you understand how machine learning works, unless you understand how deep learning works, I challenge all of you. If I give you 2 minutes, you open anything, whether ChatGPT or Perplexity, or Anand said something else, Gemini and something else. I give you 2 minutes. You search difference between machine learning and deep learning. Whatever you will learn from it, you won't be able to explain to me what is the difference. But when I explain to you in next 2 minutes, you will never forget in your life. How? What's the difference? Because I have practically done it, what you will read from ChatGPT. So far, so good? That's all. 5 minutes done. So the conclusion is, you can't use ChatGPT. So you have to bear me for next 55 minutes. So no more option. Let's continue to the presentation now. But before that, since I touched upon you, otherwise you may say, Arey, Rajiv said he can explain machine learning and deep learning better than ChatGPT, but he didn't explain. So it is not on my slides. Anyone who is damn clear on the difference between machine learning and deep learning, or because many times I have seen people use these words interchangeably, AI, ML, deep learning, RPA, and so on. Nobody has the courage to say, Baba, what is the difference? Is AI, ML like first name and surname, just like Rajiv Gupta is same, right? Rajiv Gupta. Rajiv is my first name, Gupta is my second name. Is AI ML mein AI is the first name and ML is the second name? No, both are different. Few days ago, I wrote a post on LinkedIn. I don't think anybody understood. That's why I got very few comments. I wrote, Rajiv is a Gupta, but every Gupta is not Rajiv. Similarly, ML is AI, but ulta kar do, every AIM is not ML. It's not on the slide, it just prompted me. So, but you can find it on, not on Google, not on GPT, only LinkedIn in my post, yeah. So, every ML is AI, but every AI is not ML. Why? Because artificial intelligence is the umbrella under which one of the subset is machine learning. What machine learning does? It learns from data, historical data, to identify patterns, which Anand was sharing from 58 years ago, that research paper, right? Pattern analysis is something which machine learning does. Now you may say, if Anand said 58 years ago this pattern recognition was discussed, but today in 2024 we are talking about pattern analysis and machine learning. The problem is, that time it was a dream that tomorrow we will do when we'll have computational power. Today, forget about Apples of the world, even if you have a normal smartphone in Indian language, which means 10,000 rupee smartphone also, it is much more powerful than the desktop computers which were there around 2-3 decades ago. I have done articleship, you will get to know how old I am, forget about it. But I have seen that world of floppy drives also. So I am that old. And that is machine learning. What is deep learning? Deep learning is where you use multiple sources of data, not only your transactional data. Multiple sources means voice, plus video, plus data, plus anything. Whenever you add up multiple sources of data, that is where machine learning doesn't work. That is where, in the backend, you don't get to know, in the backend, deep learning works. For example, Alexa. It looks so cute, small device. Tell me, is it using machine learning, deep learning? Hence proved, I said that within 2 minutes I will make you expert of machine learning and deep learning. You didn't learn coding. Did I explain you the coding? No. But now this definition is clear in your mind for lifetime, that whenever it is only about data. Which data? A data which can be in form of a table. Now you can download it from anywhere. Be it SAP, Oracle, Tally, Shally, Atram, Shatram, doesn't make any difference. Any data which is a table, machine learning. A data which has multiple sources of data, they're deep learning. So that was beyond the slide. So let's leave what I have in the slides. Everyone looked real. So this is few months ago, I think somewhere in Feb or March of this year, in Hong Kong this happened. A poor accountant, he joined a Zoom call because his CFO had sent an invite saying, oh, this is an urgent Zoom call, he has to attend. So he came on a call, his CFO was there. This happened in Hong Kong, Feb of this year. His CFO was there, many other business leaders were there. They asked him that we have to release payment of $200 million in 15 different accounts. He was a poor accountant, CFO is there, and many other bosses were there. So he did the needful. Later on, boss asked him, Baba, why you did it? He said, boss, aapne hi Zoom mein aake, you itself asked me on the Zoom that make these payments. He said, no. He said, boss, jhoot nahi bolna hai. There were other bosses also. He checked with them. Everybody denied. Everybody denied. So it turned out, on that Zoom call, only this poor accountant was the real person. Everybody else was deep fake. Everybody else. They were on video. And they were giving him instructions. Just think about it. And we are saying, we love hybrid environment. And see, interestingly, my company, who lost it, basically, the accountant, the controllers team. The moment this happened, my company came and said, Rajiv, would you mind taking up additional role of finance controller of one of the group company? Because even if something happens in hybrid environment, someone gives instructions, the poor guy who's the finance controller, he will be asked why you made the payment. Acha, if I don't make the payment, my boss will get angry. Arey, I asked you to make payment. If I make payment and if my boss turns out to be fake, now over Zoom, how can I ask my boss, boss, are you real? Maybe, this reminded me, Anand bhai, maybe we can bring that OTP check, no, over Zoom. If my boss asks me any instruction, make this payment, do this and that, I will say, give me OTP. And that OTP has to come to his mobile phone. Something like that, good idea. Okay, so this is the environment, ladies and gentlemen, in which you are living right now, where over Zoom also, someone who is moving, you can't even rely, and we are living in a hybrid world. And then we are saying, will AI replace us tomorrow? So we'll come to that conclusion in next few minutes, yeah? So I will not talk about that. This is one very infamous interview of the Nokia's that time CEO who said, when the Nokia was in its downfall, almost it was vanishing. And some of you are of my age, but some of you are younger, so I will share with those who are younger than me. Nokia was so reliable in that if you have to hit someone, a brick may not hit him, but your Nokia phone will definitely put a dent on his head. That was the reliability. And if you want to build your body also, dumbbell, so you don't need dumbbell. I bought that 25,000 rupee ka in 2001. Black color, bigger than the wireless, which in Indian police carries, no? That wireless device, that bigger than that. That was Nokia. So when all that glorious days were gone, so he said, we didn't do anything wrong, but somehow we lost. So there was no problem in their phone, there was nothing. Why you think Nokia lost? Any idea? Technology upgradation, they didn't go as per the time, absolutely right. Because when the world around us is changing, a lot of things are changing around us. For example, now the focus is not in a capitalist environment. Focus always was on maximization of the profit in pure capitalism. But now ESG has come up, which says capitalism subject to ESG. So if that type of environment is there, the way companies operate, it has to change. GDPR, data privacy is coming big way. Technology advancement we are discussing since morning. Cyber threats are becoming more and more advanced. How many of you are into IT audits or IT consulting? Like some of you, yeah? So, few years ago, these cyber attacks, they used to be RPA-based, robotic bot-based. Basically, a coder, he will write a code and he will release it on the web. That code will try to attack the network of different companies. Wherever the configuration is weak, the attack will be successful. Wherever the configuration is strong, the attack will fail. But then what happened? companies became smarter, that they, whenever they were installing firewalls, they started making the configuration stronger. And hence, the success rate of these cyber attacks reduced. And then what happened? AI came. The advantage of AI and machine learning is these codes, they are not coming back to the coder for repair and maintenance. So what is happening now? These cyber attackers, they are writing the code using AI. And what happens? When they are pushing the code onto the network, if a company has strong firewall, strong configuration, the code is learning there itself. It is not coming to the boss. It is learning there itself. Okay, my attempt number 1 failed. Let me change my code. Let me try to enter another way. It tries option 2, doesn't work. Tries option 3, doesn't work. Suppose it tries everything on the go. If the company is super, super smart, what the code will say, okay, this company, let's skip it, but I have learned that what all I need to do to attack company number 2. And hence the success rate of cyber attacks is much more higher. So that's the world in which we are living, and then impact of AI ML and complex global supply chain. Why I'm saying complex? After COVID, supply chain complexity has become much more complex. Why? Because before COVID, supply chain of many of the big corporations of the world was sorted because China was there. If China is there, everybody was having balle balle, koi tension nahi, no tension, because whatever you want to buy, be it a pen, be it a tissue paper, be it an aeroplane, everything you can import from China. But when COVID came in and that muscle power, countries started showing, then the concept of China plus one, regionalization, whatever different names came in, but companies realized that there is a need for them to have an option number 2. What is the impact of that? The impact is, so far, the companies at the time of procurement, they used to go for L1 vendor. You know L1 vendor? The lowest cost vendor? Yeah? You ask quote from 3 vendors, whosoever give you the least quote, which more often than not used to be China. China used to win. But now companies are saying, but we have to develop our backup plan as well. And hence, they are going for L2 and L3 suppliers also, which means those suppliers who are expensive today, they are evaluating and giving orders to them also. Why? They are saying, if China, suppose, is going to supply me something for, say, $1,000, if this company is going to charge $1,100, which means $100 extra, that $100 extra is not my increased procurement cost. It is towards my business continuity planning. That $100 extra, I am investing towards my business continuity rather than treating it as increase in my procurement cost. Now, this changes the way organizations behave. This changes the way governance professionals, be it controllership, be it auditors, have to evaluate the procurement process. So if all these things are changing, what else is changing? Okay. You know, in India, there is, in India, the biggest paints company, what's the name? Asian Paints. Broadly, what's the market cap of it in INR? I'll tell you, it is around 3 lakh crore rupees. Yeah, around 3 lakh. 3 lakh. There is another company, ITC, yeah, which has hotels plus tobacco business and all those. Its market cap is approximately 4 lakh crore market cap. And both these companies, you all know, right? They are pretty big, employ thousands and thousands of workers and employees, have many, many factories. ITC has many top-class hotels also. And they are into existence for decades. And then there are companies like Zomato, around 12, 13-year-old company into existence. You know, its market cap already is how much broadly? 2 lakh crore. How many factories Zomato has? 0. How many bikes Zomato has? 0. How many employees Zomato has? Don't say 0, huh? Don't do hat trick in this question. Not 0. All these delivery boys, they are not the employees, but the people who are sitting in their corporate office, the finance department, the chartered accountants, the CEO, the CFO, the COO, they all are their employees. So maybe few hundred, I don't know exact numbers, maybe 500. How come a company which is primarily having a mobile app, yeah, very similar to Ola and Uber, yeah, what they have? Mobile app, Airbnb, mobile app. You know, right? Airbnb doesn't own any of these properties which you book, right, across the globe. But their valuation is much more than, I think, even the Hilton and the Tridents of the world. You know the reason? Reason is on this slide, which is hidden so far. I will press a button, that reason will come up. 1, 2, 3. No. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Smack. And I will explain you in next 2 minutes. This is the only reason by which the new age companies are having amazing valuations as compared to amazing brands which are there, be it Asian Paints, ITC, Unilevers of the world. S stands for social. What these companies are saying, just keep 2 companies in your mind. One, the traditional company, any traditional company you like Unilever or Colgate or maybe Coca-Cola. On the other hand, keep a new age company in your mind, whichever you like, maybe Airbnb, Zomato, Uber. And just think about it, which one is falling into this criteria? Social. These companies are saying, my customer base doesn't live in their homes, they live on social media. So why to target them on a TV which is in their homes where they are not living? And why don't we target them on social media on which 24/7 minus 6 hours when they are sleeping? Maybe 18 to 19 hours they are living on their mobile phone. Social media. So these are the companies who are saying, we will spend our marketing budget on social media and not on mainstream television. And not putting on hoardings on near the airport and things like that. It's my audience doesn't look out of the window when they're traveling in the car. They're always on their mobile. They will not appreciate, oh, it's a bright day today. So the moment they're coming out of the airport, sitting in the taxi, mobile. Even if it is dark outside, sunny outside, raining outside, doesn't make any difference. Social. That is first. Yeah? Hence, they are fully focused on social media. M, mobile. They are saying, why to waste money in setting up a store when my customer is living on a property which is 3 by 6? 3 inch by 6 inches. Don't think 3 bedroom by 6 bedroom. No. 3 by 6 inch property they are living in. So why I have to open a store? Why don't I launch a mobile app? So mobile. And just think of those 2 companies. One traditional business, one is the new age business. You see very clearly in which side they are falling. Third, analytics. They are saying, okay, Asian Paints may have, I don't know, 300, 400 variety of colors and quality of paint, maybe 500, maybe 1,000, maybe 2,000. Kya fark padta hai? But the number of properties Airbnb is offering is into thousands and maybe lakhs, I don't know. The number of products Amazon is offering to you is into lakhs. Flipkart, lakhs. Myntra, lakhs. But your phone screen is only whatever, 3 by 6, 4 by 6, whatever. Now you have that folding phone also, whatever, 6 by 6. In that 6 by 6, and here's the beauty, without even disturbing you or expecting you to even scroll, how I can make sure the moment you open my app, whatever you see on the screen is what you wanted to buy. Just think about it. Which means if you are 700, 800 of you here, if you all have Amazon app, all of you, when you open your mobile app, it will not show you the same product. Ideally, it should not. If for two of you, it is showing the same product, it means Amazon knows you both have same taste and preferences. That is why it is same. And why Amazons of the world or the Zomatos of the world are doing it? Because they know you don't have time, you don't have patience. You want to get things done very, very fast. So why to disturb you by expecting you to scroll and find the product you want? Why don't we show you right on the screen the moment you open the app? How it comes up? Through analytics. They are analyzing which data? Not your purchasing data, your browsing data. Whatever you typed is data. When you typed on the front page, 20 items came. Whichever item you clicked, data. When you clicked, how many seconds you were on that item looking at it? Data. How many times you clicked, came in, went out? Feel like, no, good deal, came in, went out. Data. Everything is getting analyzed to put a product on your screen the moment you open it. Analysis. Do you think Unilevers of the world, Asian Paints of the world would be doing this? No. They are focusing on how I make my paint better. They are not working on human psychology. These new age companies are working on human psychology. And last is C. That again is beauty. These companies say, do I really need to set up a server room? Yes, madam, you're right, cloud. Why cloud? You will say, Arey, Rajiv, cloud, we know, let's move on. No, the point is, why cloud? Not because it is the buzzword today. It is because, for example, this week on Flipkart, Myntra, Amazon, annual best sale is going on. Historical data says that when this annual sale, near Diwali, when this sale comes, the traffic goes up to 3x, 4x. 3 times, 4 times. Now just think about it. If Asian Paints get to know that if their production capacity is suppose 100 kg, for example, or 100 liter, whatever, and in Diwali, the order will be of 400 kg. Can they produce 4x of the paints if their installed capacity is only 100? They may reach 100 ka 150 by borrowing capacity from franchisee, those contract manufacturers, right? But in case of cloud, you just write an email or you get that dashboard, not dashboard, a user interface where you can straight away log in and increase your available capacity 2x, 3x, 2000x, whatever. The only thing is, whatever capacity increase you do, your billing also changes accordingly. But the point is, within few minutes, your installed capacity doubles up or becomes 4x. This is possible only in cloud, not in case of brick and mortar server rooms. That makes smack. That is how the new age companies, they are differentiating from traditional organizations. Yeah. So this is the environment in which we are living, and just think about it. If your company is too much on social media, you may have to start auditing social media as well, because there are many requirements, including data privacy requirements, including there's some regulations which have to be taken care, what you can post, what you cannot post on social media. If your employees are on social media, are they putting something which they're not allowed to put in there? When your company is doing analysis and offering product to customers based on their analysis, is there any bias which is coming in? Or are they doing something which is going beyond the data privacy requirements? You all are aware of that Target ka infamous issue which happened in US? Target? Yes, no? Any yes? Okay, so it's no, right? Okay. If there is no yes, then it's no. So what happened in case of Target around 10, 15 years ago? They said they became smarter, actually. That's what happened. They became smarter and they said, let's save our pamphlet printing and distribution cost. And they said, how we can do it? We have data of our customers. How they had data of their customers? They have their membership card, which in India came very late, but they were having this concept for many, many years. So they said, whatever our customer purchase, we market to that customer through the card, which the membership card he's holding. So when I'm sending pamphlets of offers to the customer, I will send only the relevant ones. So for example, if Rajiv Gupta has young kids, so he may need baby shampoo, he may need diapers also at home. But if someone is unmarried, why to send, those pamphlets of offers on diapers and all those? That's the smartness which Target did. Anything wrong in this, guys? Nothing wrong. So they did this across. And then one fine day, an uncle came to Target saying, in my home, there is no married lady, and you are sending me offers of new mother, whatever new mother needs, in the diapers and all those. You are sending me pamphlets of that. So Target said, oh, sorry, this is all decided by our corporate. So we'll inform them there is some problem in their this distribution plan and something. Then what happened? Target said, let's do RCA. What is RCA? Root cause analysis. They did root cause analysis and they found that their analytics is absolutely correct. There was someone who was using that home's Target membership card to buy something which a would-be mother would be buying. So Target gave that response कि हमें लगता है कि there is someone pregnant in your home. And that is when the father got to know that his unmarried daughter is pregnant. Yeah? That is scary power of analytics, and there were a lot of hue and cry on data privacy and all those things. You can Google it up, but that's the summary. Analytics. So someone has to put guardrails around how and to what extent you as an organization would like to use the data which you have. Yeah? So that is where your role, my role will come in. Yeah? How can we remain unchanged? Very good. Let's leave it. Or maybe 10 minutes, very good. So then I will leave it. Quick look. Are you guys interested in anything learning on this slide? Array, somebody said yes. Oh. Okay. More than 90% of finance professionals, more than 90%, more than 95% of finance professionals, whatever expertise they have in data analysis, finance professionals, whatever expertise they have, be it Excel, be it any software, but that finance professional should not be a data scientist. I'm saying chartered accountant. Chartered accountant, 95% of us are doing only first on the screen. Descriptive analysis, which means what happened. For example, we make some fancy Excel, and what you said, Anand, the macro, right? We do all those fancy stuff to come up with something which tells management what happened. For example, we achieved this much sales, or this product achieved EBITDA, or this happened, our employee turnover was within the range, whatever. But the point is, whatever analysis you're doing, whatever automation you're doing, or whether you're doing in Excel, doesn't make any difference. I challenge you, more than 95% of what you're doing is item 1, which is descriptive analysis. But the world is changing. Expectation of the stakeholders is changing. They are saying, "Arey, step number 2, 3, 4, who will do?" When you have computational power, when you have data, both the things are there. When you have data plus computational power, plus you have data scientists, why you are not going ahead and telling me why it happened, what happened? Why means what? RCA. Why you are not helping me double click that if my particular item didn't do well, why it didn't do well? If my employee turnover is higher, why it is higher? That is the diagnostic part. When you go in the field of data science, this is something which is first level of graduation, just like I can say your descriptive analysis is like CA foundation, okay? Diagnostic and predictive are like your CA inter. We don't call it CA inter, no? It's name has changed, no? IPC something, but you understood, right? So second and third are like CA inter. And the CA final is prescriptive. But what is the third one? Third one is predictive. Predictive means you have the data, and as Anand said, pattern recognition. If you have data, you can recognize pattern. If you can recognize pattern, why can't you predict the future based on that? Yeah? I don't know. In 1983 World Cup, let me tell you, I didn't watch it. I was too young for that, okay? 1983 World Cup, Kapil Dev was playing very well in one of the match. Obviously, it was not recorded the way these are recorded these days. I don't know, was Zimbabwe with Zimbabwe or someone, 175 runs when he scored in that match. Bishan Singh Bedi, I think, used to be our coach, and there was one another player who was standing near the boundary. Bishan Singh felt that since this player is standing near the boundary, Kapil Dev is playing very well. So this guy was also enjoying nice weather, and then he had to go for a loo break. So he turned and he wanted to go towards the dressing room. That's when Bishan Singh said, "Khabardar, you will continue standing here till the time Kapil Paji is batting." He said, "But I have to go. It's a, what do you call, emergency call." He said, "Whatever emergency, you have do whatever you want to do, you have to do here. But because you are standing here, Kapil Dev is playing very well. So you are not allowed to move." What mathematics rule he applied, Bishan Singh Bedi? Correlation. Correlation. Okay, but sorry, actually you used a better word. What did you say? No, so many words. Somewhere, someone from here said. Oh, no, son. Well, okay. In mathematical terms, so superstition, absolutely right. In mathematical term, causation. Causation. That's very, very important term. Bishan Singh Bedi thought that Kapil's 6 runs are being caused by this gentleman standing on the boundary. But it was not causation, it was correlation. It was somehow correlated, but it was not caused. Why I'm sharing this with you? Because when you do the simplest form of linear regression is used for predictive analysis. And the beauty is you can do yourself today evening in Excel. Very easy, very, very easy. You just YouTube it, linear regression example. It will show you 5-minute video. You just pause it, do it in Excel, pause it, do it in Excel. Within 15-20 minutes, you will yourself become linear regression expert. And what it will help you do? prediction. It is not the best of the models which is available, but very easy to appreciate whether this gentleman standing on the boundary helped Kapil Dev make those 6 runs of 175 runs or not. So what linear regression does, it takes all the parameters that, for example, match number 1, Kapil scored 50. Who was the captain? That's another parameter. Who was the bowler? Another parameter. Who was standing on the boundary? Another parameter. What was the temperature? Another parameter. Was the pitch wet or not? Another parameter. All these parameters. Okay. Was Kapil Dev's wife sitting on the stand or not in that match? Another parameter. Were you sitting at home in your Bermuda or in trouser? Another parameter. Whatever parameter you want to play, which sir you said superstition, you can bring every superstition in linear regression. What it will do? Now you have to enjoy. Once you brought in all the possible criterias, you run linear regression. I'm saying run, no need to write anything. There is a specific button you have to click in Excel. It will do predictive analytics for you. And you know what it will tell you? It will say, criteria 1, which is who was the captain, right? Plays 40%, holds 40% weightage of Kapil Dev scoring well. You sitting in your Bermuda in your home in India when he was playing in Zimbabwe, 0% weightage. How it will be able to tell? Based on hundreds and thousands of betting data of Kapil Dev when you put. So it will analyze all data items, and it will say, based on the analysis of all the parameters, I have given weightage. Weightage means importance. And one parameter you can add of this player, I forgot the name, it's not very popular player, standing on the boundary each time Kapil Dev was playing. Predictive analysis. And linear regression is the easiest of the model, and it is very, very popular for one reason. It is explainable AI. That's a different topic. Maybe some other day we'll talk about it. But just remember this word, explainable AI. Linear regression is one of those few predictive models which especially financial institutions, banking, they need. Why? Because if suppose Rajiv Gupta, chartered CA Rajiv Gupta has come to a bank in Dubai asking for a loan, if that bank has rejected my application, what I will do? I will ask, sir, why you rejected? Because even in India, they tell me your CIBIL score is bad, your credit scoring. Or for example, once Citibank rejected my credit card application, saying you are living in a PIN code which we don't trust. PIN code means zip code. Yeah, but the beauty is they explained me which criteria, right? They also had hundreds of criteria. On which criteria I failed? Explainable AI. Yeah, but I will pause here, stop here. I don't know if you have time for 1 or 2 questions. Otherwise, I am here till evening. You have to choose whether you like Shah Rukh Khan or me if you have to ask me questions, yeah? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Be careful.
I think we'll see Rajiv Gupta in later part in the panel as well. So a lot of questions can be asked in that session. But let me tell you, Rajiv, one thing I really liked is the way you have picked up the Bollywood and the cricket into your this thing. I think after post-lunch, we should take inspiration from you how to do the session post-lunch. So thank you for that. Can I request Chairman, Vice Chairman to please join on the stage along with Amit to give a memento on behalf of all of us as members. All right, before we go into the next session, let me ask how attentive you are there. How much was lost in the deep fake? What was the amount involved in that? that deepfake example which was given by Rajiv. $200 million. So for the next speaker, the audience is ready. So with that, let me get into the session. In a recent report published by IMF, financial institutions are forecast to double their spending in AI by 27 to about $97 billion. As per report of McKinsey, studies predict that AI in finance functions could lead to significant automation, improving efficiencies and accuracy in areas like financial planning, analysis, and risk management. Generative AI, for instance, is projected to handle up to 70% of routine tasks by 2030. To talk more about this and more specifically about how Microsoft is enhancing finance functions by using AI, we have a fantastic speaker, Mr. Alexandra de Suroth, Regional CFO Microsoft, who brings a wealth of knowledge on this topic. But before we hear from him, I'd like to request our ExCom member, C.A. Sanjay Gagrani, to join me on the stage for a formal introduction of Mr. Alexandra. Give him a big round of applause as he walks onto the stage.
Happy afternoon, ICI family, friends, and professional colleagues. These days, when we talk about the AI, it can feel like we are living in a science fiction movie. I know it's tempting to think that when we see the things we are algorithm doing in the second, we used to spend hours and days. But let me clarify something. AI does not stand for accountant insecurity. Today's speakers have assured that AI is not here to replace us, but it's here to empower us to the next level. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to introduce Mr. Alexandre, Regional CFO at Microsoft, the man who has made AI and finance the ultimate power couple. With over 27 years of experience in the tech industry, Alexandre leads Microsoft financial strategy across Central and Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and Africa, some of the most dynamic and diverse regions in the world. Mr. Alexandre is a true master of finance digital transformation. He is using next-gen AI and co-pilot technology to turn finance into a future-focused. His expertise goes beyond numbers. Alexandre is a firm believer that the future of finance is all about the smarter decision, powered by technology. In short, he is the one making finance not only efficient, but AI-powered and ready for the future. So buckle up, because you are going to hear from a man who is helping all of us to navigate this new era of AI-driven solution. So get ready for a glimpse into the future, and please join me in welcoming with a warm applause Mr. Alexandre with his team, Srishti and Yusuf.
No, thank you very much for a very nice introduction. This was a lot to say about me, man. That was a lot. So today we'll present as a team with Shriti and Yusuf. So it is a team presentation today. So I'm going to pass it on to Shriti now to kick it off. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I see a lot of people have gone out for a break, hoping they come back. All right, I'm Srishti from Microsoft, and along with my colleagues, Yusuf and Alex, we are going to take you, we're going to take you through how Microsoft enhances finance functions using AI. But before we begin, I'd like to do a little exercise with you. You know, we've been eating and then now we feel sleepy, so let's just do a quick exercise to stimulate our brains a bit. I know there were amazing desserts that were served earlier in the lunch, right? Because us Microsoft team, we just had the desserts, to be honest. So I want you to think about another dessert. May I request you to please close your eyes for 10 seconds and think about what can be the taste of a broccoli ice cream or a gobi ice cream, if you may. Please close your eyes and imagine the taste of what a broccoli ice cream would taste like. All right, time's up. Looks like a lot of you have done some imagination there. By show of hands, how many people could indeed imagine the taste of a broccoli ice cream? Wow, that's good. I see a lot of hands there. That's amazing. So do you know how you were able to imagine the taste of something that does not even exist? Let me tell you. This is due to the part of our brain, prefrontal cortex. It has the power to imagine the unimaginable, and that is why you were able to do this today. There are functions like empathy, insight, morality, and many more that you see on the screen that makes us unique as humans. This actually brings us to the discussion of what jobs and skills artificial intelligence cannot replace in workplace today. And earlier, our chief guest and many other speakers pointed out this fact that AI is here, it'll take our jobs or not. But we are here to tell you that yes, in a nutshell, you are good if either your job cannot be performed by AI or you leverage AI in your jobs. And I know a lot of us here are falling in the latter category. So, maybe move. This is some data that I wanted to show you, basically to see that the generative AI job postings today definitely go maximum to the tech sector. But financial services today is at 14%. By 2025, this number is expected to grow to 20%. That means in financial services, people are already leveraging AI in their jobs. And now we are going to show you how Microsoft enhances productivity using AI in our daily job. Now, I'd like to hand over the mic to Alex, who's going to take us through our Microsoft transformation journey, and then we'll go through some use cases to make it all real for you.
Thank you, Shruti. So we really want to make it very real, and we are going to do some demo and show you use cases, how we at Microsoft leverage with the technology with artificial intelligence. But first, I want to give you an overview of Microsoft's digital transformation journey. So Microsoft's mission is to empower every organization and every people on the planet to achieve more. And I think this slide shows best what it means for Microsoft Finance organization. In the past, our revenue at Microsoft grew in lockstep with the finance headcount. The more Microsoft was adding revenue, the more we're adding finance people to support the growth, to provide insight to our business partners. And post-financial crisis in 2008, what we managed to do is to decouple here the finance headcount growth from Microsoft revenue. And in fact, since 2009, Microsoft revenue grew by 217%, where the finance headcount remained at plus 30%. So this chart ended in 2022. Now, in the last 2 years, I can tell you that the productivity gain with the introduction of artificial intelligence and Microsoft product named Copilot, this gap has further increased. So just a few words on Copilot. Copilot is a smart assistant that we use in finance across Excel, Outlook, PowerPoint, and Teams. And it's kind of an artificial intelligence assistant that helps us to identify our needs, simplify tasks, and also automate some of the tasks. So how have we done that? This is a chart that our CFO, Amy, would often share when she's presenting to companies. So how have we done that? So our journey started with process standardization. So we leverage tools and the technology to standardize our processes. The second pillar of that, which is one of the most critical one, is about the culture transformation, what we call modern finance. And Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, is saying that the most important factor of success is culture. So ensuring that we have the right culture coming from the top in changing the way we approach technology in finance was absolutely critical in this transformation. And when you talk about cultural change, it's about process change. It's about looking at a process. Can we automate the process? Can we simplify the process? And how we can adopt technology to that process? So modern finance cultures was absolutely critical in the success in this overall transformation. The third pillar is unify data platform. This is about the data. So what we do, we had to prepare the data, we clean the data, we agree on a consistent taxonomy or KPIs, and then we move the data to the cloud. It looks simple, but that was a process that we started over years. And from there, we have a single source of truth for the data, which is absolutely critical for every possible business review that we all talk about the same numbers from a single source of truth. When we put the data on the cloud, then we can produce, this is the fourth pillar, the business intelligence. And when I talk about business intelligence, this helps us with the introduction of Power BI dashboard, where we looked at interactive dashboards with real-time data, and it makes our business review with our partner, business partner, much more interactive. However, those data are only looking at the past. And now what we're missing is what will happen, and we're only able to say what happened in the past. So with the introduction of artificial intelligence, and we started with machine learning, we're able to move from backward-looking analysis to forward-looking prediction and recommendation. So machine learning is across many finance processes. One of them is revenue forecasting that we use extensively. It helps us gain massive productivity when we remove the forecast from the opcos across Middle East and Africa as an example, and centralize this process at HQ. And now with next-gen AI, this is, again, moving to not only traditional artificial intelligence, may be able to, with Copilot, generate content, summarize the information, simplify tasks, and provide data analytics. I want to go back on a very important point about the cultures and also on how we have changed the way we reward finance people. This was absolutely critical. In the past, at Microsoft, a finance professional was rewarded based on how many numbers he could memorize, based on how many reports he was able to produce. Now, a finance professional is rewarded based on the impact he's making on the organization. And there are three pillars for that. One is the individual accomplishment. The second one is how we contribute to the success of others. That's a very important point for Microsoft, contributing to the success of others. And then the third point is how we leverage with the knowledge, the effort, the works of others. So it's really creating these three loops where we really measure the impacts on each and every finance people at Microsoft. The other things extremely important in Microsoft cultures is the growth mindset, as opposed to having a fixed mindset. And this is in the DNA of Microsoft. A growth mindset is somebody who will be willing to learn new things, to adopt new technology, is willing to try, to learn, eventually to fail, but to improve from that. So a fixed mindset will stick only to activities that they know and will not be willing to learn new things. So the impact, critical the way you change it, together with a growth mindset. Just a few words, and today I know we talk a lot about traditional artificial intelligence, which has been here for many years. But what we see that we're entering into a new era where traditional artificial intelligence, such as machine learning for revenue forecasting or using for balance sheet reconciliation, approving invoices, so that's something we use in our finance organization. But they are simple models for one purpose, and they are very narrow. Now with next-gen artificial intelligence, we're moving to massive models where we are dealing with large and broader models, and we're able to train those models, and those models are able to give us nearly any answer that we are looking for. And there are massive applications for that. So now I'm going to pass it on to Yusuf. He's going to tell us how the charter accountant can ride the artificial intelligence wave.
Thank you, Alex. Good afternoon, everybody. The last time I checked, chartered accountants used to respond back, so I'm going to try it one more time. Good afternoon, everybody. Hey, we got there. Well, look, thank you for having us. I think by show of hands, who's excited to see an actual demo beyond just a search part on ChatGPT to show how we've utilized AI in Microsoft? So, show of hands. Okay, cool, awesome. But before that, I'm going to quickly set the scene, and I want you to use the next two visuals as a curtain as we go through the demos, because it will really help you understand some of the key insights. And this is, again, I think someone was asking me at lunch, is this what the future looks like? I think it will evolve, but this is examples that we'll show as a team, which we are currently using. So we're hoping that you'll find them insightful and useful and live with that promise. So with that said, the first premise I just want to set up, if you can skip to the next slide, is I'm not a very technical person. This is how it made sense in my head when I was using AI in my actual job. And very quickly, although I asked AI to make it creative and marketing, but it could not suppress the accountant in me. So it still looks like a T account with your credit and debit, but please, I hope that's not too bad. I've split it up between the journal purpose that Alex talked about and a single purpose. So if you go to the next slide, I want to highlight two occasions over the last 100 centuries that we have around the general purpose technologies that kicked in and how the GDP kind of grew on that trajectory. So if I could flip to the next one, I want to highlight just the two there. So I want to highlight printing press and electricity. And there's one key thing I want you to take away from this slide, if you can see it at the back, okay? It's been 150 years since the invention of light bulbs. There are still parts of the world today where they don't have light bulbs. Is it going to be the same with AI? I think most people in this room would probably argue it will be a lot quicker. So the pace of it is coming, and being prepared for it is going to be critical. And one last thing I want to touch up before we go to the demo. I know I'm holding it up. I wanted to weigh in on this existential question of, is AI going to take over from humans? And listening to some of the speakers today, the only analogy it kind of made sense to me was, and it helps me sleep at night, is if Sachin Tendulkar's got the fastest 100 centuries, AI is not going to take that over, but a kid from India, a kid around the world is going to use AI to train themselves to beat that. And I think that for me really resonates, that it's a tool that goes together. And I think we've heard a lot about that throughout the session. So I hope that resonates with you as well. So with that said, let's get into the exciting part. So broad strokes, there are 4 pillars. And this is, again, view this as what we are using internally at Microsoft. All live use cases. So the broad 4 summaries we're using, and we'll show you some of this, is obviously to summarize information. So we heard how that's a time saver. I like to think of this as a productivity gain, which gives you time back to possibly use in the more value-added side of things, where you're really adding value to your client, your business, to your teams. The second one is around content generation. So content generation is to maybe draft up some report based on data that's already present within the organization's ecosystem. But again, there's an element of fine-tuning or expertise that was talked about. That is still required, but that's the second pillar that we have. The third one is data analysis. We'll see a bit more of that. But again, here it's about getting the answers across multiple platforms and to really simplify process. And I think that's a really important one as we talk about transformational journeys that most organizations aspire to go through. So with that kind of top set, what does this mean for the people in this room from a finance, from a chartered accountant community point of view? We've highlighted some of the processes actually that we use across Microsoft, and this is what will form part of the demo. If we can skip to the next one. So there's 1, 2, 3, there's 6 of them here. We are gonna focus in on 3, and that's lesson number 1 from a Microsoft point of view. As Alex said, this is a journey. So there's a preparedness element to it. There's a prioritization piece to it. When you talk about AI, yes, there will still be the same cost-benefit analysis that you'll be doing to understand which processes, which parts of your organizations do you start with. So it's really important to understand the preparedness part. As we saw earlier, like the Microsoft journey, the preparedness started in 2008. So it's a journey that you go on as opposed to hoping for a magic whip that comes and fixes everything. So with that in mind, we've picked the 6 here. I'll call them out, but I want to go into the demo quickly. So record to report, where we want to focus on some of the more general accounting principles, some of the general accounting work within the company, whether that's fixed assets reporting or any of the compliance stuff that we have. The second one we have here is quote to cash. So understanding from an entity point of view, how that is looking, how are your receivables looking. Again, a lot of that admin piece we want to take out and utilize it, and this is how we're using it at Microsoft. Tax and treasury, I think a lot of folks here would really resonate closely with this, especially those based in the UAE as the changes come. Your clients are looking for some support on that. Planning and analysis, I think this is Finance 101 or Chartered Accountancy 101, and we really want to show you a really cool demo. And again, we'd love to show you a lot of them, but with time restraining, we're going to prioritize some of them. Procurement, procure to pay, again, another process that we want to highlight that we're utilizing the savings in. And lastly, risk management and compliance. So that's the breadth of them. The 3 that we've picked to show you an actual demo on fall under record to report, planning and analysis, and risk compliance. So we'll go into the first one. So let's start with the planning analysis. The data you see on the right are actual metrics around the savings, around the optimizations that have been achieved through utilizing Copilot for Finance. And I want to call out 4 key pillars under it from a Microsoft learning point of view. First one, machine learning forecasting. We all talked about it. The internal metrics that we've utilized, we've landed about 50% time saving in terms of actually using the machine learning forecasting in the process. A lot of this is to get to that single version of the truth that was talked about earlier. How do you get to a point where a finance professional can go in and really add that value? So that for us was critical. Second is financial insights. Again, understanding that data. Annually, Copilot for Finance, we've received about 250,000 hours saved annually, which is quite a lot of time. But again, it's time utilized into some other places. The third one that we want to go on, and I think someone asked how many people were excited about reconciliation, is data reconciliation. I think regardless of what level of career you're at right now, everyone has kind of gone through this. It's a very exciting process, energizes people, and all that kind of stuff. But we want to really kind of show how we can use, and we are using AI to optimize this. And again, here we've saved about 20% of the time, which is quite cool. And lastly, summarizing, like Copilot summarizes insights from any analysis that's been done for an investor, from an earnings report. So again, they're the kind of big 4 pillars. So time for the demo, quick energy check, and we're going to go and look at the data reconciliation piece of how it actually looks. So Alex is going to help me here, and I'm going to quickly talk you through what we have as a data set before we hit the magic button. So what we've got here is we've got 2 Excel tabs. We've kept it kind of simple, where first we've got the supplier statement from a supplier, which outlines their PO number, their numbers, the amount that we've paid in their data set. And the second tab we've got is a bank statement, which you would extract for yourself, where it's not the same format, it's got different information, but crucially, it's got your transaction date, amounts, supplier invoice number, where it's available, and a reference number for it, and also, aging profile of those. So what we're going to do is we're going to quickly demonstrate to you a prompt we use for Copilot in Finance. So that green bar at the top, that's the Copilot for Finance view. And Alex, live time, which sounded like a great idea to do a live demo, but we'll still do it. We're going to run a quick reconciliation report. And the idea here is, how do you optimize AI to save you time? And again, if I think about it from my time at the Big Four, and build hours and everything, whilst yes, you will be spending a bit of less time, you might not be, you might have some time savings, but the value is in the insights. How does that insight help you with your client, in your industry, and how can you be a trailblazer? So we've done a quick run of it, and I think, are we ready for a summary, or is it still working? It summarized it. Okay, cool. So what Copilot for Finance has done is it's gone in the background based on the prompt that Alex used. I think you could see it on the screen. And what it's done is it's very quickly matched the two and given you almost a magnifier to say, look, Mr. ABC, your attention needs to be diverted on this, which is the ones where maybe the invoices are missing, the invoices are not matching. So I'll give you a summary of what they have. So a quick summary has told you that, look, there's X number of transactions which perfectly match. So your date is right, your number is right, your amount is right. And it's given you some key kind of bullet points of what the action is. And the beauty of it is, it's given you an actual summarized PDF report. So if you want to use this to send it to someone in your team to say, look, here is what the gap analysis is, it's done it for you. Now, I realize it might be a simplified example, but the point of demonstrating here is it's taken that manual heavy task of reconciliation, and this can be done multiple folds, looked across it, given you the insight, and possibly given you a PDF which you can share onwards and improve that communication as well. So I hope that gives you a flavor of it. And again, this is one that we've picked. There's loads of them. We'll go through the reconciliation. And actually, the next one we're going to go through, I think someone talked about it earlier. It's around the risk management piece. And Alex, I think you're taking us through this one. Yeah, so we'll go through a risk management and compliance example similarly to show at Microsoft what's the learning and the actual how. We've all heard about it. So back to Alex.
Yeah.
I'm going to use that. Okay. So the second use cases we want to show you is about the risk management and compliance. And there's a couple of cases. There is two cases. So the first one is about the audited function of Copilot. And I'll share with you, as an accountant, we can build financial statements, and you want to understand if the disclosure all of them have been done as per IFRS. So that's a use case that I will share. And the second one is about risky transaction. So at Microsoft, every day we have thousands of transactions, and we want to understand which one we should be looking at without the temptation of sampling this and this based on our knowledge. No, this transaction has been extracted directly and telling us, based on this score, this is a risky transaction. But first, so let me move to the demo again on the audit example that you might face. So I'm just going to... So that's a Copilot. This is my team. This is my IA assistant that I use daily. So I'm going to pull the question I want to add, and then I will add the financial statement. So can you review the financial statement, the PDF, and check if there is any missing item in the disclosures as per IFRS? And then I'm asking to give me that information in a table I can read. So I'm going to go and paste that into the question into the Copilot. Okay. And then I'm going to add, this is the financial statement for Microsoft Jordan. There's about 24 pages. I won't go into the detail, but I'm just going to paste the document and then add it into the Copilot. Okay. Now I'm going to run the Copilot, and then this is the question I asked to identify a potential item that we have missed. Oh, okay. Let me do it one more time. This is... And then we'll switch to the... Miss the... Okay. Okay. Okay, so we'll come back to that. This is often, it was working perfectly 5 minutes ago, so let me move now to the second part about the transaction. Okay. So at Microsoft, as I mentioned, we are facing so many transactions daily, and we find a way to digitize the way we review those transactions at Microsoft. And what we have implemented is a risk score for each and every transaction, so that we're able, through artificial intelligence, to identify, based on algorithms that we have defined, which one we should be looking at while they are being negotiated. So based on the risk score of those transactions, then we move them to the subject matter expert that will be looking, could be legal, finance, that will review those transactions that has been identified, and then we might move them to legal or not based on the case that we have. But the algorithm that we have introduced is about a couple of key factors. So we look at the geography as an example. We look at if it's a government account. We look at historical information in terms of discount. We look at the deviation from the trends. All those are looking at not only at one single risk factors, but at all of them at once. And then on top of that, we potentially have the credit limit. Also, we provide some additional fund to support the customer implementation. So this is, instead of looking at one risk factor, we look at all of them, and through the machine learning and the artificial intelligence, we're able to extract the one that are the most critical. And again, this is while they are being negotiated by the account team. And from that, we're able to produce a dashboard where we identify the transaction, and then we create a flow on moving to the next level. So here we have the HRD, which is high-risk deal team that will be looking at those transactions, highlighting the action that needs to be taken for each and every deal. And then we have the review tool, where all the transactions have actions completed or not. And then the final view is the review dashboard of those risky transactions. And this is done through our Power Platform, when we can create a flow through Power BI, create this data visualization and analytics, so we can capture all those different flows of the information within the organization. Good, so we'll try to come back to the demo later. Now I'm going to pass it on to Shriti on the next use cases here.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm back. The broccoli lady's back. All right. So I'm sure that by now, both Yusuf and Alex gave you amazing 2 examples of how it's not man versus AI, it's man and AI, right? And I'm here to give you one more such example. Now let's talk about AI-enabled process improvements in record to report. So as you can see here, we have a lot of projects and impacts that we have. So quickly, I'll briefly take you through these, and we'll deep dive on one of those, okay? All right, so when we start with the commercial contract reviews, we have been able to reduce 50% time in reviewing standard contracts. Now, when it comes to the balance sheet transactions, we have 48% of those transactions auto-reconciled today with our auto-approval and anomaly detection functionality in the reconciliations. And earlier, we were talking about reconciliations. So this, my friend, will really help you. Next, when we talk about close query management, we have been able to save 10,000 hours per year in manual data analysis. When we talk about journal entry preparation, we have saved 18,000 hours per year for journal entry preparation. And then finally, the financial statements, right? We are spending 15% less time now to draft our annual financial statements. With our procedure automated workflows, we have reduced 36% time in the manual repetitive tasks. And finally, with our intelligent comments, we are leveraging them to use 60% less time in preparing commentaries for quarter-on-quarter and year-on-year variances. So that was a lot, I know. But let's quickly deep dive, as I promised, on the commercial contract reviews. And Alex here is going to help me with the demo here. All right, so as Alex is setting it up, this functionality can review a large amount of commercial contracts and then tag them based on what needs an accountant's review. Like we said, AI is not perfect. It's an assistant. It's not a pilot. It is a co-pilot. So therefore, we really need to verify things like earlier Rajiv also mentioned. So you see here a sample contract that we have from a consulting organization. It has various sections like scope of services, then the termination dates, the duration, the fees of payment, the payment schedule, and whatnot. Now, what we're going to do as a demo here is compare two such contracts to identify what are those differences in a matter of seconds. All right, so we will request our good friend Copilot, that is our AI assistant for work. As you can see, this is integrated in Teams. And later I'll show you about other applications as well. So we are comparing contract consulting, contract 1 and 2. We can reference them right there from our desktop into the chat. And then we request Copilot to highlight the key differences in a table. Now let's see what magic it does. All right, so in a matter of seconds, you will actually see some magic here. So we have a great table by section of fees and payment, termination of contract, intellectual property, etc., categorized by contract 1 and contract 2. For example, contract 1 here, the fixed fee is 50K, whereas for contract 2, it is 55K. So we know in the cost, there is a clear 5K difference. You can also see the termination of contract days, the payment terms, etc. as well. One thing that is really great about this is that you can ask further questions. As you see, there are a lot of prompts over here, like, can you provide a summary of the key differences? You can actually get that in a paragraph if you don't want the table. So you can ask further questions, and basically that will give you intelligent answers based on whatever information has been fed. So that was one example of commercial contract reviews and how we have saved 50% time on this. All right, now, Alex, do you want to add something?
No, what I want to add that we're also using that for any supplier potential quotation. So you can compare them and get a quick, not only with 2 contracts, with eventually 10 or 15. If you want to put them as a comparison in a quick table, that's something that will save a lot of time on ensuring that, first of all, that they are meeting the criteria that you are asking, and second, that any changes between the different proposals is summarized in a few seconds through Copilot, as an example we're showing today.
Absolutely. Sorry? Oh, you want to have a look at the table? Alex, can you please scroll up? The supplier table.
Are you talking about the first demo?
Yeah, if you have a standard template that you provided to your supplier based on certain requirement, and then you want to put a comparison of those contracts through Copilot, that's something that can be run, yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so now that we have an overview of 3 main use cases that we wanted to cover with you today, I'm now going to take you through a day in my life as a finance professional. So today, I'm the Azure lead for Middle East Finance, and I'm going to take you through a day in my life at Microsoft. All right, I'm going to talk to you about, obviously, the assistant that we have at work, Copilot, which is our AI product, which is integrated across all Office 365 products. So it's early in the morning, it's 9 a.m., and I start my day by going through emails, of course. I see that I have an ask from the account team who want to know more about the purchase order process. Now, I don't have to know everything, right? So I'll go to Microsoft 365 chat, and I'll ask the questions. Who can help with the purchase order details? I get a lot of details. All right, share the details of how the purchase order process looks like and create emails for it. After this, I'm completely ready to send this email back to the account team with all the and tell them how to work with the operations team for this. That was a quick one. Now at 9:30, it's already 9:30, and I really have to start preparing for my leadership team meeting where I need to present the latest forecast status. I want to leverage the deal-based forecast and then use Excel and do some data analysis on it. All right, no worries. Let's leverage Copilot in Excel for this. I'll open the deal-based forecast data, and then I'll request Copilot to basically tell me how does the growth in each segment compare. Please put that in a table for me in a nice format, and then also tell me what are the top 5 risks and upsides. After I have all this data in the document, I now need to prepare for my presentation at 10 a.m. I'll now request Copilot in PowerPoint. You notice I say a lot of Copilot because I use it a lot. So anyway, I will request PowerPoint Copilot to create a presentation from this document that has a lot of details about risks, upsides, top growth in segments, etc. And then I get a beautiful presentation. Again, quick check. It's a Copilot. It's not your pilot. So I have to definitely tweak few things. It is assisting me. It's not taking over me, right? All right. So now that we are done with the presentation, and my team meeting went very well, thanks to Copilot, it's 11 a.m. already. Now, I need to join a compliance governance committee for a custom deal. So I will ask Copilot to summarize the meeting. Obviously, there are some glitches sometimes with Zoom meeting, like Rajiv mentioned, but the Teams meeting was legit. Trust me. And then I request Copilot to record that meeting and then ensure that the owner reviews their action items and then follows it up, stores their documents in a compliance repository for future audits. So I'll request Copilot for Teams this time to basically summarize the meeting, tell me what are the key action items, and then tell me what do I need to follow up and with whom. And then summarize it in an email for me to just hit send, and then I'll be good. All right, now my work is done here, and I hope owners are going to set all the documents aside at the right place. It's already half day, and after a very well-deserved lunch at 1 o'clock, it's finally 2 o'clock, and I really should start preparing for my meeting with the secretary of ICAI Dubai chapter that I have tomorrow at the Microsoft Technology Center. All right, so what do I do now? I need to know more about him. I will leverage Copilot in browser, Edge. So I will ask the question into Copilot in browser. Who is the secretary of ICAI Dubai chapter? What is his experience? And finally, what are the top AI use cases he might be interested in based on his industry? You won't believe, but I did it yesterday, and it gave me a good overview of Mr. Rishi Chawla, so that was really good. And then finally, I got to know about his AI priorities, which maybe we need to discuss after this call. All right. So after this preparation for my meeting with the secretary, I am now ready for tomorrow's meeting, and I need to finally wrap up my day a bit. It's already 4 o'clock. And while I was away in so many meetings today, there has been a long escalation thread. I don't have time to look at all of this, otherwise I'll stay at work till 7 or 8 o'clock. So I asked Copilot in Outlook to summarize this thread for me. Let me know if there are any action items on me, and if I need to really address something as soon as possible. And after looking at the summary that Copilot provided, it seems like there's no top actions for me right now, so I can take a break and then call it a day. So that is what a day looks like for me as a finance professional. Thank you. All right, that was a lot. I was talking so much, right? No worries. So after this entire journey that we took you through, you all must be thinking, how do we get started, right? You have to get started, right? Leveraging AI in finance. So I'm going to take you through a framework that has helped Microsoft a lot. We are the ones that came up with it, and it has really helped us succeed. And it touches upon elements of a lot of things Yusuf and Alex covered during their presentations. So as you can see here, we are looking at processes. How do we need to take a step back and then reimagine how the processes look like? Second, we have data. AI requires enormous amounts of data that needs to be very clean, so that analysis needs to be performed. Next, we have learning. The best use cases come from the people who are closest to the challenges. So please leverage each other's experience, support, and empower each other. Next comes agility. Adopt change and learn things quickly. Finally, AI integration. Make sure to invest in positive NPV projects that help in the best decision-making for the business. And finally, compliance that underpins everything that we do here at Microsoft. Use AI very responsibly. All right, so let's put it all in a good structure. So as you can see here, we have 5 pillars of this framework, and AI integration is really the last step here, right? First, it is about culture. Alex touched upon how we embrace growth mindset at Microsoft, which is ingrained in our jobs. We embrace agility and constant change. We fail fast and then get up stronger. Second is continuous learning. The key word here, everyone, is continuous. We are all on an AI journey, and we learn new things every day, right? So it's very important to continuously learn about this. Third, and the most important, cannot stress enough, is building the right data foundation. Next is getting the processes right. Now, if you talk to maybe a leader at a company, they would want to go in the AI wave, implement AI everywhere, but it is very important. Instead of implementing AI everywhere, we need to take a step back. We need to pause, reflect. We need to see what processes we can stop doing, what we need to reimagine, and then finally work on the AI integration. Now, one last point. When we talk about AI integration, it is very important to prioritize what we are integrating. We need to work on those processes that bring best employment experience, that really focuses on boosting efficiency at the organization, and finally, something that will mitigate risks for the organization. These must be the most prioritized processes in an organization. Okay, now this is the framework that has really worked well for us, as I mentioned earlier, and I hope it would for you as well. Please talk to us more about this if you want to after the session. But I wish you all good luck in your AI journey. And on behalf of Team Microsoft, thank you so much, and have a great evening ahead.
We can take few questions. And is this Sanjay bhai?
You've got one on the left here.
Thank you so much for your insightful and demonstrations as well. I still see that if that other demonstration of which are missed also, it could have been more useful.
We can try that if we have time. Risk management?
Sorry?
You're talking about the risk management demo, right?
Not about record to report. Okay. Financial analysis. That's fine. It's gives whatever the demonstrations which you have given, it is still given a good insight how it works.
Yeah.
And previously also we have seen the other custom chart GPT tools, which is similar to the Copilot.
So I just would like to also see that even in fact we are evaluating the licenses inside our office, and then it seems to be little costlier the Microsoft Pilot. So I just wanted to check, we already have market lot of custom GPT subscriptions which very low priced, and then now Microsoft is coming with the similar features, because once you have the data and then you have the documents and you have the data sets, the generative AI or generative process of results, which is similar of any of the AI tools. Of course, you have an advantage of integration with the Microsoft tools, which every office uses. But still, the pricings are very far compared to the others. So probably you can work, or maybe you can comment on how you are trying to capture the large audience, or maybe the low-cost approach. That's it. Thank you.
So I'll start by saying the three of us here, we'd love to think we're part of the sales team and we could tell you, where the pricing is at. But I think one of the things that from a personal journey that we've been on, and it's a very important thing at Microsoft, it's around security. And I think you're right to reference the other modules, and I'm sure it's pretty much the same. But I think from a solution point of view, what I found really useful was the security element of it, having it within the same ecosystem. But I wouldn't be an expert in commenting on our, the pricing of where we are versus the competition. Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. I have one question. So it was a very insightful presentation, and thank you very much for that. What I want to know is artificial intelligence is one part, and we see a lot of ChatGPTs, Copilot, Geminis, and Perplexity, whatever it is. So then another thing what is happening in the market is blockchain. So how these two things are linked? Are they going to go side by side, or we have to work separately on blockchain and artificial intelligence? And is there any correlation?
All right, maybe I can touch a bit over here. Thank you so much for your question. I think earlier during our other speakers, which amazing presentations, by the way, we touched upon the concept of citizen developers, right? We have tools today that are low code, no code. And you literally don't have to go into the depth of the details and then still perform that job. Now, when you talk about AI, blockchain, or any other technology for that matter, technologies work in coherence, and then the product is developed at any organization. We are doing that work for you, right? So you don't even have to get into those details of whether we should learn blockchain, definitely for your learning for sure. But when it comes to integrating products, definitely it's an amalgamation of different technologies when it comes to things like Copilot. Anyone wants to add?
Last question, please.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Harish. And first of all, thanks to Microsoft team for such a wonderful presentation, which gave at least to me a broad insight of what is this Copilot. I have one question. You had shown on the slide, in one of your slides, was the supplier reconciliation with the bank statement. So my question is that there has to be one unique reference number which is common in both the bank statement and the ledger. Because usually when we do a reconciliation, we do with the bank ledger versus the bank statement. So how, because there's no common unique point except the check number or the TT transfer number. So how you see, is it MT940 reports which will be interfaced with the Microsoft Copilot? How will it work? Just that query. Thank you.
So I don't have a particular experience on that, but what it does with the reconciliation, Copilot will look at commonality. What could be compared with what? So in the example we shared, that's where something is being identified, but I'm not an expert on
so
that.
I think it's an interesting question. And if I think about when I was in a position doing something very similar, I think that finding commonality piece that Alex is referencing to, that's the same thing that you and I would be doing, right? And what this is doing is, in that process, it's taking that part out. If you saw the end result that it published out, there was 4 things in it. One of them was, this matches like for like, move past it. But imagine the number of hours you would have had to put in to even get to the fact that, yeah, this amount on this invoice is correct. So what this was demonstrating here was finding that commonality piece, but where it couldn't find the commonality, it told you this is what needs your attention. So I think it's, and again, it's an assistant for you. It's not going to be able to throw out an absolute matching report 101 with saying, here are my 4 qualified opinions. No, it's not going to do that, but it's going to help you save some productivity gains to maybe focus on the value insights. I hope we answered your question.
Last question, please.
Okay, the question is, companies like SAP and Oracle, right? They are the market leaders as far as data recording, processing, and things like that are concerned, right? And now you have companies like Microsoft, IBM, who are kind of leading the field as far as AI and these innovations are concerned. How are these two sets of players collaborating?
So you're talking about between Microsoft and other players? This is was.
Are you talking about specifically like AI, or are you like
SAP?
Yeah. So what's the synergy you're asking about? Sorry. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we work very closely with SAP. This is Microsoft is an SAP shop for historical reason, and there is a lot of collaboration between the two. Especially that most of our sales are recorded through SAP. So the functionality of Copilot on top of SAP is being used extensively for all accounting activities. So I don't know if you want to add.
Yeah, like you said, I think it's a cross ecosystem product, if that's what you're trying to understand, if this is purely exclusive or not. But I think it's pretty much a collaborative effort. I don't know if you were talking about industry, AI development, or the actual day-to-day, but like Alex said, we're using SAP in some of ours and using the same data for it. So they do talk to each other, if that's your question. I'm so happy with this engagement, by the way. This is so cool.
Thank you.
Sir, can we take it off? Thank you very much. Big round of applause for Alexandra and the team. Wonderful presentation. So much to learn. I'm personally using Microsoft Teams specifically for a long time now. I think Copilot is the next one I must catch up. And a lot of things to, of course, pick it from there. So thank you very much for the presentation. Can I request Chairman, Vice Chairman, Sanjay to please join on this stage to present a memento on behalf of all of us. And Treasurer, you can also join on the stage. So Dheeraj Bhai, please join the stage with us. Anybody from the XCOM also here, please join on the stage for presenting the memento. Amit, you're there. Dikshit, you can come as well. Dikshit.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Hi. Thank you so much. Please come. Please come. We are together, yeah.
All right, everyone. I know we are getting into later part of the day, and I can see some sleepy eyes looking for the coffee machine. This can also be compared with a full energy working week when you've worked entire week and you're on the Friday and you have to go for the dinner. You're looking at the dinner invite while you're also waiting for the reports to be generated. Well, the next topic is going to cover just like about that. How do we make it faster and easier? Like solving that problem of drawing a report without having to type or to give a lot of those kind of instructions to the machine. You can instead just fall back on the chair and say, why don't you draw a report with a lot of analysis or segmental reporting, and it give it to you. That's precisely the topic is going to be the next one for us. With voice recognition technology taking leaps and bounds, This is our next topic, enhancing ERP system with AI-driven voice recognition. To dive into this exciting new frontier, we are thrilled to have Mr. Vimal Ramachandran, the director with HLB Hump, here to guide us through this. But before we have him on the stage, may I request our ExCom member C.A. Dikshit Jain to join on the stage for a formal introduction. Please give him a big round of applause as he walks onto the stage.
Good evening, everyone. I hope the coffee break helped. So once Andrew Ng, the founder of Google Brain, said, and I quote, "AI is like electricity. Just like electricity transformed every major industry century ago, AI is now poised to do so in the same way." Good evening to all my fellow members, distinguished guests and dignitaries. Today, we had a marathon day, and we are still having it. And I am very happy that I'm a part of this. I've learned a lot about AI, ML, and so many other terms which I never knew about. Before coming to this event today, AI was nothing but a Siri. I asked Siri that, how to make my wife happy. So she said, "I'm single, sorry, I can't answer that." So today I learned that AI is much more than that. Before, there was a song in Hindi that said that, "Aao tumhe chand pe leke jao." Today AI says that, "Aao main khud apna chand banao," with your instructions. So we are in that era. And today, we have amongst us Mr. Vimal Ramachandran, who is the director of HLB Hump, who is also our sponsor in the Technology Consulting Services Division. He has more than 20 years of experience in IT industry. He is also an ISO 42001 certified implementer. He is also COBIT 5 certified assessor and so many ISO lead implementer. His areas of expertise include management, AI, ML, NLP, IT, audit, advisory, and many more. Today, he is going to enlighten us on how to enhance ERP system with AI-driven voice recognition. So here we are to hear Mr. Ramachandran, and I hope that this session will leave us with a lot of fruitful thoughts in our mind and a lot of energy to be left here. Thank you so much, and with that, I invite Mr. Ramachandran to take the rise. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Hope you can hear me. Thomas ji, you can hear me, right? Yes, okay. Okay, thank you. I can see that nice audience, and everyone is eagerly waiting for my session. So we spent a lot of time creating this session. We did a lot of cut and slice because we understand that since morning you are going through the most abusive word, AI, right? So I don't want to recreate the session of what is AI or something, so we straightly get into the chapter. So today we are going to talk about how AI is going to make use of in your ERP system, right? Rightly, one of your gentlemen was asking the question. Okay, let's take a step back and analyze. In early 20s, IT transformation was happening, right? The legacy systems was going towards the cloud. 10 years after, there is a digital transformation age where things were moving towards mobile and the technologies were going towards applications, right? Now, what is today's world? Today's world is workforce transformation. What is workforce transformation? How AI and automation can be used in your day-to-day business lives, which is going to enhance your workforce accuracy and efficiency, right? Today, we will be looking at those use cases today. Yeah. So in order to go in deeper, what are the latest technology trends we are seeing on our day-to-day lives? Everyone will be familiar with the blockchain technology, AI and automation, and data analytics. Most of us are already gone through today's session. But what is technology regulations are available in order to adopt AI into our organization? We'll be touching upon that. And how we can do auditing on your ERP using technology and AI. That also will be some area we'll be touching upon. And what are the cybersecurity measures, right? Whenever there is a technology enhancements are happening, definitely those are coming up with the new risks, correct? So those cybersecurity measures how we are going to handle, correct? And then there are other technology area is evolving in parts of sustainability and ESG, right? This is most common words now in the technology area. There, how technology can be given insights to ESG reporting, and overall how a business will survive without customer experience. Your customer has to stay with you to continue the business, right? So every business owner's challenges are how to retain the customer, how to improve their experience with our organization, right? So there are also use cases where we can improve their experience with Journey with You by adopting to AI. Yeah. So in order to adopt to AI, what a company should do, right? They should spend on innovation, right? Not only on innovation, they have to spend on data analytics. What data they have and what data they are getting from their competition. They need to do proper analysis, and then they will be able to take a right decision towards those data and take a judgment call on how to take their business forward. In order to do all these things, they need to adopt to a right digital platform. Then only they can do all these methods and evolve in the market. So I don't know, many of you heard about ISO 42001. Anyone of you heard for ISO 42001? Yes, I can see few hands. So ISO 42001 is a regulatory compliance standard framework has been released in December 2023, which is evolved from ISO 27001 information security management system. So this is going to enhance how a regulatory framework is helping you to implement AI in your organization. So since morning you are seeing about a lot of AI tools, AI technologies, and everything. So how you can adopt AI in your organization to make use of it, right? So this standard is a right standard to begin with. Every one of you has to attend some kind of a trainings. So it will be helping you to understand what is the management control around that. Also, I want to highlight that there is a EU AI Act recently formed. Any one of you know when it has been launched? EU AI Act. It launched very recently. It's in August 2024. It was in 1st August 2024, it got released. So EU, you know GDPR, like many of you know GDPR. Why many of you know GDPR? Because of the penalty, 20 million euro, right? It became very famous. Because if you are not following that, you are going to have a financial impact, right? So similarly, they are going to enforce some kind of a financial impact also for EU AI Act. I'm sure it is going to come in the coming years. So yeah, today we are going to talk about how AI and Alteryx can be used inside your organization to enhance your experience with ERP. Yeah. So let's jump into AI use case. Okay, so what is AI? Just one slide. I wanted to keep it or remove it. I was taking a judgment call, but let's kept it. Okay, what is AI? You know, in today's world, every one of us are using AI on your mobile phones. Whenever you take a Gmail on your mobile app or a mail app on your iPhone, the automatic prompt you are getting. This is the suggestive words you are getting. That is based on your behavior analysis and the big data available from the public social media. So you are already a user of AI, right? But is that enough? No. You are unable to use this AI technology on your ERP system, on your business system. This is a real challenge. Yes, I know Microsoft Copilot is there. I know ChatGPT is there. But how can I connect those into my ERP, right? How can I tell my team to use it under a regulatory framework? This is the most challenging way, right? I cannot expose my general ledger and information on a public ChatGPT cloud or a Copilot cloud, which is going to be used as a big data for some other training data for the AI, right? So I cannot use that. I am signing an NDA with my clients, right? So I want to use the AI, but within my organization, within the framework of my ERP. So today we'll be seeing a lot of use cases on that. Okay, one of the natural language processing use cases for ERP, we are going to show you a demo today. And another interesting one, I don't know, many of you thought about smart pricing and discounting. How AI can be used for improving your smart pricing. That means, imagine you have an e-commerce platform. You are publishing your items, and this is the pricing, right? Imagine AI can go to other competitive websites, competitive e-commerce platforms, and give you, if you give more discount or this is the suggestive price for your items, then you will be able to become more competitive in the market, and you can attract more customers. So this is a real use case where AI can be used for your e-commerce platform and take leverage out of that competitive edge. And imagine every one of you are doing expense claims, right? How difficult it is to claim expense in your organization. You have to, each one of your invoices has to be categorized, which account head it has to go, and everything, right? Imagine you can give it to AI. You can dump all your invoice scans into AI. AI will automatically do the category within your organization limit, whatever account heads your company is allowing you to do. And also, imagine some of the cases accountants are rejecting the expenses, right? After, it is like a post-mortem. But we can reject the expenses in the beginning itself. If for my login, my band, I'm not allowed to fly on a business class, means it will immediately reject my expenses, right? Or slash my expenses claims. So these kind of real use cases we can use on our ERP and HRMS systems. Let's go to the next slides. Previous one, there is one more, right? Yeah, so fraud detection. Yeah, many of you know that, we are finance officials here, so many of you know that fraud detection is a challenging thing, and you are spending a lot of time and a lot of money has been spent to call the fraud analyzers to come and analyze the frauds happen in your ERP. We can leverage AI and machine learning for that on your ERP. This is a right use case. And tax compliance, we will be looking at one of the AI assistant today, which is going to help you to do the tax compliance requirements, and the data can be coming from your ERP. Okay, let's go to the use case. I don't want to give you boring presentations. Okay, let's jump to the use case.
Ketchup loaded. Please choose the quantity.
6.
6 added to the basket.
Mayonnaise.
Product mayonnaise loaded. Please choose the quantity.
4.
4 added to the basket.
Whipping cream.
Product whipping cream loaded. Please choose the quantity.
4. 4.
4 added to the basket.
Cooking cream.
Product cooking cream loaded. Please choose the quantity.
8.
8 added to the basket.
Basket.
Here are the items in your basket.
Yeah. So you can see that it is a voice-driven sales order preparation. So someone is talking to the ERP, and the ERP is picking the items from the product list from your system, and it is putting it into the basket. And next step is what? It is going to be the creating a sales order in your system. So this was a use case came to us from a FMCG company. They were having 20 people sitting and answering calls and receiving supermarket orders on delivering those items, right? So this is very challenging because they were writing in manual and later entering into the system and all. We changed it into voice-driven, and it was happening quicker. And next step is that we are going to leverage this to the supermarket customers itself. AI will answer that call and receive the orders, right? Next step is that. We are working on towards that. So we need some help from Microsoft and Google and everyone to evolve into that stage. Okay. So next use case today I want to show you is that purchase verification. I'm sure every one of you, have a challenge of keeping the purchase register and the invoices which is coming towards us is a complied invoices. Right now, every accountant is looking at it manually and verifying it. So we have a system which can help you in that. Okay, so here we are selecting the purchase register first. And we are dumping the invoices. Here we have chosen only 5 samples. So within no time, the data will be reconciled, and it will tell you what are the differences in your purchase register and invoices. See, this side is coming from ledger, that side is coming from invoices. See, the moment you see that system is highlighting you what are the invoices which is wrongly entered. And you can also verify the invoices by clicking on the link on the side. So this is a tool requested by a client, and we have already delivered this solution to our client. So imagine how easy it is for doing a purchase verification in your organization. So this is something AI is using, and there is no OCR, there is no manual entry to verify. It's all automated system. This purchase ledger and invoices can also come from your ERP system, and it can be expanded to various areas of invoice verification, even TRN number verification, all those compliances. It can help you to do VAT filing, properly, VAT return filing. We should have a proper invoice data to do the return filing, correct? So this can help you in that. Next step is the assistant bot. So here we have developed a AI assistant bot. So what is going to help you is that there are many containers we can create inside the system. These containers are coming from your contract. I'm sure Microsoft also has gone through that use case of Copilot, where you have 2 contracts they were comparing, right? Imagine you have 800 contracts so far in your organization. You can dump into this assistant, and it can tell you when is one of the contract expiring, or can I take a new contract into my system? Because already you have accepted several clauses under the database of 800 contracts, right? But the new contract is something different. Customer is enforcing you to sign. So is that I can sign on this or not? System can tell you, according to the history of contracts which you have signed, some clauses are different on this contract, and it is not matching, right? So here we have taken a use case of VAT and corporate tax. So these are the 2 containers we have taken for today, but possibilities are unlimited. You can create containers of yours, n number of containers of yours, right? So here we are asking the assistant on related to VAT. So these VAT compliance rules are for your company. You are going to customize it. What is your regulations in that? You may be having companies in Singapore. You may be having companies in Australia, right? The VAT regulations are different. So you are going to create this bot, the containers for your company, and you're going to give it to your staffs, right? So imagine how extensively you can use this system. And later you can plug these containers into your ERPs also, directly into your ERP. Imagine employee manual from your HR. Always employees might ask, can I take leave next week? Right? So these kind of employee leaves and everything can be given to this container. And employees can ask the questions, what is your company policy against their questions? And it's a common chat language, and system will give you reports. Yeah, so we have touched upon two of these. Since time is less, we are not going forward with many of the use cases, but we have done a management letter. So imagine all of you are auditors, right? So writing a management letter is always a challenging. And companies like E&Y or KPMG or HLB would have their own regulatory compliances or regulatory format of writing a management letter, right? So each and every staff has to follow that language. They have to follow that kind of structured format. So this automated management letter is going to give you that output. Today we cannot show that, but yes, we have already created that. Yeah. So let's see what are the Alteryx use cases today. Anyone of you know what is Alteryx? Most of you know. Some of you know. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so Alteryx is going to it's an analytics tool, data analytics tool, and it's very user-friendly. You don't have to write any code to create any test using Alteryx, and it's a very fast analytics tool. So I can give we had a use case of 122,000 lines in an Excel, and it was doing a analysis in a minute. And it was doing 39 tests in 1 minute on that data. So it is very user-friendly. It is very good designer. I'm sure, I don't know, many of you know this, Alteryx has got a server. So Alteryx server is going to really help your organization in using those Alteryx tests for your entire people. Suppose you have 100 users, 100 employees, how they are going to use the test, whatever you are creating by the designer. So server is going to help you in that, and there is no user-based license on that Alteryx server. Okay? And we can do predictive analysis and everything. This is one of the use cases we will show today. Yeah. So today we are doing bank statement reconciliation. So we are selecting the general ledger, bank ledger from the ERP system. So imagine right now we are taking it from the Excel file, but this can be plugged in directly to your ERP system. So you don't have to do this manual entry, and it can do every time automated test for you. We have made such parameters. That's why it is, we have to enter such parameters to bring up the report. It maybe in your case, it could be much simpler or much complex, but even then it can be achieved. I know this was something similar what Microsoft team has shown, but our visualization of the report is slightly different than theirs. Yeah. So it is going to show bank ledger to statement, what are things are not found. So straightforward, you can take a decision like where it went wrong and what action you need to take. And this is bank statement to general ledger. Okay. Similarly, we have sales ledger, sales register reconciliation. So as you can see how easy to run Alteryx system, and it is using in the backend AI. See, right now we have given an example of Excel file. Tomorrow it can be PDF. Tomorrow it can be your direct ERP, Oracle. I heard that someone was asking whether is there any system agnostic, right? These tools are system agnostic. You don't have any restrictions on using Oracle, SAP, or Sage, or Microsoft, or anything. So again, you will be able to see a very good example. Yes. So see, as you can see, it can give you a good graphic report also, and it can give you more insights on your data, right? So many of you know that you have different ways of doing the report on reconciliation. This is one of the way. Whatever is your way, you can easily adopt into this tool and get it done. Okay. So there are several use cases. Even we are a payroll service provider for large companies. So we are using one of the reconciliation of that. Due to confidentiality purposes, I cannot show that into the demo. So payroll WPS validation. Before you post the WPS into a wage system, you have to do around 64 lines of validation checks. Nowadays, we are using tools to do that. Earlier, we used to do manual checks. Now we are doing tool-based checking. We can do revenue analysis, sales revenue analysis, how a monthly revenue analysis is being done weekly, which is your highest customer on the weekends. Those kind of analysis can be easily done with the millions of records connected directly to your ERP. So these are the AI and ML tools which are readily available. Please leverage those things for your real-life use cases. Definitely you will become benefitable for that. Thank you.
Big round of applause. I think he has, the one which I personally liked is he just kept it very practical, just to the point, show the real case. I think this is what the audience has been waiting all this while. So thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. So now I'd like to request our chairman, vice chairman to please join on the stage along with Dikshit, and also the XCOM can join the stage. Nimesh Bhai, you are also there. Please join on the stage with us to give a memento on behalf of all of us as members.
Thank you. Nice. Thank you.
Also, one more assignment for the people who are going to leave. There is a book which is prepared by the council member. They have given a compilation of AI tool. 100 AI tools are there in accounts and finance, but they'll be given those who stay after the panel discussion. So the hard copies are here. After the panel discussion, we'll give it. There are some copies, so it will be on first come, first serve basis. So stay with us. So I request the team to put the tables and chairs on the stage, which they are doing. All right, everyone, you all have made it. We have reached the grand final, the moment you all have been waiting for, the panel discussion. Just like in cricket, you go through the league matches, which we had in the morning, followed by semifinals after lunch, and now in the final with the panel discussion. And now the excitement is now built to get answers to those nagging questions which you have in mind all through the day. This is where the sparks fly, the questions get real, and the insights go even deeper, where we push the conversation beyond the slides and the charts. This is your chance to get involved, challenge the status quo, and hear from the experts firsthand. So let's shake off any leftover drowsiness and get ready to engage, because this panel is going to be electric. Without further ado, let me bring all the panelists and the moderator onto the stage. So can I request the panelists to please come on the stage while I read out your introductions, as well as the moderator to be on the stage. So our first panelist is Rajiv Gupta. We have already done the introduction. So Rajivji, please join on the stage. Followed by Nitin Sachdevaji. Nitin, please, can you join on the stage? Nitin is a chartered accountant with over 2 decades of experience in the field of corporate leadership, management advisory, finance, and forensics. Managing director of a listed equity, Plex Limited, listed on NSE Emerge. He's an AI pioneer since 2012, spearheading the development of AI-driven solutions like Delpex, digital behavioral insights tools, and many more. Strategic advisor to enterprises, speaker, mentor, and investor for startups in AI, ML, supply chain, big data, cybersecurity, and many more. I'd like to request Yusuf Parvez to please join on the stage. Yusuf Parvez, are you there? Oh, okay, all right. So Mr. Yusuf Parvez is a chartered accountant qualified in Ireland with extensive experience across multiple regions, Ireland, England, Scotland, and UAE, and a multidisciplinary Big Four investment banking, FMCG, and tech experience. Mr. Parvez has a proven track record of mastering wide spaces, capturing opportunities, and knowing when, what, and how to win in competitive markets. He began his career at Ernst & Young. He then transferred to Morgan Stanley, where he further developed his expertise, financial strategy, and investment analysis. Now serving as CFO of Modern Work and Security at Microsoft, he has extensive multi-regional expertise to spearhead innovative financial strategies that reshape the industry landscape. We also have our moderator, CA Jayakumar Raman, who is going to handle the entire panel. He is currently working as a solution director at SAP MENA LLC, helping customers in their journey towards AI adoption and digital transformation. He's a seasoned expert in digital transformation and recognized AI thought leader, specializing in helping organizations evolve into intelligent enterprises through business, AI, and SAP solutions. He's a visionary in leveraging AI to transform organizations, providing critical business insights to enable better decision making. And then we have Manish Kakkar with us. He's Chief Internal Auditor with Landmark Group, 28 plus year experience in internal audit, accounting, and finance. He's a CPA US, CI, CISA, CMA, CRI, SC, MBA, Six Sigma Green Belt, certified professional. He has interest in technology and its application in field of accounting, audit, and solving complex problems. With that, I hand over the stage to Jayakumar to take us on this ride of Q&A.
One second, Jay, before you start. Everyone who is looking for a book on AI tools, please collect it after the event. Okay. Once the panel discussion is over, then only we'll give that book. AI tool book is available. Limited copies is available, but please come accordingly and collect it, not before that. Thank you. Yes, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Rishi. Thank you, JP. Very interesting. Look at JP. He gave you a bribe, right? Stay back, and then you get the book. If you go, you don't get the book, right? Thank you, JP, for that. Right? Wonderful.
So round of applause. I think just cheer them up. They have been sitting all this day and have spent time with us. Cheer them up. Give him a big round of applause, please. Yes.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That's fantastic. Yeah? To a very good evening, and thanks for some of you who have been staying back. And I can promise people who are missing it, they will come back to you and ask what was discussed here. Right? We'll keep it very interactive, very informative that way. So to begin with, I would like you to just imagine, right? Imagine that in future, 90% of your routine tasks that you have been doing, it might be in your role as chartered accountants, employees, business leaders, is all automated, okay? And what is that you will feel like chartered accountants or accountants, finance leaders? Would we feel helpless? Or would we say, okay, let me take a strategic position? Yeah. The idea is we are seasoned, we have been trained, we have learned so much. The essence of our expertise allows us to adapt many things that over a period of time, and that can be writing from starting a business to adopting the new technologies that are coming in. So that's where we as chartered accountants, I always feel proud that, and I've seen many of our colleagues or so to say, peers in the same profession who have done a fantastic job of learning from scratch and doing it, right? I'll just take one more example, what has been done. So, I think somebody from the panelists mentioned today morning that we have done, I think Renald mentioned that there was a time when we used to do a calculation. My father was an accountant as well, my brother is as well. We are family who are all accountants. But the question is, I have seen my father taking a ledger and running through like this and doing calculation. And through rows, through columns, he will do like in a jiffy. Then came calculators. Okay? And when I started in articleship, we had Excel. And then what Anand also mentioned, we were learning how to do Excel. And believe me or not, chartered accountants are best using Excel. They can just play around with it. I think most of us agree. Anybody who disagrees? Nobody. Yeah? Because chartered accountants are the best in using Excel. They run ERPs on that. Believe me, there are large organizations, Indian organizations, where they take the whole dump from an ERP and they run it. So the idea is how we are changing it. And now comes the next stage where AI is taking a front seat, right? And we are slowly evolving. And my guess, I think most of the panelists will agree on that it is going to change and we will be, again, the front runners of it. We should all give us a big applause to all of us, saying that how we are adopting. Otherwise, I will not have people sitting at 5:20, okay, at this meeting and trying to understand what is new. So first of all, again, one big thank you. Having said that, I want to make it more interactive. Believe me, I have been working on what are the best things I need to ask these panelists, grill them, and not only me, I give the full liberty as a moderator for you also to ask the questions. And before I pass on the mic to you guys, I will start with a little warm-up. Let's hear from them as well. So my first question to the eminent panelists who have a lot of business understanding, business leaders in different industries, to just get a feeling of how do you think with this AI, we have been hearing throughout the day what AI is going to do, how the AI is going to change. I will go one step further to hear from them. How's the AI shaping and how do you perceive that in the next decade? We don't know what will happen next year. That's a different thing. But we have to know what will happen in the next 10 years. But let's hear. Maybe it's, again, hallucination, yeah? We might get some different answers, which is not correct. But let's hear from them. So in that context, maybe I'll ask Nitin, sir, you have been an entrepreneur. Why don't you share your thoughts of what do you think AI is going to do and how it's going to shape up the different industries, especially in the case of in the next 10 years. What do you think can happen? What all things can happen? Can we have a new human walking? Please.
Sure. Jairam, first of all, good evening to everyone, and thanks for staying back, even with Aifa and Shah Rukh Khan in the vicinity. Still, we are all honored here that we are present with such a large gathering here today. So AI is just a buzzword which is recently created. We have seen since morning. It's all about data, data analysis, data, use of those analytical results in your day-to-day parlance and for better decision making. So it's technology. People used to say that technology is new, it's only for engineers, it's only for astronauts, scientists, and others. Today, CAs are using the best of the, CAs are the best of the breeds to use technology, and with the advancement of data being generated on a daily basis, the use cases that we are able to predict in our professional parlance, like when I'm talking specifically from chartered accountant's perspective, where I transform myself from a practicing CA to an entrepreneur. So in similar way, the CA practice is something which enables us to understand different technologies and different perspectives from different businesses. Data definitely is the key to it. But AI, on the other hand, it's something which is here to stay and definitely grow from this point forward. There is no coming back from this stage. So we have to get prepared for this and launch our offices in a way that we are adaptive and accommodate to these changing requirements. The only thing what I see is a challenge that people are too fussy about. What is it that the other person is doing? Let's adapt that. It's a fear of missing out, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fear. FOMO is always there. But I completely agree on one aspect. Some of the presenters today, they were talking as if they are less a chartered accountant and more a technology. Like I will take Rajiv. He was giving so much of information as and Anand and few others talking about what is deep learning, what is machine learning. I'm sure many have learned. So that's where it makes a difference that we go one step. We are not always on our comfort zone. That's how we have been taught that take that extra step, and we always excel in that. And thank you for that. Yusuf, you would like to add on these lines as to how this is going to transform in the next 10 years. Don't tell me what is now. If you can think of anything that comes, what can be really wild in this space? It can be anything.
I think I definitely agree with the importance of data that's mentioned. I take it a step further and say it's probably going to be more important to understand, so what? So you know the data, you know what it is, but it's now about how do you spend more time on the so what piece. So I definitely see that changing. From an AI specifically point of view, I think it's one of those things everyone knows about it, and I think everyone's heard most about it today. But I think what will differentiate people who succeed through it would be their preparedness. When I say preparedness, and I think it's a very important thing as well, it's probably the boring side of AI, but it's about how well are you prepared to capitalize on those benefits? How well are you equipped to bring them in? Because it's all good to be talking about AI, but the reality is your organization, your business, your client, adept to be able to utilize it? And I think paying attention to that is also very important. And lastly, for me, and being in the region where we've got multiple cultural traditions sitting in the same place, I think from a very personal point of view, over the next decade might be a long thing. I don't know how quickly this will progress, but I think there will be a key focus on languages. And when I talk about languages, I'm not talking about the technical one. I'm talking about how can I utilize AI in any form in my language. So if I give you an example, I think people can correct me, but if there's 140 languages in India, right, there'll come a point where all your data being transferred or insights coming in English is not going to be enough, right? Take this region, for example. Like, how do you start transitioning some of that base data into a language that is more applicable to the region? So I see that being a game changer. And again, it's the preparedness part which will allow people to really use it as a catalyst or use it as a flag, like you can pick. But I do feel, for me personally, those two would be critical.
Yeah, so thanks for that. And I think you're pointing to the direction of how NLP is also transforming the way it is, right? And very importantly, like the way Microsoft does, most of the ERP as well does, how we are making it very easy to sort of have a conversation and get an output, right? So that's where it is. We are initially trying to get into the initial languages like English, Portuguese, some of the European languages, but I completely agree with you. Over the next 10 years or decades, we will be talking different languages, but the system can understand and translate. Hopefully, it doesn't take over. I'll give you an example on this language. I don't know how many people have heard the story of Facebook about a technical snag, I would say, in 2016. How many? Oh, Anand, you know everything. Please go. Okay. So, okay, let me tell you this. I'll keep it short. It's a very fascinating story. 2016, Facebook was doing an experimenting on bots. They had 2 bots, which they had trained, and the bots were trained to interact with each other to negotiate. Okay? So this was going good. One sudden day, they find that these 2 bots were talking, but were talking in a language which was not English. So they're trying to decipher what was happening. What they found out, the 2 bots were talking with each other and negotiating in a language they have themselves developed. Yeah? It's Google, it is there. So, oh, wow, so what's it? So they were saying, trying to decode it and trying to stop them and bring them back. No, they would not listen. When I say they would not listen, as if they were a human, but they were developing their own language. Now the fear was, they went to somebody, maybe Mark Zuckerberg, they said that this is a problem. They said, okay, try to stop them and doing it. They were not able to stop the servers from being non-functional. That's it. They were doing their own language. You know what they did at the end? They called off the project. That's where JP is showing. He's like, dung. They went and powered it off. They had no other way. So it's also fear. I mean, you see pros, you see so many advantages today that we see that it can do, but have you seen the other side, the con side? It can take over. But we have seen so many movies, yeah? I'll just give you one more example before I pass it on to, so just Google it. I'm not doing any advertisement or sponsorship for that, but it's a movie called Afraid. Okay, just Google it. It's in August. You just see the trailer of the movie. I think Amit is nodding his head. He would have seen it. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. That movie, it talks about it's like 5 minutes. It says how AI can take over. It does marvelous things. It goes everything, right from groceries, whatever we talk, right, to giving kids the lullaby, to taking them to looking them, what are they accessing? If somebody is infringing, they can go and do it. It's fantastic. But that's just an example of how AI can take over, and that's why we have something ethical AI and how we're going to do it, right? That's one. Now, I'll direct my question to Manish. Manish has been in the forefront of an audit head and has a lot of experience in the areas of retail and F&B.
Now, Manish, the question is, how do you think with AI transforming, how do you think operational efficiencies and how the adoption will happen in your particular area, in the particular industries that you have been doing for a couple of decades or more? What's your idea about it?
Thanks, Jay. Just, before I answer this, I just wanted to also add on the previous point. I mean, you asked about the next decade, right? What I believe is, and there has been a model which was actually promulgated by an economist called Kate Raworth, where she actually spoke about donut economy. I don't know how many of you know the concept of donut economy. And that donut economy essentially means that an economy, a world order, where humans alongside machines work together. So machines are essentially helping the humans, right? So they are essentially co-working with the humans for the betterment of human. So human care is at the forefront, and the technologies are being used essentially to take care of the planet as well, right? Today what we have done, and we all know, where we are. So donut essentially talks about the boundary beyond which, we as world should not go. So that's also something which actually EU perspective, I mean, if you look at the Industrial Revolution, Anand was talking about Industrial Revolution 4, Industrial Revolution 5. So in fact, EU perspective on the Industrial Revolution 5 is precisely the same, that how we need to take this technology forward, and in the morning, Suresh Prabhu sir was also mentioning the same thing, is that we all, need to actually make sure that this technology is being deployed in a way which keeps people first. Not that we, make the technology become self-aware, and then, all those prophecies and the terminators of the world, which we have seen, come to fore. So that's my take on next 10 years. That's the way probably the world need to work on and have those regulations around it to evolve it. Now, to your question, in terms of how these AI technologies have impacted retail and how they have improved the efficiency. I mean, the way I look at it, last couple of years, initially in the adoption obviously was slow. If you talk about a business like Landmark, right, our core is essentially buying, right? We buy products, so the buyers have that skill set by way of which they understand what is it that they need to buy, how they can price it, at what price the product can sell in the market, right? Whether it would sell or not. And then, we have got our planners who understand where the product has to be sent, to which brick and mortar store, at what point in time, where it would sell more, where it will sell less. They also know at what point in time, right, it has to be marked down. So these were traditionally have been the fortes of the individuals taking those calls. How the technology, in fact, in last few years, essentially has happened in, if I talk about the markdown management, right? Today, the technology has enabled us to understand in the life cycle of a product, right? I mean, if you talk about the SKUs, we are hundreds of thousands of SKUs. In each of the SKU, where the product lie, at what point in time do we need to start the intervention and start marking it down? We also can, based upon certain, algorithms that we have built, certain learnings of the machine models of, there are certain model called Jagardi and some of those, which essentially understand your product vis-a-vis your competitor product, and it benchmark where your competitor product is priced at, right? Where your competitor product is selling, not selling. You can get all that information and start marking it down, or you can keep your product at that point, or move your product, or do consolidation, or whatever is required to be done. The adoption had been slow initially, but I have seen last 2 years the adoption has been phenomenal. And the kind of results that we have seen vis-a-vis what used to be traditionally when individuals alone were working, vis-a-vis now, along with this tech that they are working, the results are phenomenally good. I mean, our markdowns are much more controlled, margins are much better. So the technology, if used in a right way, along with the human intellect, technology, we should not try to develop, to become self-aware or whatever, the other. But we need to use that technology to have human intellect on top of the technology, and then it can do wonders. I mean, it can absolutely maximize the revenue. It can absolutely help us to, make a world better place to live.
Absolutely. I think that's a very important point. On the same lines, if you know, there are the ways that the information technology, I would say, softwares are developing. We say third-party risk, right? Especially, and there are capabilities which will say what is the probability that that particular third-party supplier, his supplier, right? In what geopolitical situation he is, what is the failure that if that particular person doesn't do, what is the fallback?
it is so being developed in that world that we can predict that a particular material when it can come based on the probability of the fifth line sub-supplier of him. So that's where the way the applications are being developed, and we are looking at the risk management. Now, quickly switching on to the other part, I will put this question to Rajiv. Rajiv, you have done a fantastic session, gave a lot of inputs to us. I understand audit is your passion, and you do a lot of things with that, and you have a lot of knowledge. But what I want to understand, or you share your perspective with the audience, as how do you think with all these AI coming in, and how we should sort of look at internal audit or data, the profession as such, how it is growing, and how you think this is going to change, and what we should do to embrace to this particular change coming in, maybe.
AI in internal audit. See, the way currently, and I was referring to the 4 stages of data analysis. The way today we are using data, it is primarily focused on finding the facts, what happened in the organization. And that is why, if you ask me, the longer we stick to the stage 1, it will continue to lower the value which we bring onto the table. Because business now is looking at governance professionals saying, can you help solve me my problems? See, gone are those days where organizations used to say, I want to maintain 3 pristine lines of defense, first line management, second line, those internal controls or GRC, whatever you want to say, and third line purely auditing. They are saying, I don't understand 1, 2, 3. I just want to know which of the 3 can help me solve my business problems. Now, essentially why we exist as an audit function, to help company achieve what they are supposed to do. And that is where I think with the advancement of technology, because of which computing power has improved so much, we are no longer, okay, firstly, one very good thing which Microsoft has done is, even though they have the limitation of that, 1 million or 10 million rows, but a lot of data analysis capabilities they have included in the add-ons which are available, and you can YouTube it. There are a couple of add-ons which are amazing in Microsoft. One is data analysis itself, and second add-on is solver. These two, as long as your data size is small, you don't need anything else. You don't need any advanced tool. So that's on the Excel part. The second is solving the business problems. How, whether you use Python, SQL, whatever, the tools come secondary. Primary is whether we are looking at business problems and helping business say, okay, I can use Excel or I can use any other tool to help you solve that problem. So rather than focusing only on standard set of risk and controls, which you have in our document called RCM, how we can go beyond that and say, what are your top 5 problems by which you are losing money? And that exactly we exist to help mitigate. Yeah? And if we can do anything to solve on that. So that would be my take. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you. On those same lines, I'd just like to share something which we also do, and that's something we are evolving. When I say we as a company, as SAP, but I'm not here to market SAP. I'm just trying to see some of the things that are being, even Microsoft is doing, I would say that. And Rajiv has been good in advertising for Microsoft. He did some good videos about it. Yeah. So I'll tell you something. We talked about so many structured data, how to read it. I think somewhere it's also mentioned today, Rajiv and Anand were mentioning about unstructured data. We have heard that, okay, we give a structured data to the system and run a report for it to do it. With generative AI, let me go one step, deep learning, right? He explained clearly. He also explained what is deep learning, what is machine learning, how it does. One good, I don't know how many people know. So gone are the days when I give a structured data, a table saying rows and column, blah, blah, blah data, or 10 Excels to do it. I just throw the data flat, okay? It can come from an email, it can come from different sources. And I throw the data, I don't ask any questions. I said, analyze and tell me, not what to analyze. let's say a data I have for a retail where I have so many sectors I've sold, so many products I've sold, these regions, so on and so. I just throw this data, tell it nothing. What it will do, the power of neural networks, it will just take the data and tell you, okay, this is where, based on whatever you've thrown to me, this is how the data, in this particular sector you've been selling good, this is where your profit margins are better, here is where the operating margins are less, for not only one particular sector, for different sectors. So you save the time of asking what it is. So looking at the data itself, you can say, okay, with this data, this is where the analysis is. I don't have to ask a question, can you do it this way or that way? It is saying, these are the exceptions. These are the anomalies you want to look at it. So that's where we are going. And we are not far away from that. And there are some organizations experimenting on that, and this will be soon coming in. So I'm just giving you something where I see, maybe it will take some time, I'm sure Yusuf can add, and what Rajiv added. I will take one question from Yusuf. Yusuf, given that you're a finance leader and you have seen this community of business partnering, how do you see that evolving and sort of impacting, along with AI, the business partner community, people who are in that particular phase?
That's an interesting question. I think it's important to understand where we've come from, right? And I'm going to focus more on the overall finance chartered accountant place, just to kind of reference that. I think the journey of, starting from a bookkeeper to reporting what's happened to now having a seat at the table where you're actively making decisions, not assisting decisions. You're actively making those decisions. For me, that's business partnering. And I see a big part that AI it'll have to be seen which way it goes, because information will be widely available in a format where you don't need a finance professional to tell you what is happening, what the brain and the value that they bring about. Again, I talk about so what. Right, okay. Right now, maybe the commercial teams or the rest of the business don't have the same level of information that a finance person might do, given the cross-functional breadth they have. But as you get rid of that, let's call it disbalance, and that ambiguity is gone, once that information asymmetry is gone, then you'll both be looking at the screen with the same data. And where do you bring that value then? What value is a finance professional bringing in? It is beyond stating the obvious, and it's about really partnering and understanding. And I think someone mentioned it, like being that lever who understands the business and is able to provide insights based on trust, authenticity, but you need to be starting to focus on value adds. Reporting the as is, I think, is going to be a struggle, especially as that information asymmetry, as soon as that fades away.
Yeah, completely agree. I think that's where it's a gray line as to where it is changing and how it's going to impact. I think there are folks who are interested in asking questions. Please go ahead. The floor is open for questions. And if you have time, we'll get back more to the panelists to get more from their experiences. Please, ma'am, please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. So from morning, we have learned a lot on AI. We have learned that there's enormous amount of data. AI learns from humans, and we learned machine learning versus deep learning. In this regard, do you think, and your viewpoint, the panel's viewpoint on, can AI be tricked as they learn from humans to speculate? And especially in regards to capital markets and share markets, to have a bearish or bullish view and then manipulate the capital markets? Or AI will more focus on fundamental analysis, go through the financials of the organization and give more technical and fundamental view? Is this machine learning versus deep learning? Can this be considered?
Okay. I don't want to always be the response, but I will ask any of the panelists who want to take it. Yep. But I'll give you an interesting anecdote on that, right? Okay, I'll come back. Please, please go ahead.
So if I understood correctly, your question is, while analyzing financials, whether ChatGPT does fundamental analysis or brings some bias?
It's more an machine learning and deep learning, who is more prominent in a way, and how it is actually looks at the fundamentals. Please, go ahead.
Yes, the answer is yes. Because what is ChatGPT? ChatGPT is creative AI, generative AI. ultimately it is a subset of AI. AI is not exact science. It is something which learns from pattern. Pattern comes from where? From data. So data, a human being most probably would have created, but machines can also create data, but it comes from historical data ultimately. Now, if someone wants to play with system, it can always create a data which will say 2 plus 2 is equal to 5. Now, if the data is having 2 plus 2 is equal to 5, the outcome will change. See, ultimately what happens, ChatGPT or any other, for that sake, generative AI, they source their, firstly, historical data from different websites. And then based on that, they put in their biasness also. And from where biasness comes? Not from machine learning, it comes from deep learning. Because deep learning uses forward and backward propagation. You just make a note of this term. It means it keeps on assigning different weights to different parameters to reach the conclusion. If it reaches wrong conclusion, it reassigns weight to different parameter. And it keeps doing it without your knowledge. And whenever by reassignment of weight, it reaches the right conclusion, it says, okay, now this weight, which means importance of different parameters, it says, now I have reached the right stage. And on Google, you can find some good examples like a muffin being recognized as dog. Yeah. Unfortunately, someone African recognized as chimpanzee. Yeah. So those are the cases where it assigned wrong weightage to different parameters. Unfortunately, the second app, it was banned then. There was a lot of hue and cry, you can Google it. That was an app which recognizes faces.
Yep.
So it was brought down, right? It is no longer there. The second one, it's about dog, so it's okay. Dog doesn't, nobody fought for that case, muffin versus dog. But for human being, people fought, and hence that app was brought down. So yes, biasness will be there whenever there is generative AI. There is a table, it is part of my presentation. I guess the presentation will be shared, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so I could not reach that stage, that slide. That's a study by Gartner, I believe, which says that why AI won't be, generative AI won't be able to replace data scientist, because data science is much, much bigger than generative AI. For example, if you have to do classification, what you are referring to, unsupervised learning, classification, segmentation, a lot of things we do in data science for which generative AI is not built for. It is for content, it is for creativity, but for many things which we do in business, we don't need that much creativity. So Gartner found it least effective for all other things which we do. But yes, if you are a content creator, then generative AI is very helpful. Things like that. If you want to write an essay, write a book, and all those things. But for business side, it is proven you need other aspects of data science.
I think ma'am wants to know how quickly we can make money by traveling. Yeah, right? Okay, I know. I was also trying, but there's something called HFT. You heard of it? You heard of it? Which is called high frequency trading.
Yeah.
Okay. So it does something, I don't know the science behind it, but that's obviously it's using a huge amount of data to compute. Anyway, I will, if I speak, we can take it offline. That is possible, okay? You can manipulate as well. For your benefits, you can manipulate as well. I mean, how to trade, where to trade, which frequency to do it. Okay, I think there's one more question. Sir, please, Rajesh sir.
My first question to Mr. Yusuf. Say the biggest challenge for developing AI tool or exercise to have a organized data structure and quality data to gather from day to day in the business. While we are using SAP, Tally, some other platform, then wherever we require, we add on the another software, then try to develop MIS or etc. So is there any planning in the Microsoft to provide the common platform where all whether the accounting entry, sales purchase order, or anything goes via that, so they can combine all the data for the business and that can be used for the further business decision or developing relevant AI tool, etc. And my second question to all the panelists, say the biggest challenge, according to me, for the data revolution or the AI revolution is that although they have created a world-class, this new assets, which is data, but at the same time, it is freely transferable from boundaryless, you can say, without any geopolitical boundaries to follow or restriction, which create a biggest threat for all the organization, all the nations, if it is being used for criminal activity purpose or for other motive. For example, iPhone. iPhone, according to me, has a biggest data collector in the world. But without any regulatory part, they are free. It is different thing as a moral or as an ethical player, they follow the privacy regulation or the privacy practice. But sometimes if the government or the mighty player impose them or ask them to know you have to disclose everything. So then, without regulatory framework, how the law of privacy as well as avoiding the criminal use of data can be avoided. So this is according to me.
Okay, somebody wants to take a second, but one question was direct to Yusuf. Yusuf, please.
Thank you for the question. I think it's a very simple, but I suppose a complicated answer at the same time. So I'm going to split it into two parts, if that's okay. I want to share what Microsoft has done internally, because obviously we're trying to adopt the best practices. But I want to start with, I think everyone in this room knows the best predictor about output is the data going into it. Okay, that's true for any system, any process they can think of. That's why preparedness is important. Is there a tool? Yes. So what Microsoft has adopted internally is something called a fabric. You might have heard about BI as well. And the idea there is that you prepare your systems in such a way where you can have a plugin like the Copilot, which can come and drive that productivity gains and the efficiency gains with it. And it's not just specific to Copilot at Microsoft. I feel it's true for anything. If you want to go beyond using AI as a search engine, it has to come talk into your ecosystem. And that preparedness of your ecosystem is a better determinant of what success looks like as opposed to the quality of the AI tool you're using. So I think there is a different solution, and I'd be happy to share some more from a Microsoft point of view. But I think if you saw it earlier, the preparedness journey for Microsoft, you saw some of the results today, right? That preparedness journey started in 2008. So that's the reality of it feels, and that's where fact versus fiction comes in. You want it to be a quick solution, pick it in, you got the Terminator stories happening, but when you split the two apart, you're able to kind of come down to a more tactical, what needs to happen today to go forward. If I may just quickly answer my view on your second question, because it links to security. Beyond the privacy part, I 100% agree with you. And I think chartered accountants as well at some level is a regulatory body. And I think there is some work that needs to be done. But I think security is going to be really important. That's why you have a lot of these LLMs available, which are going into your ecosystem, but at the same time, they're taking your data out as well. So I think security along with privacy is going to be critical for most economies.
Before I pass it on to Nitin wants to take the second question, but to Rajesh sir, your question. I think it's in 2008-9 when I would say 10, 12 maybe, when cloud was taking shape, right? There was a big discussion and we were all involved, right? Data residency and where will the tax be, right? I remember that was a question that was happening. That it becomes a big topic for all of us, like, किसको कहाँ पे tax करें? Data कहाँ पे है? Cloud पे है? किसके पास है? And US was sort of dominating then, and then we were saying, okay, if business is happening from India, people are being outsourced from here, where will the tax happen? It was a big discussion. I think it died out later on, but then I think that's an important point. But I think Nitin wants to share something on that. So please, Nitin, go ahead.
Sir, it's a very valid question. there are no set regulations as on date. Regulations are still evolving for data privacy using open AIs. So, but the problem is we already have data protection laws and policies in place in each geography. So the enterprises, these days, all chat GPTs, Copilot, they learn on a concept of collaborative innovation basically. So we all collaborate, we give our data, we get some data in a structured format, and then it again grows. So, but enterprises have to be very mindful of the fact that every input that you give, every document that you share, every feed that you share for your query is made available to the open public, even if you have NDAs with no offenses, even if you have NDAs with the players that, okay, you will not share the data with open public. Still, there is a clause in most of the documents what I have seen where it says that data would be used for internal quality training purposes. So that means it is definitely going to be used somewhere. So every enterprise is transforming to have their own private GPTs. Like we also have, I'm not marketing here, but we also have a Delaplex.digital platform, which is a private GPT in Microsoft Azure environment. So not marketing for Microsoft again, but it is one of the most secured environments.
Yeah, on the same line, when you say GPT, I think Dikshit is waving to me saying that we can take 1 or 2 questions. That's one question. Anand is also raising.
I'll just add to
okay.
it.
See,
Sir,
our panelists have so much of experience they want to share. Please give us 1 more hour. Can you?
on your sir question number 2, there is a 1 second sir. There is a saying in Hindi, सवारी अपने सामान की आप जिम्मेदार है. So it's your data. Today, you are the one who is responsible for it. Now, there are 2 things which are happening. One, Niti Aayog, which is India's apex body to make policies for government. 2-3 years ago, they have released a policy saying 7 principles of responsible AI, in which they have talked about any company launching any AI product, they have to take care of those. They have to make sure that those 7 principles are incorporated, like transparency, accountability, safety, human values. So 7 principles like that. So that is one. It is not like it's mandatory for people to follow today. Now today, startups, they are focusing on functionalities. Functionalities may be coming at the cost of data privacy. But tomorrow, the differentiation will be privacy. For example, you know DigiYatra, many of you would be using DigiYatra. It is built on blockchain. It is not built on a traditional way of where the central server with the government is having your data. Your data, your master, your identity is on your mobile only. And in the back end, it is blockchain. So now what they are doing, they are creating a functionality, but through a differentiation, which is data privacy. On their server, they have only the hash key of your identity, but not your data. Yeah. Third and last, what startups are doing, they are creating something called differential privacy. Now, what is differential privacy? Which means, suppose, sir, whatever is your Aadhaar number in India or your social security number, they are adding an extra character to it, which will be standard. There will be a formula how that extra character is getting added. So the idea is, the moment it is added, even if that data is leaked, your real social ID is not leaked. Yeah, it is different way of doing encryption, but that is also coming up. So there are different ways in which slowly data privacy will come, but till that time, that Hindi story, saying holds true.
Very true. Thank you. I think we can take, I think Dikshit sir. Yes, sir, please go ahead.
Hi. So it's been a very interesting morning. Was hoping to understand a little bit more about use cases, more in finance. So the ones we heard about today morning, like bank reconciliation and others, have been around in some form or the other for some time. Now, if we can collectively put our thinking caps and look forward, what we can expect in the next few months, next few years, and we keep hearing about AI agents. We talk about finance AI agents. So what's going to be the shape and form of a finance function in maybe 2025 or 2026? Is it going to be one finance agent, AI agent sitting somewhere who does AR, APGL, everything together? Are we going to have to let go a lot of accountants who are currently having jobs? I mean, it's not a doomsday scenario, but I'm just trying to visualize what a finance function would look like with all the technologies that we're having now and in future during the next 2-3 years, what the finance function will look like. Just trying to visualize that.
Okay.
And any other use cases that you may have?
Very, very interesting. I think we have a lot of things how we explain, but I think Manish is very interested and he wants to respond first. So let's hear from Manish, please.
So, I believe what is going to happen essentially is that the finance functions would be much more empowered with this technology in their hand, right? They'll be able to do the kind of analytics and be able to provide the support to the business, which today, because of variety of reasons, they have not been able to. So actually the boundaries that today, are there between finance and business decision making and some of the hurdles that they face in those decision making would actually be overcome with the use of technology. Obviously, there would be some job displacement that would definitely happen. Some of the routine nature of work activities, some of the stuff like the very routine reconciliations that are required to be done, right? Some of the bookkeeping work that is required to be done, that would get displaced. But what would also be required is that, we as finance fraternity upskill ourselves. Because it is extremely important. I mean, earlier, I remember, when I used to be a boy at that time, they used to say that if you don't know English, right, you can't be participating in this word. Right. Now the things have changed, right? Now it is like today, if you don't understand the technology, you don't understand the basics, how AI is, you don't understand, how to use the data and the applications, then essentially you would be as good as illiterate, right? So it's extremely important for all of us essentially to continually upskill ourselves, right, in this journey. And I'm absolutely sure the quality of work that would come to the finance fraternity would be much more higher even from the very beginning. Even the start of the career of an individual who's a chartered accountant would be doing much more profound and deep work compared to which they get to do today. That's how I look at it.
Okay, interesting, thanks. I think you want to add as well? Okay, please go ahead.
On that, current job profile of each professional on the finance side is primarily taking action on the basis of data which is already done and reporting it, and at the most advising based on those. But in the future, in 25, 26, which is what you asked?
I just wanted to add, I think I slightly disagree with the displacement part. I think AI itself is a whole new economy. This is my own opinion. I feel there are things that are not existent which will open up. So if I specifically talk about AI, we've all talked about NVIDIA, like chips company. Like that whole industry is going on in a trajectory. Lithium batteries, you've got data centers, energy conservation, cooling units, distribution, developers. I feel the economy itself is going to be something that's completely new, which will create different opportunities. But I do agree with the part that you have to stay relevant, you have to upskill. But I don't necessarily think that it'll be a cause of stress around not having a job, because I feel it'll be new avenues open. And the most recent one I can think of is social media 12, 15 years ago. Like, yeah, people are not writing in newspapers anymore, but they've upskilled themselves to maybe have a YouTube channel, right? So it's like there are more avenues that are open. It's about being relevant, like you said, and kind of staying on top of it.
Yeah, I will close it. I know in the interest of time, I'll just take one, respond to that. Oh, yeah. Please see, our panelists are so good. Everybody wants to share. Please stay back for some more time.
30 seconds. I split it into two parts. One is GCC, shared services, non-GCC. My guess, next year for non-GCC, nothing will change. The way we are operating today, on 28th of September, next year also, non-GCC will continue to operate. Nothing will change. Slightly, maybe 1 or 2%, nothing more. GCC, wherever they are, they will keep moving towards RPA, AI-driven RPA, plus advanced data analysis, including the second and third, not third stage, second stage, which is diagnostic analysis. That is where they will keep maturing further. Now, quick 15 seconds on why I am saying this. Because whenever you want to apply these algorithms, you want scale, you want repeatability. In non-GCC audit functions or finance functions, the repeatability per year is very limited. Hence, the ROI of investing in these technologies doesn't come. I'm trying it for many years. It comes only when you have GCC type of setup where every day, multiple times, same process has to happen. And hence that ROI comes. So that's my take on it.
Okay, thank you. I think I will stop here. It's really over the time we are, okay? I think Rishi is already ready to start his speech. Yeah, Rishi? I understand we've been there right from the morning, but thank you so much for the opportunity. I think we had a good interaction with them.
Big round of applause for the panelists and the moderator. I think one last word which defines the way they picked up is that think different. I think that's what Steve Jobs said. Now to think different, how to bring the new magic, how do you do it, because there will be no standard. But thank you very much. I think this discussion can continue for another hour, but we have to stop somewhere, go back to our families. So with that, give another round of applause for all the panelists and for yourself also for staying all the days, staying engaged and learning a lot from today. So can I request all the ExCom to join on the stage and bring the mementos so we can give it to our panelist and the moderator.
And last but not least, of course, all the members who have presented here, you really show that you really want to know, you want to learn a lot from the AI. So thank you so much. And thanks to all our sponsors, B&W Developments, principal sponsors, Terry, Lulu, Info, Motilal, Oswal, Ola Medri, our platinum sponsors, UHY James, HSBC, National Bonds, ECAG Group, HL Bingham. And I also thank our media partner, Khaleej Times, travel partner, Uranus Travels, valuation partners, Windmills, institutional partner, Delhi Private School, and banking partner, Bank of Baroda. And at the end, I would like to thank each one of you for attending these sessions. Till we see each other on the 5th of October, this is Amit Ketan signing off. Take care and have a great, great weekend. Thank you so much.